Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCO for day 3 of playoffs. It is qualification Wednesday because we're in the upper bracket and we're about to crown one of these teams in one way, or at least book them some tickets to go overseas to the PCS playoffs. Of course, Kitty, she's not here anymore. We've replaced her with Max for the day, and maybe tomorrow you'll have to tune in to see. And then we got the two regulars over there, looking real snazzy, jazzy.
Look what he's got on.
Oh no, Skimmy's wearing himself today.
It's hard. Just like, maybe our button goes down, or maybe our button up, and then as the day goes on, a little more loosey-goosey. Best of 5, we're just full sending.
I can't do that. I got no real estate left.
I see at least 2 more buttons.
And
that
they're
are
not
easily
going.
undoable.
They're not moving right now. I'm telling you that straight up.
Okay.
We're just copying
We've already
each other.
done a photo with one less button, Mac. Realize that was the point of no return.
And look, there is photo evidence of that photo.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Yep.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Now look, Max, do you want to throw to the replays from yesterday? Because you can't remember anything that happened, right?
No, I can't. So let's throw to the replays.
Here we go. Podron's found it. Explosive caster splits the team apart. Schoenfire tries to hit back with that Cyclone, and it's successful because the Solar Flare goes down. There's the Naro into 2, but Chippy's has flashed away, and Schoenfire survives. But Dongy's going to die again. Violet falls to cleanse, and PGG have been routed into the bottom lane. That's a flash Featherstorm to try and rip back and try and find more, and they will find just that. There's 2. That's a double fill and art. Make it a triple, actually.
Dongy, going to be the star of the show.
And John Sappy looking for the knockup, and he finds it successfully. There is a massive petrifying gate. That's Kratos locked in place for the meantime. Poltron jumps in with a Cyclone, getting absolute work done. He doesn't even die for it, Rusty. That's how strong he is. And there's a Realm Walk, and that's Violet with nowhere to go. Decoy with a beautiful bubble.
Crazy scenes. An absolute crazy day of 2 big games in that series yesterday. And Direwolves brought the A-est of games. And we had to say goodbye to PGG, who went out in 4th place from the playoffs, which is interesting. And Max, look, while we're looking at the bracket, it's almost completely filled out here. Tell me what you thought of that game yesterday, because we haven't heard your thoughts yet.
Well, I mean, based on predictions, not just mine and everyone's, I think no one really expected it to go the way that it did. I think Direwolves certainly a complete turnaround from their previous series versus the Chiefs, right? Looked like a completely different team. And PGG, for a team that everyone had so high on their predictions going into the season, shout out Kitty. I know we wanted to shout out Kitty for putting PGG number 1.
Yeah.
So hold that L. But yeah, they just didn't show up when they needed to. And I guess that Direwolves, it will be interesting to see how they perform against Chiefs and Bliss, because they have definitely looked like the top 2 teams, in my opinion. So, barring the results of tonight, will be a very interesting series tomorrow.
Look, Direwolves definitely still in it, but having a look at towards the top of the bracket here, the upper bracket final is what we're going to see today. That's a best of 5, and that, of course, is going to be on at 6 p.m. in about 25 or so minutes. So it's going to be an interesting affair once we do get to see it happen. And look, Team Bliss looking pretty good in that last best of 3, managed to take it the last time these two faced, but going all the way to 5, there's going to be that little bit of extra time for adaptations to come through in the drafts, in the play style. And we've seen Bliss as well. The only team to sort of flex away from the meta and just sort of play what they really want to, or at least, like a breath of fresh air, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely a team that has their own take on the way that they want to play the game, very explosive in comparison to a lot of the other teams. And I think that that's what's worked for them, right? And that's what makes them so interesting to watch as a spectator, as a caster. You never know what they're going to do, and particularly around the mid-jungle, always looking for creative plays. So will be interesting to see how that matches up today. Like you said, in that extended best of 5, where Chiefs have more of an opportunity to react to those cheese plays.
Well, someone that likes cheese and someone that is also very creative, creatively minded, creative looking, and just creative overall. And also barked at me yesterday. It's a Melg here. We've got him on the line.
Oh, there he is.
Mate, how you feeling? How you doing? Did we request him in landscape? I thought we wanted it in portrait.
It has to be in portrait. And you're wearing the wrong glasses, mate. What's going on there?
I need to be able to see you guys' beautiful faces. The sunglasses aren't prescription, unfortunately. So.
He's good. He's good.
He's got
Gotta
that
make
well
sure I'm
rehearsed.
seeing you guys in HD.
Yeah.
So what have you been up to, huh? You've been bloody casting a little bit of PCS, a little bit of work, moving away from League of Legends. How are you feeling? How you doing?
Yeah, I've definitely been starting my songwriting career recently, which has been going pretty well, I'd like to think. Other than that, kind of just juggling both LCO and PCS. I think it's been really interesting to see how sort of both leagues are sort of starting to stack up, especially as we start to get closer to the PCS playoffs as well.
Yeah, Very good indeed. Now, look, we're going to ask you a few things. We're going to have a couple of talking points and just have like an open table conversation here about not only the LCO, but also a little bit of PCS thrown in too. We've got my quote to start things off here. Mine, of course, is going to be Team Bliss are the shake-up the LCO needed. Now, take from this what you will, but when Bliss came in with the roster that they brought, no one expected him to be here today.
See, this is the interesting thing for me, because I do want Melg's opinion on this, but you said the shake-up, and I want to know what you mean by shake-up, first of all, because it doesn't mean like they have just like shaken up the standings and you just think the LCO needed that, or do you think like the players have shaken up the play style? Like, what do you mean by this?
Well, I think the shake-up is particularly like, why not? Deciding to just go for some creative jungle pathing. Just the whole start of the game, you even heard like some of the best players, some of the best mid laners in the league, all just so scared to push up at all. If they have that prior, they're like, well, who knows? Am I getting ganked right now? But even just, you know, the play style in general, you know, going for those early rotations, they started so shaky, but still were so aggressive, but then managed to finesse exactly how they wanted their play style to work now that we're here at the playoffs.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this one, Amel? Do you think that my statement is correct, or what's your take on Bliss?
Yeah, no, I personally also, didn't rank them that high. I think I had them 4th on my predictions at the start of the split. I think just like looking at the roster, you wouldn't really expect them to hit those high placings. They've kind of been a bit of a slap in the face. But other than that, yeah, I definitely do agree that they have been able to shake up the LCO in a very good way, especially just from, I feel like prioritizing draft a lot more than other teams. Especially with the addition of Why Not for better or for worse, he's definitely been driving a lot of those more niche, more fringe picks for them, and it's really been working out super well from them, where they're able to build advantages like right from the draft, and other teams don't really have a way into a lot of these matches.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. And look, on that note, we'll jump on to Max's little statement here. I think you've got a question. You didn't want a quote.
No.
So what is it? Huh?
All right, here's my question, Melg. So if you had to compare PCS drafting to LCO, how similar is it? And what are the main differences that we should be looking towards?
That's 2 questions, man. You can't do me like that. No, I think that there really hasn't been anything too surprising in the PCS. I think it's mostly been the same stuff, especially in those sort of earlier weeks of the season where we saw Lucian Nami, Zeri Yumi over and over again. That was definitely very much the same. But definitely from watching both leagues' games, it's very much the same. I think that there's also a point as to why Bliss, I think if they were to make it to MSI, oh, sorry, not MSI, the PCS playoffs and then MSI, I think they'd be able to do a good job of really kind of catching PCS teams off guard, because they have mostly played very standard drafts from most of the top 6 teams.
Okay, that's a pretty interesting take. I kind of like that the fact that they're so left field that even PCS teams could be caught off guard. I like that. I like a bit of hype going into that PCS matchups as well.
Sure.
Yeah, just like a little bit of mysteriousness.
Yeah.
Skimmy, you got a quote as well?
A quote, a question, something from New Zealand. Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, I've been over there with you, right? Getting a chance to sort of see PCS in person. But how would you actually compare the strength of them? Because I'm kind of terrified, right? When you look at teams like PSG, CFO, you then obviously look at the individuals, people like Solo Kill, Mission, Janjir, Wako, like all these players are stars in their own right. So like, how do they compare to the superstars that we have here, would you say?
They are pretty scary. I'm not gonna lie, especially if you've watched any PCS, you would know that Junjai has just been absolutely tearing it up. He got brought into PSG in week 3, and they haven't dropped a game with him, and that's like over 11 games. So obviously, very good track record under his belt. And I think that each of the PCS teams in the playoffs kind of has their own sort of like main character. For example, like from CTBC, you've got Shin. From Fakey Squads, you've got Solo Kill. And each of them sort of have their own sort of pros and cons. But I think the main thing that links them all together is that they're all generally very aggressive players. And I think that LCO maybe at times lacks that. I think that when you think of star players from the LCO, you think of people like Raze, people like Violet, rest in peace, Violet. I guess like Panther, Kisei. And it is a little bit scary, because when you match them up 1-to-1, it does feel like we are going to be a little bit outclassed in that regard. So I do feel like in terms of sort of like a team-wide potential, we need to sort of bring that closer together to be able to overcome those barriers.
So,
Okay.
quick question as well with this then. Let's just say you
Yeah.
slot Kisei into the PCS right now. What rank is he in mid?
Yeah,
Like,
where-
would you say he's a top 4 mid
in the
laner?
tier list.
Ooh, that's a spicy question. Out of the 10 mid laners in PCS, I would probably put him maybe maybe fourth on a good day, third or fourth.
Ooh, okay.
It's tough.
Can you mention
Yeah.
Kisei versus Yubao? How hype would that be? I mean, just be
That would be
insanity.
sick.
I'm all for
Yeah,
it.
I mean, I do feel like Kisei, has his own elements of, being that playmaker. I think that there are some of the sort of PCS players that struggle to find that sort of fire that I think a lot of our players have. For example, Mission from Impunity, he was on CTBC last year when they went to Worlds. And overall, he's been a very consistent player, right? But he doesn't really have anything that stands out about him. And that's been an issue that a lot of the other teams have exploited when they've gone up against him. He's got champ pool issues. We've seen games where he just gets like 5 champions banned against them, and then he ends up on something like Silas, can't do anything, they lose the game.
Fido.
So I do think that, despite the fact that we are outmatched in some roles, I think the teams as a whole still do have weaknesses that we can sort of try and punch at.
Okay, well, we'll
Yeah,
see
cool.
how that statement evolves. Rusty, time for your quote. What have we got here?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's my take, and I'm very curious to get Amel's opinion of it as well, having been a part of the PCS. I figured Skimmy could contribute to this as well. The reasoning I have behind this is that there's 2 slots for Worlds. There's only 1 slot for MSI, and from what I've seen, the PCS is a very top-heavy league right now, but their number 1 position seems untouchable, right, in PSG. So how do you think we actually fare against them come playoffs time?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. I feel like a lot of people say that, OCE we're weak. I don't really buy that. And I also like to think that 22 was kind of an anomaly for us, and that we won't always go 0-13. But at the same time, this one is a bit of a rough one. I think PSG, they're definitely the number 1 team for a reason, right? They haven't really shown many cracks in their armor. So it does feel like our odds at making MSI are pretty slim. And I definitely do agree that Worlds does look a little bit better just because there are 2 slots available. So potentially we can try and sneak in there, but it's gonna take some big brain power to get into MSI this time around.
Okay, now on that note, anyone else want to have their say here? Max, do you have anything to say on this point?
I think, Rusty, you got to have a bit of faith.
I mean, listen,
You gotta have faith.
I
You gotta
have
have faith,
faith,
mate.
and the second we go internationally, I'm going to have full faith in Oceania.
Yeah.
I just wanted to have more of a realist approach to this conversation because we don't watch the PCS here at the LCO, right?
True.
So I think it's fair to come in and say, listen, PSG kind of really good, and we should consider that when we go against them, right? When
Yeah.
we see them play.
I think the biggest concern for me would be the PSG jungle matchup. I think elsewhere, like Biopanther, Kisei, Ray, Zalador, I feel like they can hold their own, but I'll just be concerned about the Junjie gap because he's a bit of a monster.
Okay, now before we let you go, Milk, we have this first qualifying game today with Team Bliss and Chiefs. Who's your pick?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask me this. I still didn't think of what I wanted to lean towards, though. It's a tough one because I think a lot of people thought Chiefs were favorites coming in, but stage 1 didn't really have them placing that high. But they've kind of started to bring it back in the playoffs. I would say it's a best of 5, right?
Yeah, best of 5, yeah.
I would say Bliss 3-2.
Oh, okay.
Okay, spicy, spicy.
Yeah.
And look, on that note, Amel, we'll let you go. Hopefully we see you soon.
Hope so too. Yeah. Have a good day, guys.
ML.
Thanks, Mel.
Mel.
Got a couple of
Milk.
kisses in. Just,
Yeah, you
just
did.
let him know.
There was at least
Catch
2
him.
kisses got through to him, mate.
He didn't catch any though.
No.
He was so focused on talking normally, he didn't even use his catchphrase at the end. We had to do it for him.
He was a little nervous. He got caught off by the prediction
Yeah.
question.
That
He
he
didn't-
knew you
The
were gonna
planned
ask.
question.
That he knew
Knew
you
I
were
was going to
gonna
ask it. Wasn't prepped. Didn't know who to go for. Went for someone. 3-2. As close as it could be. Either way, it's time to move the show on. We got from the fans. We want to hear from you guys who the best personal standard is from Split 1 in terms of players, maybe in terms of analysts who's sitting on that side of this couch. Huh? You think of that one?
I didn't.
I would just get stomped in the votes by Kitty. Like, it wouldn't even be close.
Yeah, probably.
Stick
No,
with the
look,
players.
It
Was not
wouldn't
thinking about that at all.
Well, you'd have my vote, maybe. Don't know.
Analysts
Sorry,
that are
Kitty,
here on
if Kitty's watching,
Wednesdays.
I'm lying. If Kitty's not watching, you've got my vote.
Oh, thanks, man.
Just to sit there on Wednesdays.
Yeah, whoever sit next to me, you got my vote. Either way, hashtag LCO if you want to get involved in that conversation. At LCO is where the question is. There's a post somewhere which you can go and comment on. But look, we'll look at those a little bit later because it is time to get into the meat and potatoes and flowers. It's time to talk about Bliss. So, Skimmy, tell me what's going to be going down for Bliss today. Are they going to be going for some kind of Exodia comp, or are they just going to do what we've already seen?
But I want to see them continue the great run of form that they have. I mean, the fact is, Daystar's played 10 unique champions. He's got the biggest champion pool coming into this group stage. So he's shown the flexibility and the ability to 1v9, right? That Yone series where he was the 1v9 hero.
Yeah.
I think we were then asking, all right, well, if you shut down Daystar, do Bliss just lose? Livs comes back and says, no, that's not the case. If you had nameplates off, I think that was the point you mentioned, Max, last week, was that you turned nameplates off, lived into Biopanther. You would have thought that was Biopanther. But, you know, Lived came out and the last two best of threes he's played, new player. He's been phenomenal. So I'm really excited to see if they can continue that level. They are the full package, the full 5, and that's terrifying.
We're having like a crazy narrative between so many of these lanes as well because they're just getting grumpy, getting angry at each other. I'm looking at Venvi, but let's have a quick look at Chiefs as well. The counterparts, of course, Bio, spitting some fire at Lived the other week. Aladoric and Benvi have this rivalry, which is really firing up right now. And then over towards the mid lane as well. Both of those individuals quite quiet, but you believe that they are fighting for this one.
Yeah, and I love it. It's sort of the old guard versus the new talent, right? Obviously with the exception of Kisei, who is still young in his own right. But I think that a lot of these players are very storied, at least in OS and even internationally, right?
Yeah.
So you have this battle of, you know, and even in playstyle it's almost mirrored where you have Chiefs, you would say, are a bit more stock standard in the way that they approach the game and the way they approach drafts. Bliss being hyper explosive, but looking at the Chiefs roster, I really am looking at this bot lane today to perform. I think that was the major weak point in their previous series. That led to them getting 2-0'd. Raze, we know what he can do when he gets ahead. He's got the statistics that speak for themselves, which I'm sure Rusty will get to at some point. But seriously, if this bot lane is ahead and they get the advantage over Limus and Benvi, we've seen that they can run away with the game.
And look, every time they've gone head-to-head, which is 3-4 bloody
3-3,
times.
I think so.
3-3.
Yep, this is a decider.
So this being the decider and also the qualification game for the PCS. You don't know which way it's going to go. Like, we saw Bliss's hand in that upper bracket game when they got that W the other day. And then, of course, Chiefs as well. Just a full-on 180, looking like a completely different team now they're in playoffs. It makes you think, like, what is going to be going down this game?
Yeah, I mean, the fun thing as well about this split is, like, compared to the normal splits that we've had in the LCO, this is a lot shorter. So your time to actually improve and ramp up and show up in playoffs is significantly reduced, right? Teams that are experienced, they'll come into playoffs and they'll put their best foot forwards. The inexperienced teams, like Bliss, with a bigger question mark, but they actually rose to the occasion as well. So it does actually make you very curious about this series and who shows up in the best of fives now that everything is actually on the line. Like, you win this series, you're going to the PCS playoffs. The pressure's there.
Pressure certainly is there. Now let's have a quick look at the last couple of drafts as well from the multiple times these teams have gone head-to-head. This was the first time they went head-to-head in that upper bracket of the group stage over in Group B, I believe. And yeah, crazy drafts coming through, but not as crazy as what we've seen in playoffs so far.
No, exactly. And I mean, this is what you're seeing here is in Game 2, that was the 1v9 performance from the Yone, where they were fully reliant on Daystar looking to try and carry that game across the finishing line. A ton of CC, which made it very difficult for the melee of, say, Kisei to actually ever perform. How does a Draven ever hit a target? Impossible. Obviously, you saw Sion or Lived rocking just down to bot lane on reset, right? Forcing 4-man dives and saying, we're not going to be settling for just a jungle gank, and we're going to be camping. Obviously, Limus has been pretty outspoken about camp me before level 6, see what happens. It is going to be a 3v3 down there. But you saw a massive adaptation if you look at the next series, because, you know, you're looking at this one, Zeri, Rakan, they're all there. Comfort champions, obviously, for Babip. But then looking forward towards the next series, it's like Sejuani, Rakan, Zeri, permaband away. Chiefs say with a Heimerdinger, and then the support champion pool in particular, and that has to be completely narrowed down. So I think this series is much, once again, to Max's point, all about how Alador and Benvi can show up on the night.
And looking at Bliss's team compositions, you can see that they're very formulaic in the way they approach draft, right? They love to have a tank top laner that can function well in that isolation. They love having a pushing bot lane, right? You see in basically every single draft that they've played, they've had bot lanes that can either fight for prio or just fight and try to get kills with something like a Draven and Thresh combo as well. And then you look at their mid jungles, very, very explosive. Daystar, particularly on the LeBlanc, you know, running the map. And Wynot is a player who has definitely shown that he is not afraid of pulling the trigger in these mid-game to late-game team fights and finding the engages that Team Bliss need. So I think if they stick to their formula, they stick to what they know, they have a very strong chance tonight.
Yeah,
one thing I'm also, sorry, Mac, I was just going to say, one thing I'm also curious on is the Gragas flex.
Yep.
Babbitt being the only person that's not played it in the jungle right now, between Poltron as well as Wynot, they've both shown that they can play it right. And if he is going to get targeted in that champion pool, if he is going to be forced in Divine Least and it doesn't look too comfortable, perhaps obviously they are quite meta, we have seen them a fair bit. Maybe it is time to flex that Gragas because it's only been played once by Biopenther. Kissay and Babbitt haven't shown it. If you're going to lock it in, it is that flex pick for a reason.
Yeah, it certainly is a flex pick. I feel like out of everyone we've seen forced onto the Gragas, considering it is that flex pick, I feel like Lived has been the most impactful. Everyone else that's played it doesn't seem to have the impact that I feel like Lived had in that 1 or 2 games.
The thing with the Gragas as well is it's often flex to top lane to deal with the Jax pick, right? And all it really does is nullify, it diffuses the Jax completely, stops it from being a real carry threat. But the other thing as well is Lived had a really big Gragas performance because in mid lane he had a Yasuo. And all he had to do was walk mid and press R. It doesn't need to knock them in a certain direction. So lowered the skill ceiling a whole lot for it. But still, he was always in the right places. He's been team fighting so incredibly well in the past week. And I think we're going to see a pretty heated matchup between the tank players in top lane.
Okay, well, Alawi is also an option to counter that Jax.
yes.
True. Well, you know, as the pocket pick. And we have someone to have a quick chat about that with. That's Benvi. He's on the line. Benvi, mate. Oh, looking stunning. You're definitely ready for today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking a bit bright. The lighting's not the best, but yeah,
Future's
I'm
too
ready.
bright, of course.
Yeah.
It's completely blinding you out. Now, look, before we get into the meat and potatoes of the narrative between you and Aladoric, tell me, what's it been like the last couple of days? Did you enjoy the game you saw yesterday from that lower bracket? Did you watch it, or were you just doing 25 hours of draft prep for this game?
We definitely did the 25 hours, but was definitely tabbing out to watch the games still. So yeah, they were good games.
Lovely. Now, okay, let's get to the thing that everyone wants to hear about. So you and Chiefs have had a bit of banter over these last couple of weeks, over these couple of matchups. What's the vibe like going into tonight? I know that, you know, Lemus especially has talked about bot lane getting a fair bit of attention. So how are you guys feeling as a duo?
Yeah, I mean, we just have to expect that Babbitt's going to always be in our lane. But if we can play around that, I think we should be good. Sort of just focusing on sort of getting better as a team, hopefully be in the best shape we can for PCS. Because every time we play, win or lose against Chiefs, we just improve a ton. So it's really, really, really good.
Yeah, it's good to know that you're going in that upward trajectory at the moment. Now, talk to me about the mid lane. Obviously, we've seen how Wynot and Daystar have operated in the past, you know, and how that has increased throughout the season as you've got into playoffs. Everything's just working so damn well. But today, you know, we saw Chiefs popping off in their upper bracket game as well, which I'm sure you watched and sure you reviewed. Do you think they're looking a little bit more scary than the last time you played?
I think Chiefs has always been really scary. Like, their players just seem very good and they have the experience. So I think it's still similar, right? I think our eyes have always been on Chiefs, sort of the whole split. So I think nothing's changed. Okay.
And Benvi, before we let you go and get into the game, do you have a message for Aladoric?
I didn't really think about any, but yeah, I might after the series, so
okay.
Gotta wait.
Okay, hold on to that one. Either way, good luck today in your game.
Thank you.
He had something he wanted to say.
He had something.
He had something he wanted to say.
It was the internal battle of the devil on his shoulder saying,
resist.
I'm not going to say it.
I am currently in the Bliss office right now. Should I say
Hey, the rule
no?
of thumb is you always say your piece before the game. You never say it after. So if you're going to talk smack, you should do it there.
Ooh.
And so I hope if they win, he doesn't say anything other than good job.
Well, look, we got an Aladoric interview coming up in a minute as well. So maybe he will follow that rule. Either way, what did you take away from that one? You know, the 25 hours of draft prep?
I mean, he doesn't know how long he's been prepping for. He just knows he's been prepping. So it does sound like, though, that they've done their research. If there's one thing Bliss is good at, it's preparing for draft, coming in with a clear strategy. They wiped the floor with Pensat in a similar way, right? They just made draft super easy. Their execution was fantastic, and that's all it took.
Do you think Chiefs are going to find themselves in a world today where they just decide not to perma-gank bot lane because Bliss are very aware of it. No, you think it's just the game plan?
I think so.
Yeah.
Babip the fourth probably going to do 3 camps to bot to Gromp to bot.
Babip the 4th. Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, look, we got Alidoric on the line to ask, who can just tell us what we already know. How many players are you going to have in bot lane today? Is it 5? And will it be the whole game or just for, a couple of minutes at a time?
I think the other ones need people in bot lane in this series, not us. So, I don't think we need anyone to 2v2 them. You saw us last time. Any Ziggs 2v2 killed them somehow. I don't know how that happens, but it happened.
Okay. All right. Coming out straight out of the gate. Now, speaking of that last matchup you had against them, obviously you did unfortunately fall 0-2. What have you guys taken away from that? What would you put that loss down to?
It was pretty, bad prep, I would say. Our drafts were, pretty bad. Our teamwork on that day wasn't really good either. I think we're a way better team than we were when we lost to those guys, the other week or something. I think we'll definitely win.
Okay. Did you see their last game as well in the upper bracket where they completely revamped that draft, going for the crazy, initiation comp, all bloody 5 wombo combo business? Are you ready for that to be pulled out today? Because you could be playing 5 games in total if things don't go your way initially. So are you ready for crazy drafts that Bliss has been throwing out?
Absolutely. I think if they ever play a style like that, versus us, we'll just run over them. Absolutely. I think if they ever play that kind of style, we'll just destroy them.
All right, you're sounding extremely confident. So I want to get your take, and if you have a message in particular for Benvi. We asked him. He said he didn't want to say anything till after the series, but is there anything you want to say to the support of Bliss?
I think he's surprised a lot of people. I think he's better than what everyone expected. I think he's a decent player. I don't think any of the players are bad. I just think we're better. That's all it is. I think it'll be a good series, a fun series. I am confident, of course. Otherwise, why would I be playing? I have to be confident. So no, not really anything specific. Just best of luck, and I hope it's a fun series. To be honest.
Good sportsmanship. That's what we love to see. Alidoric, good luck in the series today. Let's see if you qualify for PCS tonight.
Thanks, Mac.
Thank you. Thank you, Ali.
Love that from Alidoric.
That was yeah.
Because that is the truth, right? No matter what is bantered or said between both of them, at the end of the day, they are still top 4 competitors right now, competing for the #1 position in the LCO. So you have to respect your opponents. And I love that Ali said, he is a good player. He surprised people, but he is a good player. And, he just hopes it's a good series. Still confident. But
straight up had that, sportsmanship handshake.
Exactly.
Look, let's go. Better player wins. Better player books their tickets first. Better player has Twitch points to put on the Dare fan vote. Who's that, huh? That's you. That's you. You're always the better player. In my heart, you are the best player.
Aww.
Because unless you lose the Dare fan vote, then you're a bit of an idiot. But look, you got to be in it to win it or lose it, so get them in. And we have our predictions as well. So let's have a quick look at what we went for here. Me, 3-zip for Bliss. I saw a couple of the other ones.
3-zip for
No, I've never seen you be Bliss biased.
No, never ever. Never ever ever. ever.
Wow.
And Kitty's gone for Chiefs 3-0. Rusty 3-0 for Chiefs as well. Max on the 3-1 Bliss train. And Melg as well. The
3-2 Bliss.
The guest 3-2 Bliss coming through as well. And Twitch chat, whatever you guys get. Of course,
Twitch chat of Bliss
we did
fans.
jump over side select, so let's quickly see who's going on what side here, and it's Bliss picking red. So, saving that counter pick for last. What do you think Chiefs are going to put prio on for the blue side pick?
It's a good question, because last time it wasn't the Varus, right, in the series, and that's something Limus got away with. Blue side as well kind of gets forced into, if you're not picking them, the Caitlyn and the Ashe bans. It's a very interesting dynamic with the ban phase that I'm looking forward to. Because Bliss have to get rid of the Rakan, that's what we've learned. And the Sejuani likely is going to be banned away from Babip. So they're kind of bottlenecked in their bans. So Chiefs could have a lot of first pick choices.
Oh, and also, while I'm remembering as well, we are going to be tri-casting this one. We're going to have 2 potentially max of the weeks.
Oh,
because we don't know if this is going to be the max of the week. Or if
is
tomorrow's game is going to be the max of the week. We don't even know who's playing in tomorrow's game other than Direwolves. And we don't know who is going to be finding form. And this series is going to deliver one way or another. I found it interesting that Ali said if Bliss tried to pick those, I wouldn't say cheese comps, but those team fight comps, that he reckons they're just going to run over them.
Supreme confidence, isn't it? I mean, you heard it from, I think it was Violet yesterday in the interview. It was like, it's a gold comp, is how he kind of explained it. It's just a comp that's so simple. You press R, and if it connects, you win. If it misses, you fail. And it's about finesse. Violet said he couldn't team fight very well, but the Chiefs, they're the team fight kings.
Well, simplicity is bliss, so they say. Either way, let's have a look at
You've
this
been cooking
one.
it up for a while, haven't you, Max?
Bliss against Chiefs.
Please get me
For
Champs
the
League.
first team to qualify for the PCS Champs League's ready.
Get him out of here.
He's happy with that one. Dad jokes out the way into this one. Let's crack on with it then, boys. Chiefs up against Bliss, the deciding battle. The keys of Brisbane, if you will, and for the egos online between two really competitive owners.
And just like you said, Rusty, straight at the gate, the Sejuani not being banned by Bliss, instead opting towards that Varus, which is going to leave Zeri open for the side of Bliss if Chiefs do end up locking this in, right? We know that Raze is a very prolific Zeri player. I think you mentioned earlier, he has a KDA of like
44, I believe.
44 on the champion. So Bliss potentially looking to maybe pick that up. Instead, Xayah, a really nice answer into the Sejuani's engage.
Yeah, and the other champion I wanted to highlight before we got into Champ Select, I'm glad it's been locked in, is that Wukong. It feels like Bliss are at their most comfortable when it comes to team fighting, when Wynot has access to the Wukong, because he finds the angles, right?
Yeah.
He's communicating with the team. They've posted their comms after their last win as well. He knows what he's looking for, and those angles are there. So this feels like Bliss so far, two of their most comfortable champions. Lemus as well with the Xayah pick yesterday. I think it was on Monday. It's all blurring together now. In his last series, he picked Xayah, and he looked fantastic.
That he really did. Yeah, no, I agree with your points completely. With the Zeri up and available though, Chiefs are going to decide to go for the Aphelios instead, which is a curious option. Going to be much more about the old school composition, which was an Aphelios Fresh, perhaps. We have seen a lot of other supports still gravitate towards the Nautilus instead, but we certainly do love the Fresh, especially when there is all this diving potential.
Question for you, Max, is do you just go for Braum if you're Bliss to have like the equal sustaining, like just surviving lanes? Because you've banned Rakan yourself and picked the Xayah. So you've given them access to the Aphelios Thresh lane, and now you can choose, like, am I going to be a passive support or am I going to be an aggressive support?
This would be a very Bliss thing to do, and they are going to lock it in. And I think this is something I've loved from the Bliss bot lane all season long, is their willingness to play these combos that are just like, we are going to stomp lane, that's how it's going to be. And then on the flip side, you know, if it does go bad, it goes really, really bad.
Yep.
So obviously the Heimerdinger into Thresh matchup, Thresh is basically never going to land a Q unless Heimerdinger is otherwise CC'd or just asleep.
Yeah.
So a very nice pickup and makes the lane quite hard for the Aphelios and Thresh in that 2v2.
In saying that, of course, there is a Flay that can hit. If you're in Flay range, though, you're in stun range, but when you've got an Aphelios with purple weapon and a Sejuani, right, there is always that risk. And that's the thing with Bliss. We look at them and say, well, Benvi is always like the 0-10, but in a win gamer. Because he's picking champions like this that are designed to, like, you win lane or you bring 3 people down here to stop me.
Definitely is a bit of a magnet, forcing you to gravitate towards that lane to try and force a little bit of aggression. There's a lot of mid lane bans coming out now so far. Silas Akali as well as a LeBlanc as well, which is a curious one. Finalized with a Vega, which we did see Daystar play in their most recent performance. That's the big difference for me here, Max. The fact that Daystar's played 10 champions, Kisse's played 5. He's, I don't want to say shrunk the champion pool this split, but definitely had a bit of a more refined palette.
Well, I think this is really interesting as well, picking the mid lane on 4. Obviously, like you mentioned, Skimmy, 4 mid bans being invested in this second phase. But they're actually saving the counter pick for Lived up in that top lane. You know, looking at this top lane matchup, you normally expect a tank handshake, but Lived, it definitely has a few carry picks in his arsenal, right?
Yeah.
It certainly has the ability to play stuff like the Camille, you know, able to carry from that top lane position. And the Ahri lock-in signifies to me that, hey, we just wanted to secure this really potent mid 2v2 combo that has so much range on this engage.
And I got really excited there for a second because I saw him hover the Vex and I was like, you've played this so much last year into the Ahri, and I was wondering, is that the pick? Is that the way you want to sort of almost set the tone for the series? Perhaps, obviously, then welcoming in the Wukong as well. But no, another player is going to pick up the Talia. We wondered when it would happen, Rusty, and finally, it's happened.
And I do feel like this is a comp where you can consider something like the Jax top lane or consider something that can, you know, have a win con in top lane itself. But the issue is it's going to be blind. So that's where Liv kind of has that trump card. You pick Jax, he has a Lowy. You know, like give him a taste of his own medicine. It's just that, you know, you see the Sejuani and you think you can play a melee aggressive top laner like the Renekton. You see a Thresh Aphelios and you think you can be safe down there as well. So there's reasons and incentives for the Chiefs to play that. But the Chiefs play for bot lane. Bliss play for bot lane, and both players in top are just going to slam those tanks and have a good time whacking.
I always find it really funny when you say 5-pick red side for picking Sion. It's like, you could have just done this earlier. Like, why are we doing it now?
Both top laners could have picked first. It would have made no difference.
Exactly, but I think looking holistically, the comps, Tillia, very good at denying the engage coming out from the Wukong and Ahri. And like you mentioned, Rusty, a lot of action expected towards this bot lane early on, right? Top lane, ignore it completely, gentleman's handshake agreement. But whoever really gets control around this bot lane, and even through mid lane, right, if we are able to get some Taliyah roams down into a dive or something, can really blow the game open. So keeping our eyes fixed towards that bot side of the map as we go into the early game.
I will say, as I've shown Skimmy earlier in the week, when you see a Sion pick, you know that there's absolute psychotic action can happen at level 1. You never know what it's actually capable of. Level 1 invades, leashes for your jungler, at Raptors with Q starts. Yeah, the LEC's done some things that I think they'd be happy to forget. But I'd be very excited to see it attempted by Bliss, and they are the kind of team that can throw some chaos into the mix.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised if Why Not Live have been cooking up something special. I imagine those are the kind of players, with 25 hours of prep, let's not forget, right? They've got a lot of time to study all these VODs and wonder, okay, how can we actually try and beat the Chiefs? How can we beat them at their own game?
And speaking to that, Bliss have shown before some premeditated plays with that Sion level 6 in terms of syncing his base timer with the wave crash.
Yep.
They're basically 5-man diving bot at a timer you'd never expect. So it's going to be on Chiefs to recognize when those timers are and to respond in kind.
Well, let's load into the Rift then, as we get to see really the final conclusion to this battle in Brisbane. The Chiefs up against Bliss, and first seed is on the line. First team qualifying to go over to PCS playoffs. That's what we're fighting for. And the question for me that I'm really confused on is what we saw at the start of the week was that Chiefs crushed Direwolves in a 2-0 fashion. Direwolves then crushed PGG 2-0, who then got crushed by Team Bliss 2-0. So the voices, what does it all mean? I have no idea.
It's the Ouroboros of everyone beats everyone, snake eating its own tail. That's just the way OS League of Legends goes. But we will see here, as these two teams who are currently tied in the head-to-head, they've seen a lot of each other throughout this split, but this is the series that matters.
And remember, this may be where it all comes to a head, but there is still an LCO finals to be seen after. This is the upper bracket finals. Winner goes as first seed to the PCS playoffs, but they still have that finals afterwards. So the rivalry can potentially continue. But as we hop into game number 1 here, both junglers are going to be starting at their red buffs from the looks of it. And typical Sion, though, can start Raptors with a Q leash. We've seen it from Liv, we've seen it from a lot of other junglers. Can potentially hide where Why Not is, given the ward is on his red.
What if, Rusty, he went to go leash the red? What if he then
went to the Krugs after?
Did a few more after.
What if they 5-man bottom at 2 minutes?
If that TP had worked, though, oh man, would have been what a game, but obviously not the state we find ourselves in. And there's that Flay interaction you mentioned, right? Obviously with the Glacial Augment as well. Makes it a lot harder then for Benvi to try and outplay. There's a lot of aggression on top side already. Bio's already reminding Liv that, hey, Cassante can definitely punch on.
Liv is out of the lane. Bio still has his potion. Thing is, that leash was still seen on a ward because they catch Liv walking back to top lane, and Bio Panther just walks into the bush and says, let's duel.
And ultimately, these are one of the few windows where, Cassante can actually look. That first level 6 is really the only time that you have to be worried as a Sion, for a slide solo kill. But at the end of the day, Liv still makes sure he gets the XP. Sure, he loses a bit of health, but at the end of the day, he is playing Sion. He doesn't really care too much. The main thing that's nice is this bot lane, as we see, Sejuani pathing will be interesting to watch, whether Babip chooses to continue up towards the top side. Sion is actually a very vulnerable champion versus this combo of Sejuani Cassante early. So sure, you don't want to be ganking it too much in the mid to late game, but in this early game, it's fine to go and pick up a cheeky kill if you can.
So much of the effort as well in mid lane right now from Daystar has been about getting that priority and just constantly pushing and keeping Kisei under wraps and under turret. And if he can operate as such, he can move first when a skirmish happens. So this next wave could be really important for those Scuttle Crab timers. And right now, junglers are just going to be opposite sides of the map, however, so it's not likely that there'll be any fights or skirmishes for it.
Cheeky bit of a trade here in the bot lane as we look at Raze receiving the majority of the damage. He's actually running the fleet footwork. We've seen Lethal Tempo, we've seen Conqueror as well. This one seemingly just to try and survive a bit more in the lane, given the amount of poke from the Heimerdinger especially, I'd imagine.
Yeah, the Bloodthirster first has also been a very common pickup for Aphelios. We've seen the overheal, fleet footwork, so much healing in this build inherently that you just get the most insane shield ever, and it really nullifies a lot of what Xayah and Heimerdinger want to do in this lane, which is shove you in and poke you onto your turret on stacked waves.
And one thing as well, as a hook does try and get thrown out bottom.
Oh, it does go out. No, we're pivoting right back down bot lane. Cleanse was used by Raze. Benvi in a lot of trouble, needs one more auto attack, and they will find it. Raze flashing away. Limus in his face, gets it. with the final auto attack, and Raze is spewing, but here comes Wynot, another flash burn, and bot lane has nothing left.
And we didn't see the start of that play, but a great capitalization from the side of the Chiefs, recognizing when they can go aggressive. BenV potentially stepping a bit too far forwards, and they managed to flash forward and get that kill. That is so important, as well as both flashes being extended from the Team Bliss members.
Yeah, I mean, somehow every single time BenV plays Heimerdinger into a hook champion and it's Alidoric, he finds a way to get past those turrets. It seems like the impossible continues to happen when Alidoric is on these champions and no one else. It does result in a favorable skirmish for the Chiefs overall. Didn't get to see how the wave state ended up, but it seems like it's also perfect for the Chiefs. We see the hook placed down first and foremost, just finds his mark. Turret maybe wasn't available. If you think back 30 seconds prior to this skirmish, BenV was just spamming them at the turret, threatening and harassing. So that's true. It was very nicely done by Lemus to secure a kill trade at the very least. Equally as good flash, though, from Raze prior in that skirmish.
Yeah, really good flash there, but it wasn't enough. Just needed one more auto attack, and thankfully for Lemus, was able to find it. And I guess ultimately, it is the fact that both AD carries do get a kill each, but it will still be the Chiefs ahead, with Alidoric sharing the spoils of war as well. Babbitt going to be spotted on that ward, or on the lane more so than anything. Is now going to be spotted on a ward as he goes in towards the river.
And the lack of summoners just makes this volatile lane even more volatile, right? If you're Wynot, you have to be so careful that anytime you step away, Babbitt could show up and it could be a kill, right? A Thresh just hex flashing forwards, even throwing the Lantern, and Babbitt's on top of your carries. As we see a bit of movement towards this mid lane. Both mid laners low HP, Skimmy.
And just look how much aggressive trading there is, not only in the bot lane in an isolated fashion, mid lane, top lane, everybody's having a skirmish. And it puts this massive onus, I would say, on these junglers
Daystar.
as to what are we doing. Daystar ticks over to level 6, misses another charm. Kislei's been kind of clean.
I love that idea, though, from Daystar, because he's just had the assistance of 3 people in mid lane to make sure he pushes the wave in, crashes the wave, and gets the reset. And they leave like 1 minion too early. So Daystar finds the angle, but the hook.
Great hook into tight range as well. Rooted as well. Outplayed. Well done. And Raze picks up his second kill. And Wynot rocks up like, but we're ganking you.
Once again, BenV getting a bit too confident, and that's going to be another kill in the hand of Raze, who realistically is up CS. He's up a kill now, and this is going to open up an avenue for Chiefs to get this dragon as well. So, you know, Alidoric mentioned it in this interview. If they want to play a comp like this before, they are going to get ran over, and it's certainly looking like that's what's happening so far in this early game.
And we spoke about it in Champ Select. I asked the question, is this a Braum angle for BenV? We know that he likes the Heimerdinger instead, but we also said he could go 0-10. And this is, unfortunately for the side of Bliss, maybe one of those situations where he's gone a little bit too hard in the paint, trying to be aggressive with baits, and just gets punished so easily by a Thresh to Philios combo. A really dangerous duo, to say the least.
It really is. Certainly on a champion like Heimerdinger, no cleanse available. You get hit by a single, even an auto attack from the Gravitum gun of a Phalios, it can signal your death. So, you know, potentially some of the first game jitters. I definitely know BenV as a player is a very confidence-based player. So perhaps settling into what is a high-stakes series.
Well, if he wants to try and find some confidence, what better than acting as a jungler? He's going to roam mid lane right now as the seismic shove comes across, and on a minefield, going to take a little bit of damage, and BenV's going to reveal himself, but the wave's already crashed, so that is really neither here nor there. Free reset then for the bot lane of the Chiefs as we check in with the Dare fan vote. And fairly close comparison. 58% of you believing that Chiefs have what it takes to try and take this series.
Used to seeing Bliss be ahead of them, to be honest. Used to seeing a lot of the Bliss fans come out of the woodworks, and it's suddenly 80% Bliss out of nowhere, but not this time.
And I just wanted to mention why I love the Taliyah pick so much. It just neutralizes so much of what Team Bliss want to do around this mid lane early game in terms of its wave clear, in terms of just the E being available to really nullify any time Daystar wants to engage. I think a really smart pickup from Kisei here. As we can see, the gold lead already 1.5k in the favor of Chiefs, when realistically, you're expecting Bliss to be ahead just based off their early game comp.
Ooh, grenade goes out, and Death Sentence tried to be the response. Does once again all stem from these AD carries, looking to try and get aggressive, asking for their support. Let's make something happen. Ult for ult traded, Lantern to get out of harm's way. That Featherstorm, that's not going to do much.
They're really nicely done by the Chiefs bot lane. Of course, they've got red weapons to sustain themselves up. Look at the top side of the map. Fighting for the Rift Herald has begun. 4k health left on it. Down to 3 now.
Then comes the steam train that is to be lived, but that's going to force a flash from Kisei back inside the river. The Herald's still being fought upon. But it's going to be a smite from Wynot that's going to be there for the taking. Can he get the eye? It's looking like he can. Will he die for it, though, is the question, as Babip has made sure that his mid laner is removed, and Wynot actually wins the 1v1 against Bio. So now Babip, Kisei, as well as Aladoric on a massive roam are here to say, hey, that's not on.
Even though it ends up being a kill trade in favor of the Chiefs, the Herald going over to Bliss, in terms of gold, you'd actually have to argue is worth, right? You get the 300 gold from the Herald, as well as the plates that is eventually going to yield. Bliss caught in a bit of an unfortunate position there, right? You see the Sign ult coming out originally. That doesn't land because Kisei flashes it. And then Wynot stuck in the pit trying to deal with the Herald that's really low HP. That just creates a really awkward situation where you're trying to balance taking the objective with the fight. Ultimately ends up in Chiefs getting the better of them.
Yeah, and the big thing as well, right? Sedge ult misses, Daystar gets the ability to ult his way out to safety, but they're going to have to chase him down, and they will. But they chase so far that the fight in the pit becomes a 1v1. And this is Biopanther in all-out mode, so it has no resistances. And Wynot does have the ult there, so is able to just barely, I will say, get those cooldowns cycled and through to make it a trade. Or this could have been an absolute shutout of a team fight with only the Herald going the way of Team Bliss. At least they get something else. But that was a Thresh gap as well.
Here's another moment to try and strike. Look at that. Shove back once, shove back twice. The Flay does its job. 3 members collapse upon mid lane. They've got a massive wave now to shove in.
Beautiful Weaver's Wall, right? We know we just came off a fight, Daystar having no ult, no flash, no hope of getting out past that. And looking like Aladoric is certainly returning to form in terms of his movements around the map, showing up to players when they need him. Basically 100% KP, well, I can't do the exact maths, but a bit under 100% KP.
Just say 5-6. You'll
5,
be okay.
6.
You'll be okay. Use a fraction.
Never
We
do
don't need
math
the
on
exact numbers. Never do math live on air.
No. Ooh, once again, tantalizingly close, but it is the Chiefs finding themselves in that 2k lead at the moment. Obviously, a lot of that can be stabilized by a well-placed Herald. Question does become, though, where does Wynot choose to position it? He's had his work cut out for him if he does pop his head into the mid lane to try and force that 2v2. Would he dare entertain another look into bot lane? We saw how that worked out last time.
Oh, another hook. Man, that was actually getting dangerously close. They're flirting with death down in this bottom lane. Wynot looking mid?
Looking for it again. The charm doesn't land, but a Cyclone Will goes golden at the very last moment. Babip, please save me. It goes wide again. The ultimate. What is it hitting? Can he get the kill? He can certainly get one, but maybe 2 is a little bit more.
And these teams are just showing that they are so evenly matched, right? We see the optimistic play on towards Kisei there. It does go down. The stopwatch potentially catches them a bit off guard in terms of how much time it will take to kill him. But Babip there to answer.
And I can't help but wonder if they lost track of where Wynot was, perhaps, was the major point there. Finds his way into the middle lane. Wave does get crashed and is basically left by Babip, who changes his mind and does come back towards the middle lane. Mid lane dying, really big for Bliss. Ray's now another member that has a shutdown bounty on him, but at this stage has a Thresh and both summoner spells there. So very difficult to actually capitalize on that one and cash that one in. But as a result of that mid-skirmish as well, Babip now finds himself a little bit of a bounty on him. So these forthcoming objective fights, if Bliss can actually set themselves up for it, they might be able to find some handy and necessary money in their pockets, because that is a very scary Aphelios very soon when that mythic is done.
The weird thing for me, though, Max, is the fact that Aladoric's been roaming so heavily, but he's still a full level up over Benvi.
Just being involved in so many kills and being around to, you know, help push waves in, as the classic junglers would say, helping you get a little bit extra XP here. But as we see, Wynot?
Yeah, goes for the instant flash away, terrified of potential Cyclone, but we can see that's on cooldown, so it is going to at least force out the Herald. Bot lane revisit does prove to be successful. Second Dragon now being looked at.
Both top laners here, Skimmy.
He's going to be leashed, but is going to be reset in the same motion. So first of all, answering to that Herald, which will cash in some turret plates, which Bliss need to try and stabilize that 2k deficit.
Weaver's
In jumps Babip, looking for something right now. Weaver's Wall is there, but he's charmed, he's stunned, he's dead. And Kisei gets 2 mans, and our fight breaks out in the tri-bush, and Raze has no flash, he has no disengage. But Lemus is unable to rip back the feathers. There's the lantern, clutches
And the
ever.
hook.
And in comes the hook. There is the flay. But how do you do damage to the Aphelios with a red-white setup? You need to be close, but you want to be so far away.
And I mean, honestly, what separates Bliss and Chiefs in that fight is just Kisei losing track of the mid laner and the top laner of Bliss. If he pays attention to where they are, he maybe doesn't die, and it's a different story completely if he gets into the fold of that skirmish. But Bliss very nicely find their mark It's still something that goes the way of the Chiefs mechanically. Alidoric playing out of his mind in this first game, and they still can't take down the Aphelios. But just watch Kisei, because he doesn't see Lived walk in. He knows that they're mid. He showed in mid lane in the first place. This cancels the wall, gets locked down, and suddenly it becomes an uneven map when this fight breaks out. However, the time it takes for them to get there, just a little bit long. Yeah,
and why not potentially going a bit too far forwards there with that extra ultimate. Like you said, Daystar not there to capitalize straight away. But I will mention, nice of Liv to stay off vision for that long, allowing that play to happen in the first place. So Chiefs perhaps getting a bit baited by Benvi once again as we see another skirmish potentially.
Yeah, it's looking like it could be just that.
Oh,
why not? Clone is, well, what is that doing? He's going to be stunned, passive, locked in place, but same could now be said for Bava, who's forced to flash away. Flick him right back, and Kisei finds revenge where he died only moments prior.
Who's baiting who? I don't know if the W was intentionally missed. I think he was meant to go over the wall, but had a turret that was placed that blocked a hook, and then suddenly, for a second there, you're like, wait, Sejuani's caught. But the Wukong goes in and gets hooked and dies.
I don't think even they know who's baiting who at this stage. But it will end up in Why Not going down once again. Playing against a Talia and a Aphelios as a Wukong.
Yes, Alidoric.
The classic tech.
It's my favorite Thresh tech. Just chuck a lance in and say, I'm coming to get you.
He did miss the cannon though.
Oh,
The
no,
observers
he's
aren't
missing
happy about that one.
Oh, we're trying to compliment him, observers.
Oh, max range on the charm. That's going to force a flash out there from Benvi with the ult rockets. He wanted to try and one-shot him right there and then. Here we go in now looking for the kill. And it's looking like a done deal. Look at that. Picture perfect in the bot lane for Chiefs.
And if you look at the ultimate timer for Lemus, it is up basically now. Right, so they had about a 5-second window to be able to make that play. Alidoric playing it absolutely perfectly, waiting for that route to come out so the hook is guaranteed. And he has just been playing out of his mind this game.
There's a support possessed right now. Chiefs are playing like a team possessed specifically through their bot lane. Makes it very easy for the rest of the map to play accordingly if your bot lane's just going to go this crazy. You heard it from Alidoric in the interview. We're not the one that needs jungle assistance. We're perfectly fine. We can get those 2v kills. Ziggs any lanes, it doesn't matter. But how about a standard Thresh Aphelios, and look how clean they are.
Absolutely, and the first turret to boot as well. So certainly subverting the narrative in terms of what you would expect from these lanes in the early game.
Ooh, but look at that lead he has over Lemus now. Close to 2,000. That really is where the entire lead between these teams stems from now.
Yeah, the funny thing as well, right, is you look at the Ahri build, and it is the Everfrost, you know, more assist style Ahri. It's not going for like the heavy DPS Ludens. You have a Heimerdinger on your team, so you're comfortable having shared damage everywhere. But look at the gold. This Heimerdinger is just scraping by. Has the Rylai's now, but that's all of his money, right? So it is going to be a bit of a struggle to find that magic damage.
Oh, across the wall, instant cleanse. Lemus now with literally no summoners to his name. Having burnt flash in the bot lane and having now been caught on mid wave too.
Alidoric practicing his aim there on the Heimerdinger turret.
On the driving range.
But I'm loving the aggression, especially from Babip, you know, willingness to just pull that trigger, trade his ultimate for that cleanse summoner spell. As Team Bliss desperately, they know they have to get something done, and they are going to pop the Herald here towards this mid lane. The turret will go down. The question is, will there be a fight afterwards?
That is the question. Hooks on once again, not the one they want to try and take though. They are at a numbers deficit. Bio on the flank, hovering just in case something were to happen, but I think Team Bliss are quite content with just finding that mid outer.
And just kind of resetting the mid lane state, right? Rift Herald was really nicely done by Bliss. They had the numbers there, so they're able to play accordingly. Topside not going to mean anything just yet. The game is revolving around this middle lane now that both bot laners have moved here permanently. Their new homes are here. And it's Chiefs' turn to now play the numbers game.
As we're saying, hey, we have a Herald too, but ours just looks like 4 members in the mid lane. Out goes the Moonlight Vigil as Raze tries to really make sure that we will have that numbers advantage, but Bliss are back here to back it up, and they will not get a chance to take down the mid arrow as well.
Basically a mirror image of the play we saw before, right? The side lanes are shoved, they use their priority, walk in towards that mid lane, get the turret. Chiefs do the exact same thing, right? Because in response, their side lanes are getting pushed as Liv is going all out.
Well, we are going all out mode so far as Bio starts things off. They know that Kisei is here, and that's going to force a flash away from Liv. He's already burnt the ultimate. The Glacial Prism goes wide. It doesn't matter. He's been sent to the afterlife. Now here's Daystar with a TP. Lived in zombie mode doing just that, and he'll take one down with him. So Babip is gone. Kisei is stuck in the alcove. And where does he run to now? Can he take another? It it's looking like a bit of a foregone conclusion here. It's going to be easier said than done.
Never wants to back down from a fight, Bliss. They see the pick going out onto Liv. They know he's going to go down, but they don't care. They're running up top lane anyway. They're using that TP. And ultimately what starts out as you think a good pick ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Bliss because Liv just takes so long to die that they have so much time to get up here and make the response.
And the thing as well is Bliss have done this poorly in the past. They've tried to help their top laner who's overextended. They've been too late and the play wasn't there in time. But this time around, once the teleport comes through, Sion first of all has an undead form. Everfrost hits all of them and allows the Sion to put down some serious damage, which basically removes Babip off the map with that Cyclone. And then Daystar just has resets on resets, and there is no escape. The reinforcements were here fast enough this time, and the kills come back positively.
And crucially, no Aphelios, right? That massive gold lead that he has over Lemus doesn't matter if they're not in the same fight together, right? So certainly finding these fights away as the Team Bliss bot lane is so low under their turret.
Yeah, Raze with the blue weapon tries to snipe Benvi from afar. Is that going to force him back to base? He's considering what is this best option would be. And ultimately, it will be the outer falling on Dan. And a complete difference as to how they want to approach those objectives, right? Chiefs, single mind, get all these dragons as quickly as we can. For Bliss, though, it's all been about heralds and structures.
Yeah, but even in the gold lead, right, you look at that and still 2k in the favor of Chiefs, right? So they're very happy sitting with those 3 dragons on the soul point, potentially looking towards a 25-minute soul. It is going to be the Cloud. I know a lot of people, that's not their favorite soul in the world, but it's the soul nonetheless. And it's going to be on Team Bliss now to really see what they can do to stop that bleeding and secure themselves a successful fight when that timer does come.
Liv recalling on a ward right now. They might try and collapse on him. They saw Daystar there as he contested the scuttle, but the flick connects. Lived in big trouble.
Yeah, he has no flash this time. He has an ultimate, but how does he ult? He needs to try and get at collision range. Not gonna happen. The box goes down, the hook connects, and sent to the afterlife one more time. Bev's still keen for more though. Bio's attending mid-wave, and Benvi is the one to receive that ult. As Daystar across the wall has a flash as an ult and is wondering, if you keep pressing forwards, I am hunting down that Eladora, or rather that Raze, I should say.
And as we get later into this game, the threat of Baron becomes so much more prevalent for both teams, right? You look at something like an Aphelios with the right guns alongside a Talia, absolutely shreds Baron. You could say the same for Bliss, having that Heimerdinger, having that Xayah able to rip through that Baron. So that pick onto Liv, whilst it doesn't mean a Baron now, if you make that same mistake 2 minutes in the future, 3 minutes in the future, it could be game altering.
A little bit of a rookie error there from Liv as well, recalling in a place that does feel unsafe. If you think about where he was standing, he just watched a Sejuani above him in the river contesting for Scuttle Crab. You can't assume that there's no vision in that area, and he walked past his own wards to recall there. So just a little bit of a lapse in judgment, perhaps, from Liv. He gets punished very nicely by the Chiefs, and you did see Babip just chuck out the Hail Mary. Best case scenario, Benvi freaks out, thinks the reinforcements are a little bit too closer and flashes, but either way, a bit of damage into the Heimerdinger's head. I don't think they'll be upset if you're the Chiefs.
Vision taken, but then Vision taken one more time as well, as Wynot is completely forced to go out of his jungle and give free reign for Chiefs to then roam from mid to top and look at their 3rd turret of the game. Give them ample opportunity to complete this quadrant of the map.
4v5 if they choose to take any kind of fight here. Teleport required. Biopanther doesn't have it. Wynot is just being zoned away, it feels like, with that ultimate, but Daystar finds the Sedge.
Look at the mobility though, isn't it? So annoying. Lantern into Blast going across the wall.
Lived on a wide flank here as well. If they want to collapse in mid lane, they could certainly find it. Raze is the one who's caught.
Raze is the focus. He needs a Lantern. He's going to find that Lantern. The fight continues as Babip is there to zone. Bio's going to be here for the fight late, but Wynot is dead. Moonlight Vigil misses, and the cleanse is held. That charm from Ari just was not enough. All-out mode onto Daystar. Double kill for Kizay. And Raze says, I was the pick target, but I will pick you. They're going to find another, and now Baron is definitely on the menu.
Baron certainly is going to be taken by the Chiefs here. Bliss tried to find the engagement to Raze, but he just has so many options. Doesn't even have to burn his flash to get out of there, and they turn the fight around. They kill off Lived, they kill off Wynot. And we talked about how Bliss are going to get back into this game. It's certainly a lot harder now.
They just got gapped by Thresh Lantern. Like, the reality is, you're watching it happen on the minimap. That's such a good flank idea. They have lived in the perfect position. If there's no Thresh Lantern here, you watch where this Sion ult goes, Raze is caught. He's knocked up by the Cyclone. He's in a terrible position, but he's saved, right? Doesn't need to flash like you mentioned. And suddenly the reinforcements are there, and a wall just cuts them off completely.
Yeah, Ari is able to get over, but then you're looking at the bot lane in Team Bliss and you're thinking, hey, we can't do anything, right? We can't actually influence this play whatsoever. And like we mentioned, look at the guns as well. Red, white, you're running into that, just so much DPS, able to cut through and make even Lived look like a squishy champion.
And this is the reason why Thresh is such an important pick with the Aphelios, because we have seen countless games this week of an Aphelios being 0-5 instead of 5-1. And what is the difference is every time they've tried to dive on Raze, Alidoric has saved him by placing the Lantern down. That is how he stays alive and stays as a solid win condition for the squad. A significant difference played, and Chief showing exactly why it's a powerful duo.
And obviously a massive credit to the positioning of Alidoric to allow that Lantern to find its due merit, right? And the supreme display of confidence from Raze to say, I don't need that flash to that cleanse. A Gale Force is literally enough with the weapon setup I have to fight on back. We wrestle for mid lane control one more time, and for good reason too. 20 seconds, and that cloud point is up for grabs. And so far, it does seem like Lived is the focus, but the root goes back. Babbitt falls to flash. Out goes the Moonlight Vigil. Down goes the fight. There's the flick. And Wynot's in trouble. Sejuani locks in place Daystar. The fight is breaking out on two separate fronts. But Wynot finds the first kill, removes Babbitt. So, no smite here for Chiefs to try and get the soul. Daystar completely low. Might die to the blue buff of all things as he spirit rushes away.
Lack of smite is important, but I don't think Chiefs care. They have the health bars, especially on Raze. As we see, they're not done.
No, Kislei's trying to 1v3 right now. You're not allowed to recall back to base. In goes Raze, wants it done, and will get it done with a well-placed Graviton.
Raze is one-hitting everybody. There was a single auto attack onto Lemus at the very start of that fight as well. Crit inflect 600 HP and removed the Xayah from the fight completely. Just did the same thing. You saw how much DPS he is putting out in these skirmishes. Even if Babbitt goes down, you will see it a single Q connects off an ultimate from Raze, and Lemas doesn't get to exist, while the rest of Bliss is just fighting for their lives, trying to stay in this. I mean, watch this, first of all. Imagine playing League of Legends against Aphelios and all he does is press R. Rest of the fight, scrappy, but you got to do what you can if you're Bliss.
And the positioning of Bliss as well, running down this corridor, forces them to take a fight they don't really want to, right? You ideally want Heimerdinger to be able to play into his turrets, but doesn't have the time to set it up in that situation. And then you see Lemus, like you said, caught off. And the 80 carry disparity, even looking at the items here right now, a full item up, has a stopwatch to boot. And Raze certainly showing that, hey, Lemus, you've been looking good, but I am one of the best 80 carries in this region for a reason.
It certainly is. As Chiefs continue to get aggressive, they're feeling confident today. It starts with a Sejuani, it then goes to Alidoric with a flick and a flay. And ultimately, it goes into the seismic shove right after. And it takes a while, but eventually the sign will fall on down 1v4. And the Chiefs with a Baron buff continue to march on forward and take everything.
There's a world where Wynot uses his clone to tank the hook isn't there. I don't think he'd use the W at that stage, but look, the combo is really nice from the Chiefs. They'll find their pick. This turret's inevitably going to fall as well, and a wall comes out.
Reaver's wall, what else can they find right now as the clone is the focus, but not the perfect angle to force out anything. Flashes were there if needed.
And with Sion being dead, Team Bliss realistically have no one who can actually walk up and create space for the carries at this stage, right? Maybe a Wukong clone, like you mentioned, is the only really thing that can block any of these CC spells coming out. But Lemus
looking for a Gale Force, is going to deny the pivot recall, which would have been lethal. Able to find it though, is Daystar also having his own battle into Babip, and Bio's just been a menace of his own right in mid lane too.
Yeah, lots of threatening and lots of posturing. Daystar very much out of position. Look at BioPanther.
Flash from Wynot though, and Raze this time has no flash. He's got a cleanse. He's got a Lantern. Why wouldn't he? Alidoric has always been there to back him up. All out comes across, and Daystar has been repositioned against his will. Benvi is next on the cards. He's made light work by Babip, and Lemus now has to try and fight his way out of this hole. He's doing whatever he can, but the flash is not enough. And now they're looking for that ace, and they may just find it, but the shutdown by Lived.
I mean, Raze for a fantastic fight for the Chiefs still. They'll be able to push middle lane. Yes, they will lose their AD carry. Compliments of an undead Sion, but 5 members gone from Bliss. And minions to work with in mid lane. Looks like they're going to go for the 2 inhibitors, I would say, before they go back to base. But massive victory for the Chiefs.
And in their previous series, what gave Bliss such an edge was their cohesive team fighting. They were always on the same page. Whereas it feels like this game, the Chiefs are doing such a good job of splitting them up, right? The divers, as we see this again, Daystar completely off to the side. Look at how deep Wynot goes onto Raze, who has the stopwatch in his inventory. So even if he gets him lower, isn't really going to result in a kill. And this split fight means that Lemus is really no entrance into this fight. and Lived can just get picked off.
And Biopanther gets the team fight of his life, finds the easiest flank ever because Bliss tried to engage as he just walks up to reinforce the team. Curious how Raze actually dies to Lived. I don't know if he has enough mana perhaps, or no, he actually does just go into stasis instead of running. Hey, it happens. Maybe he was low on cooldowns and just wanted to buy some time, yeah.
Yep.
Stopwatch was not perfectly timed, unfortunately.
It is unfortunate. Gave across a shutdown, but I guess of all people to give it across to, maybe you are a little bit grateful that goes the way of the Scion.
Definitely happy with that outcome. Not really worried too much about Scion. They've shown before that, you know, even though he is slightly beefy, against this Aphelios, who's now working towards his 4th completed item in this Talia, who's already completed her 4th, isn't really going to have much in the tank as Chiefs.
Posturing, hunting, maybe looking to try and put a bow in it, and once again it's just a Scion that cops a barrage of CC. The Moonlight Vigil once again with the blue weapon does an absurd amount of cleave, and then he goes with the Gale Force. He wants to get it done, but pays the price by dying to the Scion of all people again. That's back-to-back shutdowns, but the team of Chiefs across the board are just a little bit too strong. They have a 10k gold lead, they have a soul point, they've got a Heimerdinger in Narnia, and an Arya mid lane that is fighting for his life. But there is the ace.
Raze is seeing montages in his head. He's seeing these angles that no one else is recognizing because he wants the pentakill. That's basically what he's looking for. But full faith in the rest of his team because they're all so fed right now that the damage was done and the damage is lethal for Bliss in game 1.
20 seconds here on the respawn time has lived up actually in 5. Chiefs still looking like they want to go for the end. The DPS isn't the highest. Going to end up backing off, not going to risk it. They know that they have this Baron they can turn towards to. Elder up in a minute. You really don't want to take any risks. As we see this fight once again, the engage going out from Babip onto Lived, and we see this time and time again in this game. Lived dies and no one's hitting while he's dying, right? We see Limus only able to start really doing damage after Lived is already dead. So, you know, Raze does go down eventually. But after that, the HP bars are so low already, it doesn't really matter.
And if the condition for Limus dealing damage is Raze needs to Gale Force into melee range, then he's never going to deal damage in this game if Chiefs play slow. They don't even need to play slow with how far ahead they are. They're just playing crazy, and they can get away with Psychotic League of Legends with no issues at all. Baron ready to go. Drake, like you mentioned as well, max up in 20 seconds. They can go coast to coast and tutorial end on Bliss in game 1. Unless... There's no unless. Limus showed.
Ooh, a face check from Limus there was very dangerous. Out goes the ult from Babbitt once again. One-man ultimate from Raze with the green and white, so he has so much range, even harder now for Limus to try and find his mark. But a barrage of CC goes into Bio, not the target you want. He just hits the stone plate and is immune to damage. Godlike is Kiste, now 11 kills to his name. He said, you can kill my AD carry, but have you forgotten about how good I've been all split long?
Look at Raze.
And maybe we just ignore the Elder. We tried to siege to end last time. We have me available now. We have the damage.
Aladoric, a bit of a freak-out flash, but just wants to make sure that he stays healthy. And Chiefs, they are just going to go straight down mid lane. One turret left standing. Super minions with a Baron buff as well. They can threaten the end. Look at Benvi.
Yeah, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. He's going to get completely zoned out by the Weaver's Wall, if nothing more. Biopanther can't even join the team right now. Bit of friendly fire, but it won't matter because Chiefs have outlined a bit of a statement in game number 1. You beat us 2-0 last time, but now this is best of 5 territory. And we want to start this one off with a bang. 32 kills to 11 in a 32-minute game.
A completely different side of the story compared to what we saw in their last series. Chiefs looking absolutely dominant from the early game. Those plays with the bot lane, just completely dominating Bliss in every single aspect of the game. And Mac, it's not looking good for our prediction. Well, definitely not looking good for your predictions.
Yeah, look, definitely not looking good for particular talents' predictions, mine included. I think I was the only one that went 3-0 from this. So rest in peace predictions, but that's the risk you take to get right, isn't it? Isn't it? Crazy game, but.
Yes.
So my big takeaway from that one was after a certain point, probably like the 15-minute mark, there was points where Bliss were putting so many of their resources in rotating to make up for mispositioning, like when they were going, and then they ended up, sometimes it would work. Sometimes they'd come out with a 2-for-1 trade when someone was way too overextended. But there was a point where every time Chiefs was doing something, they were also doing something somewhere else on the Rift, whereas Bliss were putting all their resources in just trying to make sure what they did wrong gets righted. and they weren't taking positions of the map, right? They weren't going and taking those turrets. They weren't split pushing. They weren't doing anything. They were just very much team fight oriented. And then it felt like today, they just were never given those ins or those opportunities. And it goes back to that point that you were saying, Rusty, is almost every time anyone got caught out or almost got caught out, there was that Len that came in to save the day, and Chiefs were positioned and tanky enough to just turn around.
Yeah, Len was really clutch for them in game number 1. And like you kind of mentioned, Mac, the big thing that Bliss were trying to do was stem the bleeding by going for gold-based objectives, but they also sacrifice the Drake and do essentially lose the soul for that also. And I did really feel like a lot of this came from and stemmed from just the success of the bottom lane of the Chiefs. Like the 2v2 win affects the mid lane skirmishes because Aladoric is there and unleashed on the map. And I think that's just a really big focal point that Bliss will have to consider for the rest of this series now.
And I absolutely agree. That really throws off the whole way you want to play the game, right? Because suddenly you're not in a position where you can just siege mid lane with this Heimerdinger, with this Xayah, and actually progress the map. So that puts a lot of pressure on Bliss to try to find these fights to kill Raze. And we all saw how that ended up going. A lot of that, you know, credited to Aladoric on his Thresh, having an absolute blinder of a game. One of his best games all split, in my opinion. So it really is going to be on Bliss to figure out, you know, hey, was this just an anomaly? Are we happy to continue playing these games, these comps that require our bot lane to get ahead? Or do we want to opt to change it up?
Look, you can see in that gold graph as well, every time there's just that tiny spike that goes Bliss's favor, it just ends up coming back slightly towards Chiefs each time. So it was like, yeah, they might overextend for a pick, maybe overstay, but then someone else will come in and answer as well. So interesting. Now let's have a look at the items. Anything crazy going through here other than, of course, you know, you're expecting the BTs coming through from those ADCs, shields everywhere, everyone's just got so much health. But even though Limas got his BT online, it still didn't stop Raze from just chunking his bar.
Now it's just very difficult for him to, you know, really take those fights. I mean, there's ample opportunity for them to have those 1v1s, but Raze was flirting with danger, always just out of range, either with a flash or a Gale forced to circumvent the Feather Recall and make it so that your DPS output is minuscule compared to mine. And I think, once again, it was just a massive bot lane difference, and it was a big absence of Liv then being able to do his classic reset to sync up with the waves to ult down bottom and sort of try and find fights that were so successful in their week 2 victory.
Look, another quick point as well. I was on the Twitter sphere as well while I was watching the game in the green room. And the Bliss and the Chiefs staff are all in the same vicinity, so I'm sure they're having a damn good little viewing party up there in Brizzy at the moment. So shout outs to the viewing party going down from both these teams. There must be some words going down. That'll be fun. And look, this game though, what could we expect to change going into game 2? Because draft-wise, I liked what Bliss brought in. I liked what Chiefs brought in as well. I feel like it both reflected their comps well. But do you think we're going to see like a Thresh ban come through? Do you think Benvi needs to jump onto a different support going into the next game?
I'm going to be honest. I think Bliss will run the exact same style of draft back. I think they're just going to go in their review and say, hey, Benvi just griefed the game early. And I think he will be the player who says, you know, hey, I made a lot of mistakes early that made the game really hard. This is certainly a style of comp that we've seen them find success on before, right? Yeah. So I don't think they're going to completely write it off and be like, no, we need to change something. You know, maybe if they do it next game and then the same result happens, then you start looking at it. But I think for now, they should stick to what they've found success with in the past and put it down to execution.
Okay, well, execution is something that we don't do to our fans. We lift them up and celebrate them. And that's why From the Fans is the best segment ever. What?
Nothing. I'm just saying, I hope we don't.
That's the base expectation for that.
We don't kill you.
We don't execute.
It's the minimum we provide.
The bare minimum. We're not killing you. We're loving you. Now let's have a look at some of the submissions From the Fans here. Today, Jimmy O's Fang got to be at Why Not Be Friends. Of course, that's 100% true.
That was a GIF, I'm pretty sure.
That would have been a GIF, yeah.
I have confirmation it definitely was a GIF, but this is what we got, huh?
Like
just
me taking a Polaroid.
Yeah.
All right, beautiful. Of course, the question was, which player is your Split 1 MVP? So thank you, Jimmy, for that one. We've got Nadette with Bio. That's a great looking noggin, isn't it?
The Biopanther sticker.
It's also very biased. Nadette plays volleyball with him.
Oh, really?
So I'm calling bias.
Bias.
Is a valid MVP candidate, to be perfectly fair.
He's always a valid MVP candidate.
Yeah.
He always performs at the same level, regardless. And that is a very high level.
Now we've got one more to have a quick look at as well. Thank you, Nadette, for your submission. We have Poltron. If you don't know, you don't know. But if you were here 2 days ago, you do know.
That was an MVP.
Can we tell them? Or are we sticking with it? If
Do
you
we
know,
have
you
the
know?
clip with the Benny Hill music again? We could just roll the clip.
We just put it in the break.
Yeah, just put it on in the
Whatever,
break,
yeah.
surely.
Dust off the archives.
I've got confirmation.
was
We
2
don't
days
have
ago.
it at the ready. Anyway,
Ancient scrolls.
Voltron went on an epic adventure that involved a couple of hex gates.
Play
Two
the
hex
split.
gates
Play the split.
used multiple times.
Play of the year.
Duke King, the absolute Duke King. And look, that means we got a second game to get to, but to get to the second game, we got to go to a break. Ladies and gents, game 2 of this best of 5 series is coming up just after the break.
Mid lane, they could certainly find it. Raze is the one who's caught.
Why
Raze
not?
is
Is the focus. He needs a lantern. He's going to find that lantern. The fight continues as Babbitt is there to zone. Bio's going to be here for the fight late, but why not? He's dead. Moonlight Vigil missed this, and the cleanses held. That charm from Ari just was not enough. All out mode onto Daystar. Double kill for Kizday. And Ray says, I was the pick target, but I will pick you. They're going to find another.
welcome back to the LCO where we go yo. Ho ho ho.
Yo.
Yo. Yo.
Enough.
The
You don't
Steve's
want to
like,
keep going? I could.
No, I just don't know why you said ho ho ho. It's March.
We're getting there. It's like, you don't have,
we're
you don't have,
getting there, he says. Bro, we got 9 months.
you don't have
We're all
half
gonna make it,
Christmas?
King.
You don't have half Christmas?
No, I've
No? You've never just decided to have
I
Christmas
feel like
in
Australia
July?
should have Christmas in winter, to be fair.
Like a
the amount of
fake one,
songs
yeah?
that
It'd
are
be
winter-based.
Yeah,
But
I'm sure.
guess
Well,
not.
Look, during that break, not only did we lose Skimmy for a little bit, during that time, we did some arts and crafts.
Yep.
I crafted this piece of goodness. It's called a Dare Double Espresso, and I'm going to try this out while Max shows you what he's been working on in the
Hi, guys.
in the kitchen.
So I made a drawing as to why Bliss are going to come back and win the series, all right? So as we can see here, the key to Bliss's success is Why Not and Daystar, right? When these two are loving... Okay, maybe that's not the best way of putting it. When these two
Why Not and
are
Daystar
playing well
love each
together...
other.
Yes. hey, let me cook. When they're playing well together, everything's going well. Benvi, you know, we saw how that went for him, so I've pictured him taking a little nap in the respawn chamber. This is Lemus, sad because he got ganked at level 2 and level 3 every game. And Liv's not here because that's just top lane life. So this is why I think Bliss will win, because Why Not and Daystar have the power of friendship.
Checks out.
Friendship.
Thanks.
Wow, that was some really in-depth, wholesome artistry
Yeah.
you did during that break. Skimmy, what did you do during the break?
I
Ran away.
Look,
Played
Big
hide
job.
and seek?
was a big job. Completed the job. Hard
You
hat
get
was on.
those on the jobs, mate.
Hard hat was on. Safety first, and we've made it back here. Tip and toe.
Okay, well, you checked out the OHS. What's the OHS on this draft? You know, is it all right?
Look, I'm happy. I think ultimately it feels a little bit rough to go for a 5th pick Sion. Maybe if you're going to see the Cassante, you're going to play something to try and actually beat that matchup. But I guess they've tried to play holistically for the comp as a whole
Like
and say,
Cho'Gath.
right?
You know what beats Cassante?
Give us something.
Cho'Gath.
And Liv plays Cho'Gath. So like, surely if the game plan was to stay in lane, you play something a little bit different. Because I see the Sion, I'm expecting him just to go up and start roaming.
Okay, Max, as a resident top laner, maybe jungler, maybe wherever else you're bloody playing on the Rift at the moment, would you play Cho'Gath?
I love the Cho'Gath into Cassante matchup, right? Because as Rusty said, he basically one-shots himself and then you eat him. And that's just the way the matchup goes.
And you also have your ultimate, which even though it's not as good as a smite, if
Yeah.
you can use it with a smite, with the new smite, you can do bloody 2,200 damage with a well-coordinated smite chomp.
And it's really good as well in terms of just nullifying engage or punishing bad engage options, right? We saw a couple times in that game where Babip would go forwards onto Lived, get chunked down by Lemus. If you do have a feast over the top of that, you know, potentially that is a kill onto one of the diving members and the fight turns around. So certainly a viable pick. I was shouting out the Jace. I would have loved to see, you know, we all know about Jace and O's as a bit of a meme, but certainly a pick into Cassante that has quite a good lane and as well offers a butt ton of damage.
Okay. Well, we did see Daystar playing it in one of those games in mid, so it could be flexed as a pick there as well. Either way, our side select, let's see Bliss is staying red side. So continuing to go for that counter pick. We had a quick look back at the draft just then. We did have Sedge pick B1 for Chiefs. And do you think that that's going to change? Because I feel like Babip just loves to get around the Sedge in the jungle. While you contemplate an answer to that question, Twitch points up there, put them in, press the button, it's just there. Thank you.
The tempo switch up.
You know, the issue with when Mac gets so loud is you don't know how to block it out because you can't cover your ears because it's in your ears.
It gets louder if you take them off.
The louder he gets, the more microphones he comes through as well. So it actually just like inside our ears is just crazy.
Get phased, huh?
I reckon it's actually ASMR.
That's the
I could
opposite
fall
of
asleep.
ASMR.
I could fall asleep to make. Fall asleep! It's 4 a.m. What are you doing?
Go to bed!
You're a degen! Lift, weight, protein.
Now that would be good. Mac in the gym. That would be good.
Form check. Form check.
That's true though. If Mac actually screamed at you to lift that weight, you're lifting that weight.
Yeah, bro.
If you're like, I'm done, that's my 12th, then I'm like, no.
13.
You go to the Burns, boy. Let's go. Anyway,
Someone's yelling at us
it
now.
is time to jump on into game at number dos because we got to crown a champ here. We got to book some tickets. I don't know who's winning, but let's see how Champ Select goes.
Jump select.
Shump select.
I like it, the voice. Well, I don't know whatever that was. Let's load into the game's second draft, or the second draft of the series, I should say, as Chiefs are up 1-0 with a very commanding performance We said it before, right? 32 kills in a 32-minute game. Identical at opener with no differences. And I think this usually is the case, right? I mean, you've been in this situation yourself. Max, best of 5, you usually run it back. Maybe it's an ego, maybe it's a confidence thing. You say, yeah, it is the key to adapt, but don't need to fix what perhaps wasn't broken.
Yeah, exactly. And like I've said before, I think Bliss is a very confident team. They know what works for them. Will be interesting to see if the Chiefs do go for a pick like this, because we know Kisei is very, very dangerous on the Akali, but no, it will be the Aphelios, like you said, Skimmy. It worked so well for them last game, and this Thresh, particularly for Eladoric, was just deadly.
This is where you have to adapt, right? If they go Thresh again, you go Heimerdinger. I feel like they're in your head.
They will.
I think they're in your head. If you go Heimerdinger here and you lose again, you're never getting a third game. You have to be very careful with the pick here, and I think this is the one place that you'd look at. Benvi, you mentioned it as well after the game, probably did say my bad, guys. Was dying to a lot of hooks connecting, and if you're playing the Heimerdinger, your job is to stop it from happening. But we're going to get that salty run back. Nothing changed just yet. And the Akali rent-free in Bliss's minds, perhaps,
And
was banned last game as well.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me, though, becomes the case of you banned away Heimerdinger both times in the last time you met when Bliss 2-0'd you. If you then beat the Heimerdinger 2 games in a row, you're saying, we don't even care about it, right? So then you feel...
And then we banned Veigar.
Right, you don't feel confident enough to actually play it, and then that's a free ban that Chiefs have acquired. So it's a crazy circumstance based on how this could all play out. You are imagining a Veigar ban, right? And it really is the salty run back.
Now, I will say I am
How have I been
hoping,
writing this?
Bliss
Copy, paste.
pick top lane on 4. Because I think that was the main issue I had with their previous draft, was that the Ahri seemed quite underwhelming to me.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a good answer. That is going to be the Talia ban, though. Right, so Veigar potentially open. Also, if you pick Ahri now, it's a slightly better matchup in the mid lane, unless they do opt for something like the Vex. So, going to be interesting to see what Bliss go towards here. I really hope it's the Sion.
Or Sion 2.0. I mean, you know, fills a similar role, is a bit more team fight oriented than it is, you know, being able to play for those big ults in side lanes at level 6, and less of an undying factor, more of a scaling team fight option for them. Lived also was fantastic on this Ornn pick, but it is a blind Ornn, and so we obviously get an extremely spicy matchup when Liv plays Biopanther. Watch out for that hard counter carry.
Red hot.
And switch that to Gwen now. And now.
Never saw that coming, that's for certain. What goes with it this time around, right? Is the Chiefs, is Kisei going to consider the Veigar for himself? Is always going to be a question. There's a lot of champions that it could be useful against on the enemy team. Ornn has a bit of a hard time looking for the E follow-up on his combos. Wukong as well gets stuck in the cage if he hits the R1 and you can just walk away, but I think this is the first and most logical choice with what is a pick composition for them so far.
And there we go. So much scaling coming out from the side of the Chiefs, right? Basically every single lane has a champion that is very happy to play the game up to, you know, basically infinite scaling, right? 2 infinite scaling champions plus an Aphelios Thresh. So extremely happy. The question for me is, what did Bliss really pick? Veigar is such a good neutralizing champion.
Wow.
And it's going to be the ASOL.
Wow, we've only seen Chaz play it so far and it looked impeccable. It was a massive factor in actually winning, specifically on red side as a 5th pick counter. So a chance there to see Daystar, who has got the biggest champion pool so far here in the second stage. Champion number 11, as he gets to showcase what his Aurelion Soul looks like.
Looks like a free lane as well, right? When you consider a Veigar, Aurelion Soul, both just going to be scaling freely alongside one another. And in terms of kill threat, which junglers exist, the Sejuani Veigar is not an iconic duo. They have a lot of crowd control, especially at level 6, that they can follow through with one another on. But I think the Aurelion Soul and the Veigar matchup, they're both just going to be happy little campers in mid lane, having a good time farming up. Most of the action, once again for me, revolves around that bottom lane. You can use mid lane as that Silk Road towards it, right? We see a lot of teams consider this. Pentanet were very good at it, right? Shernfire would force mid lane priority into side lane ganks. But I think both teams are just going to put all their emphasis down into that bot 2v2.
My question, which is a little bit comedic, is what happens when a Veigar puts down the Event Horizon, Aladoric then puts down the ultimate. You're locked inside the box of all boxes. It's a trap. It's like a straight jacket. You just can't escape. It's
Add a Jarvan Cataclysm on top, and it's just game over.
impenetrable. You lose.
Until Ornn presses E,
Oh, true.
and it's broken.
He shatters it all.
Can't break a Veigar cage though, just stuns himself when he dashes into that one. So,
Or the box, for that matter.
yeah, box breaks itself, I suppose.
The general overview, what do we think of this? The adaptations, are we swaying either way? Do we think Chiefs got a better second half of the pick and ban, or do you think the adaptation to especially locking the Aurelion Soul is the difference maker for a red side preference here, Max?
Look, it will be interesting to see Daystar in particular playing this Aurelion Soul. I think very much it does come down to, similarly last game, the execution around this bot lane, because like Rusty said, mid lane is just a very handshake scaling matchup. Sure, there will be windows for ganks when, you know, stuff like the level 6 comes through for the Sejuani, but for the most part, the leads that we're looking to get for the side of Bliss are through that bot lane. So looking at Benvi in particular to make sure he's not getting caught out, they're not having to use too many summoners early in the game, and hopefully get off on the better foot.
Yeah, that is absolutely the wild card of the game, is the Chiefs, the fact that they were able to just find so many consistent 2v2 kills and pressure down in that bottom lane, just set themselves up to succeed so incredibly well. Just working on getting the scoreboard and everything fixed for you guys. I'm sure it'll be done very soon. Game starts off, and once again at Heimerdinger lane, you're expecting aggression in bottom lane, turrets to be placed, no shot at Heimerdinger leashes, or they are insecure, and their jungler is the Giga Chad of the team and demands it. It's the only exception to that rule. So once again, jungler is going to hide themselves, but Liv, nice guy top laner, is going to make his presence known and probably not lose 80% of his HP this time walking top, because it's only a Sion.
Yeah, that's always a plus, starting the lane, actually able to play it. But I think what's interesting is Babib's pathing this game as opposed to last game. He is going to finish up potentially a 3-camp towards the bot side of the map, right? This is something in a best of 5 where variation in terms of jungle pathing can catch your enemy team off guard, right? Because even subconsciously, if you're not thinking about it, you just get a feel for these timings, right? The jungler's going to show bot at this time. As once again, that was a mirror image of what happened in game 1.
I was getting deja vu as well.
Really was.
You know what I was thinking about watching this as well is Heimerdinger's turrets against Thresh's Flay. So Thresh, by leveling E, gets extra damage on his next auto attack right after a period of time. You walk up to them and just place a turret down, it gets one hit between Raze and Aladoric auto attacking it, and then the Heimerdinger is just exposed without a second turret to back that one up. So certainly makes things a little bit more dangerous. The flip side of that as well is if Bliss can push, Thresh cannot help Raze last hit under turret because he takes the minion instead of setting it up to be taken. So pushing obviously very preferential to the Zarya Heimerdinger in this lane.
Certainly see it's starting off the very same way also in the mid lane, as a lot of aggressive trading between both of the Vega and the Aurelion Soul, both with very similar functionality, right? Want to stack up their passives as quickly as possible as he flashes inside that event horizon and forces Daystar to respond immediately as well. Otherwise, that could have been a very easy first blood.
But that's really nice. Definitely sets up for a future play, right? Whenever you're playing any immobile mage into Vega and you lose that flash, that's basically another 5 minutes where you just have to play so conservatively or you're going to die, right? Unless your jungler's there. So nice punish by Babip there, finding the window after clearing towards his top side. It has been interesting to me that he is so willing to clear towards top side, not wanting to opt into the 3v3s around this bot lane. As Hook, a pixel away from connecting onto Blimus there.
Great Lantern as well to prevent that grenade from hitting, which I don't think it ever was, but certainly they were prepared for it. Why not just trying to scout out where Babip could be?
Babip might even see him here before the recall's confirmed. He's not just in time. Scry's Orb going to be used, however, and find the ward that was just placed at the Krug, so by process of elimination. You know that the Wukong was nearby, so you have to assume that he's either in the tri-bush or he's in base, and the Chiefs will just play passively. Mid lane, once again, a little skirmish. You mentioned this, Max, but you have to keep your eyes firmly planted on the mini-map for where this Sejuani goes, because mid lane now at risk.
Certainly is, as Team Bliss's bot lane is now.
Oh, it's a dirty two-man play. But the death sentence missed. And what a response from Benvi. This is why he's locked in the Heimerdinger with confidence, and that's why he may have just got away. Babip nearly dies, but an unreal play from both supports.
If you are a Bliss fan, you are so happy right now. This is basically a repeat that we saw from them in the previous series, where Babip comes down, tries to get a gank, and Bliss just turn it right around. Like you said, Skimmy, the Heimerdinger Zarya combo is so potent. If you flash forwards and you mess up and engage, you are dead. There is no debating about that fact. So now, what started out, as we see this again, Lantern comes out, flash flay, but crucially, the death sentence misses. Limus dodging out on that with the flash, and look at the turrets from Benvi, just machine gunning down Aladoric. Babip having to flash 2 to get away.
I mean, Bliss live or die by their bottom lane. Bliss live or die by how this 2v2 goes, regardless of if a jungle is there. Hook going to go wide in mid lane as well. But when all's said and done, like you just mentioned, that's Bliss in their winning form is when their bot lane goes well. It makes the rest of the map so much easier to play and still puts a point of pressure for Alidoric to stay more in bottom lane than he would want to be.
Look how exciting this top lane matchup is.
That was crazy. Can't believe he stopped his base.
I was so excited for the Gwen matchup, but no, forced to play tank. And this is the life of a top laner right now. Event Horizon once again looking for it, but Daystar locked inside. That should make it easy enough to try and hit a death sentence, but he's managed to hit the stun and then use his Astral Flight to run away and not be punished.
He's just a bit clean with it, isn't he? No hooks are going to hit. Not in mid lane. Daystar, no flash, no worries. Just mechanics max.
The movement absolutely freaky there from Daystar as Dragon, Team Bliss didn't get a single one last game, now going to pick up this one. Definitely a nice start to the game, a nice change of pace from how the game started, game 1 started rather. Exerting their lead over this bot lane.
Still no plates though, right? Still no real, other than the kill going to the pockets of the Heimerdinger, still nothing to write home about just yet. The mid pressure is the most significant part, but even then, Daystar, you look at the CS, he's a wave up still, right? Like he has been farming up a Storm, and that's with, what, 3 ganks now towards mid lane. 1 forces the flash. The Thresh has been there twice as well, but he's still doing his part. Everything going well for both teams in reality, and we are just getting an even game.
Two games already played of this Fresh. This will be the 3rd. And after the last game, you can understand why you'd want to try and run it back and cause chaos and basically ask Team Bliss, you need to ban this. Especially if this were to go a 2-0 way. Daystar's going to come back to lane and not be too far away from having his flash pit available, so maybe the opportunity for it to be ganked is certainly passed. Bit of a frustrating interaction, it would seem, actually, with the Event Horizon going down. The wind-up, obviously, of that connecting whilst Daystar is hitting that Breath of Light. He's able to just wiggle his way in and not get stunned.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a little bit frustrating. Of course, having to stand still as an Aurelion Sol at all as well can make things difficult when things can lock you down. Sedge ults, Veigar ults, lots to consider in this one as well. So a pretty perfect game required from Daystar to get max DPS out. Jungler's also now hitting level 6 as we near the 8-minute mark, so the Rift Herald's going to be up as well. Expecting to see a lot of the action shift towards the top side of the map, but as per usual, you ask the question on where does the bot lane go during that? Are they going to rotate up? And so far, it's just Benvi.
Yeah, crucially, Alidoric is still towards that bot lane, and Benvi already putting in work on Zababev, chunking him down to half HP. And with this composition that Team Bliss have, getting a Herald just unlocks so much around this bot lane, right? You're able to stack those waves. You're able to get pressure the Chief's bot lane off to that turret. As the hook's on, it shouldn't amount to too much, as Limus does still have his cleanse and the ultimate available, but...
Oh, praise. Hitting the Gravitum into the green weapon cycle through definitely means that even if it's not a kill, you've certainly found a health advantage.
Yeah, Potion's going to have to be used. Ultimate as well, used by him. That is a purple weapon proc. If they wanted to go for that, you'd need the flash from Alidoric, however, as they just tick over to 6, so it's not as possible as it was prior.
Very close once more, really trying to force out any kind of summoner. Limus doesn't have that flash, maybe up in, say, 10-15 seconds. They're reminding him that, hey, we've got that summoner cooldown in check. And here comes Daystar right now looking for the ultimate. There is the one-man stun. Nothing really more than just that.
Well, it does get the flash, though, and in terms of negating a lot of the engaged potential of Chiefs, a flash lantern is a really almost guaranteed way to start a play towards that bot lane, right? So even though they don't end up getting a kill, you are pretty happy with that if you are a Team Bliss fan, because all you really have to commit is that Aurelion Sol ult.
And the fact that Ray's flash when there was the lantern there shows how well placed the ultimate was from Daystar when the skies descended. He realized he couldn't take the lantern because it would have been straight into a stun. Follow-up could have been there from the Heimerdinger, and perhaps it was a kill. So they respect Daystar's roam, and for anyone who hasn't seen Aurelion Sol in a hot minute, his ability to roam hasn't really changed. A little bit less distance with the dash, but still very potent when he gets them off.
Also, that dash becomes longer and longer the more stacks he gets from farming up those minions, and the entire kit really just becomes a little bit too strong. So it is going to be that epic mid lane battle between who can scale quicker. So far here, a promising start from Bliss. much more improved first 10 minutes, you'd have to say here, Max, with the first Dragon and the Herald.
Definitely a lot better if you are a Bliss fan. And as we look at this stacked wave here, Babip is around to hover. So Bliss likely just going to try to get this one plate and then back off. Keep in mind, why not is around this bot lane, right? If we look at his camps, he's basically finished all of them. The Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds, so he is going to be reigning around this bot side for the next little bit.
Gonna get revealed though, isn't he? Tried to sneak his way into that bush. Inline track would favour Bliss if they would rotate up from the bot lane as well. And as the Flay goes out, a bit of damage responded here by Raze. Feather Recall isn't going to be enough, and Lemus is in a fair bit of trouble. HP bar has gone down to say 20%, so whatever Team Bliss were threatening from their mid-jungle duo certainly can't assist bot now.
Means that Chiefs can very easily just push this wave in and collapse with their jungler. Another hook.
They've hit the hook into the double ultimate into the Feather Storm, which means it has to run back and reset. There's the Lantern this time as a well-utilized cleanse. Make sure you get just out of range of that ultimate turret.
Lemus bailing out Benvi there with the use of the ultimate, threatening onto Raze. The damage there with the feather pullback, absolutely huge. But like you said, that is really going to flip the script here. What should have been a really clean play for Team Bliss in terms of being able to shove at this bot wave and heading towards a Dragon is going to result in a reset from both bot lanes. So ultimately, it is going to be a no play. But neutralizing that play and slowing down the pace of the game is something you'd have to be happy with as a Chiefs fan.
Especially with Daystar now having the skies descend. The empowered Aurelion Soul ultimate is going to be there if a fight breaks out at the river. We've seen this from Chaz countless times. Highly impactful ultimate if it connects. Still early on into the game, so not quite at a point where it's a 1v9 angle or anything, but Bliss, they find their inside line. They get themselves to the pit.
Yeah, massive ultimate with a huge shockwave to knock everybody up, so a bit of light CC, which certainly can't be understated. But they found themselves in such a strong position to exert not only the Herald, but guarantee that second Dragon goes their way. That commands the pressure of Chiefs to respond to the bot lane. And no matter what, to try and go for the fight afterwards, they're going to run away. And it is going to mean that Raze is zoned away from this turret, so they'll find an extra cheeky turret plate for their effort.
But this is picture perfect how you want this game to be going for Team Bliss, right? We see they're using their bot lane pride to advance the game. They're getting these Dragons. They're making plays and putting pressure on the Aphelios, who realistically last game wasn't feeling very much of that at all, right? So now, Lemus getting frisky on towards Babip. But definitely, we've got 3 plates down in this bot lane. The gold, whilst it still is even, certainly you would have to say the tempo of the game in terms of pushing the pace feels like it's under the control of Team Bliss.
And I wonder if they go for this again. Aladoric not having that flash presently. I'm not showing the exact timer of it. Why not sitting on a control ward? So if the Chiefs go for the play, why not there for the counterpunch immediately? Bliss are the ones pushing.
Looking for it. Glacial Prison doesn't connect, just the slow, no stun. And why not now has to reveal himself. So they know it is going to be that all-out 3v3. Everybody here in the area just to try and protect that turret from falling down whilst the plates still remain for the next 30 seconds.
And the pressure from this Xayah Heimerdinger is so immense, right? We can already see that the Aphelios forced to stay under his turret. Thresh even more so, right? Can't even walk up without taking a spell and getting chunked down. So eventually Team Bliss are just going to whittle down this turret. Look how much time Babip is having to spend just to make sure this doesn't go down.
Yeah, I mean, Raze gets the farm from this. Babip at the very least had a Krug camp up just then, so it's not entirely inefficient, but at the same time, he's been here for far too long and he's been on vision the entire time. Why not gets to get a reset off, do what he'd like, clear some camps, and just play League of Legends in a very simple manner. It means that Bliss are controlling the flow of the game through bottom lane.
Oh, he's still here though. A hard force.
He's just taking it because he can.
But you've got no ultimate. No, Dork would have had to do something kind of crazy there with Flash Flay into ultimates. I mean, really, last 3 minutes, he has been...
what are we cooking?
Sitting on a radar. I mean, what else is there to say?
2 minutes and 40 seconds till the Drake spawns. Babip decided to become the Drake for a second. Just sitting in the middle of the river.
And
where's he off to?
And even though he's here, look at the jungle items, right? Like you said, Rusty, in that time period, One was able to base and get that Divine Sunderer. So Babip's going to find him here, but this is not a fight you want to take.
Lived has first move, but the difference right now is that Raze is on the way. Raze actually still has that Mythic and is quite strong. He'll be here before anyone from Bliss's bottom lane. So this Rift Herald does become Raze Gap.
So he does. Forced Why Not out of that one, but it does mean that Team Bliss will at least get the first turret of the game by finally having a free moment to push that one in. So you've traded it for the Herald. Still, the game is very much in a bit of a deadlock here.
A nice move there from Raze to secure that Herald. If it was just a Sejuani, you have to imagine there's no world in which they get that, but Babip, you know, deciding he's cheated his tempo so much, he may as well just stay on. It's already as bad as it's going to get. But the lane swap coming out from the bot lane of Chiefs, as Lived is potentially looking for a play here. Chiefs don't know.
They see why not though, so you have to assume something's fishy with the jungler being nearby. Where is my bottom lane? Where is my mid laner? Bot lane showing in mid right now, so Lived actually could have potentially gotten away with that the second they showed. But I think when all said and done, they are just protecting a little bit, and it's free time to hang around for one wave before Lived had to enter bottom.
Checking with the top lane matchup. 30 CS lead for the side of Biopanther. I think if there's any top laner you want to put a bet on in a 1v1 tank matchup, it's him.
Yep.
Probably has thousands of games under his belt. As BenV just saying hello, 50 seconds.
No, I'm being ganked.
Yeah.
Thank you for the money. Get off my control ward.
What a Chad.
Why is there a fly in my lane? Is probably the comms from Biopanther.
But there are 30 seconds until this dragon spawns. If Team Bliss do manage to get this, it puts them on Soul Point and Ocean Soul as Aladoric.
Aladoric's in so much trouble. Great play there, completely reading what Why Not was about to do. And in jumps Babbitt, flashed away from that ultimate. Lemus, very close to the death sentence. And in comes Biophan for showing this is what our sign looks like. Now you are dead. Call of the Forge God goes out, knocks up one, but the fight's already gone.
They start with a collapse here though, uses the ult.
Yeah, Falling Star does come on down, and Ray steps to the execution, so he dies by his own merit. Aladoric also gets laser beamed down, and a different fight, a different build, a different way to try and play this one. And the Aurelian Soul has bailed Bliss out. There is the reset. There we are, jumping across walls. And something about this pick in LCO, it just farms quadra kills.
Daystar having an absolute field day in that team fight, finds a low health Raze on the backline, gets the kill onto Aladoric as we see this fight break out once again. It starts off with BenV finding a stun grenade onto Aladoric, almost one-shotting him, but like you said, Skimmy, that flay comes out, crucially saves him. But meanwhile, Raze is just getting 1v1 by Lemus, a complete subversion of what happened in the last game.
And the rest of the fight's quite simple, right? Why Not looks like he's out of position, and that's true. He is very much overextended, and you know, they push Lemus back, but they forget about Daystar for just a second. Raze, Gale Forces realizes his only job is to try and dodge the Q, buy some time, but wanders straight back into the E and executes himself. And the rest of Bliss, Lemus had that ult still, even though he Gale Forced forwards, buys enough time for the resets, and Aurelian Soul shows you the years of experience that he has.
And the interesting thing for me is the very different build. We might have to hold that for 2 seconds. But no, what we've seen, typically speaking, has been a Rod of Ages rush into the Rylai's second, right? But this time, actually, Daystar's gone for the Rylai's into the Leandries, which is the other build that we were considering has its merits.
I mean, you look at the front line on Chiefs, you see a Sejuani, you see a Sion, you think there is so much HP that Leandres is just going to get so much value, right? Aurelian Soul, a very high DPS champion as we are getting in towards this later game, and that build only adds to that.
I mean, even Veigar sometimes can build the Anathema's chains or go health tank. It's not uncommon to see. And Rod of Ages is a staple in his build right now, so the health absolutely everywhere, and the Leandri stocks will be to the moon for the side of Team Bliss, and their teamfight success follows alongside it. As a Herald does get summoned.
I don't even know if this charges.
Will they charge? It might if they can find a fight as a result, as the skies descend and knock everybody up. They're all burning, they're all zoned away, and Shelly can only look and say, I can't help you, Chiefs. I can't get the headbutt off. You've been zoned right back to your own tier 1.
Yeah, guys, we're banning this next game. That Aurelian Soul ultimate onto 4 just looked absolutely filthy. Daystar really proving that, hey, he is someone to keep your eye on, and especially on this pick, as the Herald doesn't even get to charge into that turret, and meanwhile, Bliss are going to respond.
Yeah, they're not going to settle for just winning out that fight and denying the Herald. They want to get this turret, they want to get a team fight win at the same time. In jumps Sion on his own, Biopem for doing it all right now, but the other 3 members of Chiefs are already down to 50%. A massive hook and a freebie! They've claimed Why Not.
I mean, at the end of the day, Aladoric still does not miss these hooks. He is still playing the best that he possibly can. But Daystar is a little bit of an issue that has to be dealt with, and the health that was missing from the Chiefs prior to that pressure on the turret, just insurmountable. and they just can't quite defend it. They'll take the kill, but they'll lose the structure.
And it's getting increasingly more worrying. Unless you can find a one-shot onto Daystar, realistically, he's just such a threat that anyone who tries to move up towards him to put damage on him is just going to get absolutely machine gunned. So really going to be looking towards something like a Sejuani ultimate, maybe a Vega ultimate, definitely able to do a lot of burst, but Daystar potentially itemizing. He doesn't even have his boots completed yet. He's that much of a Chad.
Just a couple of brown bags on his feet. You ever put yourself into the mind of a top laner? Like, lived in that situation, was seeing an angle, and we're all watching that thinking, what's the angle for? You know what I mean? Like, he's just did 200 damage. What a hectic trade. But in his mind, he's probably like 1%.
Yeah.
1%, I won that one. Remember the time in game I won that trade?
That's probably the coolest thing he's going to do all game, so he's got to make
Got to
use
VOD
of
review
it.
something.
Yeah, one more grasp stack. There's the small victory she played towards there.
Speaking of perhaps a bit larger victories, Soul up in potentially a minute and a half here, right? We see that it's going to be a 23-minute Soul for the side of Bliss. You add an Ocean Soul onto what is already a winning and quite survivable team, it just makes the game so much harder, right? So the question is now, what can Chiefs realistically do? Because look at the items. You have Limus sitting on this completed Gale Force
Look at Babbitt.
and Quick Blades. Babbitt doesn't even have his Mythic yet.
We're 21 minutes in, by the way. He still has his jungle item. Why
Come
not
on.
flourishing? And I mean, this is a very good example of where the Chiefs and a lot of their weaknesses can be seen through their necessity to do well in bot lane. Like, I don't think that Raze and Aladoric are doing poorly by any means, but think about the time spent just to ensure that they were safe. Just protecting dives that weren't even there as Why Not clears camps. It puts Babbitt so far behind. It's kind of like the Psy on top approach, where you just accept that you're just going to be an accessory for the rest of your team, and you're praying that Raze and Kisei can carry you across the line. And admittedly very fed.
Well, that's what I'm looking forward to seeing, because we get to really see Kisei answer back to the pressure that Daystar's been delivering. Out goes the Falling Star. There is the one shot onto Aladoric, who's removed from the fight nicely. There's the second kill, make it a double. Looking for the triple, but denied by Lived. Wukong gets in on the action, and, well, Team Bliss have just found 4 with a Baron right there.
And it's not even close. It's basically just like a slaughter from the side of Bliss there. Aladoric initially getting picked, walks up to hook, but that gives time for Daystar to make an appearance. And as soon as he shows in that mid lane, it is lights out. Look how dark the map is.
Yeah, we saw the Bliss vision just prior to this on the top side, but the same can be said in mid lane. And it, like you said, it just isn't close. Babbitt throws an ult, a bit of a Hail Mary. Raze misses the ultimate, and suddenly the counter punch, they just one-hit you.
Just a little bit gross.
It absolutely is. Raze gets beamed on the back end of that. Baron in hand now. You have to imagine it's just a matter of killing this dragon. There's nothing much Chiefs can really do to contest. And now the question becomes, you know, how do you actually come back into this game? It's going to require an almighty mistake from the side of Bliss. Because I'm looking at this Aurelion Sol and I'm thinking, this man is ready to take over this game.
Well, yeah, now with an Ocean Soul complete, you've certainly got everything you need in this game. A healthy 2K lead over your second most fed teammate of all people, right? Nobody's close. I mean, it's Sion, the most fed for Chiefs right now, which is a worrying sign when you need somebody to have some resources to really be a carry.
I mean, the Veigar is really farmed, right? 230 CS still by Veigar standards is an incredible amount of ability power, and it is still going to take a lot of effort to kill him, so the total goal doesn't reflect the exact strength of something like a Veigar. But I just don't see how they win a 5v5. I don't see how the Veigar stands up even in range to press his E without dying to Aurelion Sol.
And it's just a matter of Bliss as the ultimate coming down to Kisei. This could just be a solo kill.
Yeah, Kisei getting completely zoned away. Doesn't even matter. Call of the Forge God goes out, but just gets beamed.
He did 0 damage. He did 0 damage. He just can't do anything. He's just watching himself die in slow motion.
Certainly a very rough matchup to be playing when the Aurelion Sol has the 8 kills and 11 CS per minute. Daystar putting on an absolute clinic. And who can even survive? You know, you bring a Heimerdinger, you bring a Xayah to a lane, set them up to siege. It's so hard for anyone to do anything. You have to bring Sion over, and even he just melts at this stage in the game.
And even the ornaments are coming through as well, right? Like, it's just going from bad to worse. And I think the Chiefs, At this point, they're going to look for team fights, they're going to look for picks, but their resolve is probably focusing on the next game with how this one has gone.
5 turrets to 0, Rusty. It's a bit of a washout as we get closer and closer to a 10k lead now in favor of Team Bliss. It's been definitive when it's come to the Dragons. Both teams have had 4 back-to-back. We pan away from what that fight could be because Bio's jumping in. It's a Feather Storm, it's a sign he's not going to die. The Wukong clone is able to jump away, so the knockup happens one more time. Lima's forced to flash after that Colossal Smash does its job. And Babbitt goes on in, misses the ultimate again, and is going to pay the price ultimately. It's so low, it's still surviving. Why not? It's actually going to be the one to die in the end. And it's a little bit messy. And Team Bliss have thrown Chiefs a bone.
Why Not goes down, but that was a 2 versus 5 for context, and they almost got 2 kills out of it, right? Look at how much they have to commit just to get the kill onto Why Not. At this stage in the game, Why Not doing so much to peel for his 80 carry there. Lim is able to kite back. That is exactly how you want to play fights as Desire. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, you know, we saw the Raptor camp getting taken. Shout out to the observers. But this bot lane turret will go down. Bliss continuing to press forward.
There was a universe that Lima stops kiting backwards and just works with Why Not and they get kills there. Like, there was a universe that they turned that around and it's somehow a winning skirmish. That's how close it was. And all they were trying to do was run. And Slift is cooking some items and Pyo's not happy about it. Tries to stop him. There he goes.
Speaking of, Babbitt has finally completed that Radiant Virtue at 26 minutes in, which is a bit of a roughie to say the least, isn't it? But it's the strength of the ornaments.
What's the name of the Leandri's upgrade again? The base one's Leandri's Anguish now, isn't it?
Is it Torment?
I think it's Torment.
Yeah.
Gale Force is Typhoon. Heimerdinger doesn't have one.
I miss Syzygy. Good old Eclipse.
Did you miss saying that word?
Yeah, feels nice.
Syzygy.
Feels satisfying.
I feel like you're in a beehive.
Satisfying as well for Daystar to pick up this Banshee's Veil, so even if there is a stray Sejuani ultimate coming his way or a stray Thresh Hook, we know Aladoric is prone to throwing a lot of those. As here we go, the engage is on.
That is that rogue Sejuani ult. Benvi goes golden, another hook connects. Call of the Forge God does nothing, but Daystar's here. He's TP'd into the fight. He's been a major component, and instantly says, Rage, you're dead. You can't do much. Astral Flight reset means you're traveling, you're flying, you're beaming more members, you're resetting, and you cannot escape their grasp with the Rylai's. It is simply impossible.
They almost don't even consider the Scion in after death form. They don't care. It doesn't matter. They're just going to push mid lane and straight in the face of the Chiefs. Inhibitor's 100% going to fall. Daystar.
He wants it all. And for good reason too. Aladoric forced the flash. The ultimate zones them away. We are guaranteeing that at least one inhibitor will fall on down. I mean, at this point, Daystar has so many stacks. I mean, the uptime is just unbelievable. Just walks on by, just casually picks up a double.
This feels like that scene in Infinity War where the fight is going so well and then Thanos shows up. Thanos being Daystar in this game, and there is just nothing you can do. Look at him now, just Astral Flight over the Nexus, potentially wanting to save his 11-0 KDA here. What a turnaround from Bliss in Game 2 of this best of 5.
What a game. He certainly does have the Infinity Gauntlet. He's got the gemstones, got the damage, and got the ability to answer back with Bite, right? A very similar draft, a very similar performance. But from the other side this time around, so no major adaptations, a couple of different picks, the same theme from the very get-go, and now an even best of 5, tying it up here at 1-1, Rusty.
I was going to say something, but there's a man posing over here, so...
Yeah.
It was Thanos snapping.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you, finally got there.
I was waiting for the camera to come back. Hey, I'm back. You guys killed that. So Bliss, big game. Big execution. And Daystar, oh my.
Ooh.
Oh my. Man is a land dragon and a dragon, and don't ever let him touch that thing again, because that was dangerous. That was so dangerous. When I saw it was a little bit spicy when I saw Kisei locking that Veigar. I was like, ooh, okay. What do we got going on here, huh? A little bit of Veigar, a little bit of fun. And then we just see Aurelion Sol locked in as well. And full unknown territory. Haven't seen Daystar play it yet. Only seen Chaz, as you guys mentioned. But that looked good. That looked really good. So what do Chiefs need to change other than maybe allowing Babip to do more than sitting on the bot side of the map?
Well, I mean, that's number one, right? Like, other than that, I mean, that was a pretty big thing. I felt like there was comfort first and foremost for the side of Bliss in what they picked. The adaptations they made in draft were fantastic. So you look at how this game actually played out, it felt like everything that they wanted was happening.
Yep.
Why not had engage angles? Liv was able to play flanks and follow up. Their mid laner had agency and had space. And so I think now for the Chiefs, I don't think their bot lane was an issue. It was the gank that was an issue. And if it was the gank that was an issue, then it was Babip. So if we're trying not to say Babip, then maybe it's a different mid champion, a different mid matchup, because you're just going for the blind Veigar. You're allowing things like the Aurelion Soul that have now been shown to exist. So you have to think about that.
What would you want Kisei on? Because you know he loves those assassins.
Ari
You know he
was up.
loves the... Yeah, Ari was hovered.
Yeah.
We were seeing him hover the Ari. I was like, ooh, that's a bit dangerous.
It's hard to play Aurelion Soul into Dash or Assassin-based champions. So
Should
that is a
he
viable choice.
Potentially, because is Sedge really AP?
No.
No.
No, Sedge is magic damage. Sedge is not ability power.
Yeah.
Depends what you mean by it.
Well, like you don't want too much heavy mid ability power with your AP in the jungle, right? So would you want to see Kisei moving something a bit more AD moving into the next game?
I don't really think so. I would like to see, and they did hover this on their second pick, which was on Irelia. And I think that it is hard to get Irelia on blue side, obviously, because Irelia has some pretty hard counter-pick lanes. So if you don't have a champion in top lane that you can flex towards that mid lane, you can just get rolled.
Yeah.
I think the main thing for me is that it's just so much about bot lane. I think it always comes back to this in this series, right? Night and day compared to Chiefs bot lane got ahead or Chiefs bot lane got behind. And Bliss have shown that they are willing to run back these aggressive bot lanes even after they came off a loss, right? So that's, to me, signals to the Chiefs they're going to have to change something up.
Well, you said loss, right? Chiefs just lost. Chiefs get to pick the next side going into game 3. So we might get to see them go to the red side, change up how the draft completely operates, and it's almost like a whole new game, right? Because Bliss got that first side select, got the second side select, so that's probably going to be the big factor we have to focus on moving into game 3.
Yeah, actually seeing how they adapt to being on the red side of the map, because we spoke about this at the start of the day as well. A lot of forced bans for both teams, considering the Rakan and Sejuani were staples. Sejuani not being banned this time around, Bliss having an answer, but 2 examples of what has to be banned.
I did notice as well that Bliss decided to target ban both Aladori and Kisei. Seemed to be the majority of those bans coming through. Now, either way, I would never ban you guys. No. I'd let it time out. I wouldn't do it because I love you guys, and you are my fans. And from the fans is a big, big factor here on the LCO. So big, in fact, that Pukeko has said, why not be friends, trying to break records in the first game. He did. I think he did. LCO domestic record. Has there been a faster kill
I don't think so.
in a debut?
In a debut,
In a
probably
debut,
not.
certainly not.
I'm not sure what the fastest first blood would be, though. That would need some fact checking.
There's been a lot of level 1s that have happened, but this is the second time we've seen why not actually put in this list. So if it's split 1 MVP for dying, he's still put him on the list as a split 1 MVP.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's now 2 votes for why not.
for the good things, for the bad things, and for something else maybe. Look, anyway, let's have a look at submission number DOS here. We got Hezi.
alright, but just
Oh,
anyone-
why not Lived?
Give it to him already.
Both have played so well and consistently. Massive props. Lived, I don't know about that one. Lived has definitely had some hiccup games.
Let's talk about both of them, shall we?
yeah,
Let's talk about how the season started for Bliss.
yeah, true.
Because a lot of the deaths that they would have in wins were why not just running it, trying to find angles that didn't exist and going ADHD gaming.
Yeah.
And Lived in the recent weeks has been fantastic, but he
Yes.
had extremely shaky starts. I agree with giving props to them, particularly, however, not for their consistency, but for their improvement to where they are now. I think from week 1 to now, Bliss is a different squad.
But it's so hard, right? Because when you think about Bliss, I think about the whole squad improving overall. Look, you're looking at Benvi. He even has some shaky games every now and then. Limas definitely has improved, but I feel like his improvement is just, you can see it because of how everyone else is operating around him.
I mean, you can't forget also like Daystar's debut, right? The first 3 games, I thinking
Oh,
there was
yeah.
all this hype. Everyone on the couch was like saying, this guy is the next big thing. And we were waiting, and obviously after that last game, it's finally provided.
Providing the goods. That's the only thing we do here on the LCO. And if you haven't seen it before, well, you're not going to see it right now because it's time for a break. You can come back in about 3 minutes or so for game number 3. Be here or be square.
Very close to the death sentence, and in comes Biothen for showing this is what our sign looks like. Now you are dead. Call of the Forge God goes out, knocks up one, but the fight's already gone.
Daystar with a collapse here though, uses the ult.
Yeah, Falling Star does come on down, and Ray steps to the execution, so he dies by his own merit. Aladoric also gets laser beamed down, and a different fight, a different build, a different way to try and play this one. And the Aurelian Soul has bailed Bliss out. There is the reset. There we are, jumping across walls. And something about this pick in LCO, it just farms. Quadra kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCO. We are 2 games deep and, well, pretty much back in best of 3 territory now. You know, put a bow on it, say, yeah, cool, we're here for best of 5s, but are we really, or are we just running it back with a slight delay on the start of it?
We've got a series. That's what we do have, Mac.
He said the thing. He said the thing. Where's the series?
Where's the series?
Where is it?
On twitch.tv/LCO.
No, where?
Not a caster.
On what?
Not a caster.
Online.
On our what?
On what?
On
my
our
watch.
On your watch.
Can't take him anywhere.
He won't say the line. By the way, look, That was a absolutely classic game coming through. Daystar, as you put it in the break, Skimmy, just rocking up in his Lambo, coming around, buddy, getting quadras. Just, you know.
These are the things I want to say, but I'm like, oh,
like,
maybe not, maybe yeah.
Max
But
says,
it was
nah,
true.
we're putting on broadcast.
He kind of just pulled up, drifted in with the Lambo, popped out the full tux, and it's just like, damn, I look good, and just got it done.
He didn't have to get out most of the fights.
True.
Like, he pulls up, gets out for 1 second, and then pops right
The
back
black
in.
tinted window.
And he's
Just
just
rolls
rolling.
down
stares
the
with the
window.
sunglasses, yeah.
Well, let's have a quick stare at the drafts from the last 2 games before
Great
we jump on
analysis, as
into
always.
Game 3.
So back to Lambos.
Yeah, back to Lambos. There's one in that second game. There's no Lambos in the first game. Although he gave it a crack, you know, going for the old Spirit Rush there in the RE.
Sion a bit of a pickup truck as well with his ult.
Yeah, true.
Did the best that he could, but both top laners really just playing tanks in this series. I think most of the impact in both games has kind of come from how jungle and bot lane interacts. In game number 1, it was some really successful skirmishes from Aladoric and Raze. In game number 2, less so. What changed is just the way that they played. That's the thing, right? In terms of draft, where Bliss was struggling, it wasn't draft-based. It was play-based. They just shored up their weaknesses, and it looked like a different squad hit the rift.
The thing that I've noticed as well from Wynot in particular, when he gets caught out, I'm really enjoying when he's playing Wukong and the mind games come in, because he'll just walk up to a wall and stand and just act like he's the clone.
Yeah.
And then just walk away the other direction. Even in mid-team fight, he's hitting S and pretending to be the clone at some points as well. I've been paying attention to that, and I'm like,
mind games.
Ooh, big mind games coming through. But he's not showing too much in terms of that champ pool, because the Wukong has mostly been working for the last couple of weeks.
I don't think he needs to, though.
Do you think they're going to change it up, or do you think they'll just keep
I think he
running
looks
it back?
so comfortable. He finds the angles. He's got the ability to reposition quite easily. Obviously, with your W going across walls, the Cyclone just being so impactful with the 2 charges, especially with the repositioning of your clone. I think he can run that back all day and say, I don't need it to be, per se, banned. I think maybe you get in your own head a bit if you feel like the Wukong needs to be banned. I would say, though, looking at bot lane, given it has been so influential on the overall outcome of how mid and top of then functioned, whether or not we go full cycle and go away from being like, we need the best team fighting bot lane, into let's go back to dominating bot lane as like a laning phase. We start to bring up things like the Draven again and whatnot, and we've just gone full circle on what we've seen in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, a bit of Draven. What else has been working really well? The Zarya last couple of days for Limas in particular has
The
been going.
Varus obviously can always come back out,
Varus
right? Like
as well.
lethality, on hit, whatever it may
I
be.
mean, if Chiefs choose blue side, they could also pick the Zarya.
Well,
Yep.
let's find out what side Chiefs are picking right now.
Ooh.
They're staying blue side.
Well, they're choosing to stay blue
What
side.
if we have an entire series of salty runbacks with only like 1
The
or 2
first
picks
3
changing
picks
every
and
time?
3 bans are
They're
the
just the
same.
exact same.
God, if they slam a first pick Sejuani, I'm a little bit confused. That's all I'm
You just
gonna
had
say.
the VOD up and you're like, right, at 2 minutes 15, there's going to be the Bebop dive bot lane and the hook's going to land
Yep.
here and Benvy's going to put a turret down and get flayed and the trade's going to happen.
But where's the points go? Thank you. I got a little lost. You know, my gyroscopic navigation sometimes with all of the
Gyroscopic?
dare around the place. I just get a little bit AD hyperactive disordered and just... Anyway, Twitch points, def and vote time up there. Put them in. Let us know what you think is going to be going down. Because I think Chiefs were favoured in that second game. By a little bit. It was still pretty close. But that means that there's going to be a lot more Twitch points for those Bliss tippers. So going into game 3, who knows what the hell's going down. But as you mentioned, this bot lane, I'm going to be super confused if it is just like the same first 6 picks on the draft.
Well, that's why I'm curious, because like if you don't need the Sejuani per se, if you do want to showcase that you can flex the Gragas, that would be a welcome addition. Like I mentioned before, it hasn't been played by Kisei or by Bebop, only by Biopanther. Maybe there's a world in which you say, like, we'll just continue running it back in the bot lane as is. We now look to unlock carries in the top lane, right? The Fioras, the Jaxes, the split pushing mechanics, if you will. I mean, there's so much possibility.
Babbitt first picks Wukong. That's the change.
Right, like there's so much possibility. It just all depends as to like what
that's
they
the
feel
change.
is their focus. And I think right now both are looking at their bot lane saying, if we win bot lane, we win game.
Okay. What about... Would Leona's been open, right?
Yep.
Leona has been open, but he's opted for the Thresh instead.
Yep.
Do you think the Leona might come through if they try to go for a different ADC?
So a lot of bot lanes right now are duos. There's a lot of pairings, right?
Okay.
And Leona's pairing is usually the Kai'Sa. It generally is going to be an aggressive ADC. You can have things like a Zeri as well if you want to go for a kill lane, but you have to play towards that lane. So I think if you're going to see a Leona, you're expecting a Kai'Sa in the 2-3. And that is also the thing that blue side does have, is you pick your bot lane together usually. You go jungler, then you go bot lane, and then you get to just go straight into the ban phase, knowing that you have a stable side of the
You want to get into the ban phase?
I do want to.
I think we've missed. I think we're already into bloody pick phase. Let's go. Champs Select Game 3. Let's get in now. Go.
Here we go, and there it is, right? There is the adaptation. So they do decide, you know, something has to change. We do need to ban away that that Heimerdinger, which was the question mark, right? 2 games of it played, and you wonder where it would go. Varus getting locked in is the first pick. Instant response. Who cares about Zarya? We get Zeri.
Yeah, so the Chiefs willing to say, hey, we want to be the ones who are dominating this lane. We want to be the ones who are pushing you in, and really flip the script on what Team Bliss have been doing. However, that is going to be answered back with the Zeri, with the Sejuani. We already know how potent Zeri can be getting to this late game. The question for me is the laning phase, right? That is really the part of the game where Varus can really outshine the Zeri. So going to be interesting to see whether Chiefs fully index towards this bot lane as they continue into the draft.
Yeah, so Sejuani going to be taken by the side of Bliss this time around with the Zeri composition and a bit of bot lane focus to potentially be seen. Zeri does love a good Lulu, can still have an engaged support down there in bot lane. Chiefs with the Vi adaptation because the Zeri has been picked. A lot of things still making sense so far in this draft.
Jace would be interesting to me because that signals that we want to go full poke, right? We really want to have an extremely long-range comp, but it's going to be the Cassante instead. So they're not completely throwing all their eggs into that poke basket because that does open up avenues for something like an engage to be hard engaged comp to be drafted from the side of Bliss.
Yeah.
And just going back to what they know, bypass the Cassante.
So the interesting part here is by going for a top laner instead of your support and rounding out your bot lane, Bliss now get the opportunity to match that, and we get to go into bans into Bliss picking next. So if they want to ban specific champions for a 4th pick, they can. If they want to limit the support champion pool and then just pick something like a Lulu for themselves, they can do that as well. I think this is where the draft starts to swing a little bit more for Bliss, where they get plenty of options to choose from here on out, because they get to just pick Renekton into Cassante and say, what shields? I have a Sejuani to gank for me.
Yeah, and the question is what Bliss want to pair this Zeri with, right? We know Lulu is basically the most common Zeri combo, but that really opens you up to something like a Karma, and then Chiefs just play all in for poking, just destroying you in that 2v2 lane.
Yeah.
So wondering whether they will save that support pick 4-5, whether they want to hold the Renekton as potentially a flex as well. Certainly an option.
Certainly is. Question becomes, though, what's the pairing for the Varus? More than anything, really, is will it be the lethality or will it be the on-hit? And they're going to make sure that we'll remove away the Brom. So if you do want to try and, set down the wall as such and hit us with those concussive blows, then it's not going to be easier said than done.
What's the Braum ban for? It's a Varus, so it has to be an on-hit Varus if you're going to go for a Braum ban, right?
That's it, yeah.
And then you're not picking Ornn because you have a Renekton. So unless that's flexing and it's a 4th pick Ornn, that is still a little bit of an odd ban to me. I'd love to know the reason behind it.
Either way, though, they've banned away LeBlanc as well as the Akali to make Daystar's life a little bit more hard in terms of at least not playing an assassin to try and one-shot them. But I'm curious to see how they flesh this one out.
Yeah.
Seemingly the obvious answer, though.
That makes the Braum even more questionable for me, the Braum
Yes.
ban, right? Lulu loves playing against Braum more
Owns
than anything else.
Yeah.
It's basically an unplayable lane. Lulu just gets the free scale. And that's going to open up opportunities for the Nautilus, right? So Nautilus typically, paired with Varus, is a very explosive combo. They're able to basically find engages at any window into the game, and especially at that level 6, a really potent 2v2 combo. So we see Eladoric, he was so good on that Thresh in game 1. If he can replicate that performance in this game, it's going to be a real worry for the bot lane of Bliss.
And up between that and the Vi, right? 2 targeted ultimates to make sure that the Zeri's not going to have the easiest time to try and run away.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, easy response here from the Chiefs in terms of what their 4-5 is going to be, given all of the above mentioned. Still makes me feel like there's got to be something cooking up for the side of Team Bliss, waiting for that mid lane champion to be chosen before they decide. Seeing the Talia there, they've still got heaps of choices, heaps of options. Champions like the Vi, we've spoken about this before, can just be stuck into the most impossible to play compositions where it just goes 0-10 and just has a really bad time. This time around, the Chiefs have picked a lot of combo champions with that Vi. Lots of things that'll be diving with it. And so with that in mind, and it was only a hover, things like the Veigar, things that can actually play walking backwards become really powerful, knowing that what the Chiefs want is to come towards you.
And they're going to round it out with the Syndra. Very explosive 2v2 mid lane here. As soon as the Syndra stun lands, you can combo it with so much from the Sejuani. That being said, Merc Tread's looking really good for the mid jungle of the Chiefs here. And the big question to me is what build this Varus is going for, right? Because if this is not an on-hit Varus, if this is a lethality Varus, it's quite a low damage comp, especially as we head into the later stages of the game, right? So going to be relying on that range and perhaps relying on a bit of a lead. Meanwhile, Bliss looking to neutralize around that bot lane early and get to those mid-game team fights.
With nothing to protect the Varus, though, it does make you wonder if he has to go lethality, right? Which is something that we've seen Lemus do in certain comps where Benvi says, I'm going to head out, I'm a tank, I'm going to go engage. With Why Not? You just kind of are stuck by yourself. In the same way that Zarya can be picked without the Rakan, but the job is to just survive, use the ult and the Gale Force. What you can do with the Varus is just say, accept reality, I'm going to outrange everyone's engage instead.
Certainly a way to really approach it, but that is my concern as well, right? If it is not to be the on-hit Varus, especially if they try and, you know, like sneak in a Baron, for example, the damage is going to be fairly low, right? It's going to be obviously a very easy retake then for Bliss to sort of set up and, you know, make their own moment, really look to try and strike. So, interesting shake-up, right? Does feel like the series has reset, score being 1-1. And with Chiefs electing to still stay on blue side for this third game. They've completely adapted. They've completely thrown a different vision towards how they want to play this. Let's see if it proves to be successful.
That's the interesting thing to me, Skimmy, is it's still blue side Chiefs, but the draft has been completely reshaped. They've accepted the L. They've said this is a new strategy that we had prepared, right? They get rid of the Heimerdinger. Bliss still get rid of the Gragas, but a completely different draft this time around. Whenever the ADs change, the comp changes with it. Whenever you see a Zeri, you pick something like the Vi, and we have ourselves a very interesting start to Game 3.
And it's a very similar scenario to basically all of their other bot lanes we've seen in this series so far. If Chiefs are able to cheat the lane, so to speak, and they are able to find those early game hooks onto Bliss, force summoners, get kills, then that's really an avenue for them to take over and blow up this game, right? The Zeri Lulu, if the Varus is ahead, if the Varus is raining damage from afar, Lulu in particular, going to have so much trouble.
Certainly is, yeah. And I'm really excited, really excited rather, to really see where all the aggression stems from this time. If it is just going to be the characteristic, look towards bot lane, see what the state of the game is by 10 minutes, or if it will be the continued aggressive trading between mid and top laners to try and warrant some jungle attention elsewhere.
So as we're looking at this bottom lane just as it kicks off, one thing to consider here is that both ADCs do have cleanse. However, if you look at the side of Lemas and what he has to actually deal with, not a lot to cleanse. You've got a Varus ultimate, a Nautilus auto attack, yes, but there's so many knockups and displacements that cleanse isn't actually going to provide much value. It feels of necessity. This is the first hook of the game for Aladoric. Aladoric actually does get juked by both parties. They split the gates. Positive signs whenever you're against a hook champion is how that first hook feels.
Going to score a goal there on that first attempt, but absolutely. Basically only the Varus ult really that you're looking to cleanse from Lemus. Nonetheless, that is very potent. You know, if you do get to that level 6 mark, that is really when Varus can start threatening. As we mentioned, that level 2 for both bot lanes here.
Yeah, very scary, isn't it? As Aladora goes in with that level 2 advantage, hits the Ignite, tries to get the kill, but is forced to flash away on the disengage. As Raze cops a ton of damage and everybody is bleeding.
I reckon Lemus could have flashed forward there on either member, actually.
He doesn't do that. Hey, like it's a signature. Lemas just doesn't go for those moments.
But
Raze flashes there.
Nonetheless, a very nice trade from the side of Bliss there. Why not? Going to be using the information that Babip is bot side to trade, but crucially, right, even though they get that successful trade, the fact that Babip is down here is really going to limit the advantage they're going to be able to get off the back of that, right? Why Not is going to trade camps, but at the end of the day, the Team Bliss bot lane isn't really going to push that lead as much as they would have liked.
Early signs here as well, Skimmy, of that lethality Varus, but still, it'll be a wave advantage, a CS advantage nonetheless for the Chiefs. Of course, their jungle are hovering, and a bit of priority from Kisei right now means they get to move towards the blue buff, and I'm curious if this is a bot dive, given the HP and resources missing, or if this is just a blue buff steal. Clear intent to dive right now, and it is a large wave.
It is a large wave, but first we'll need to deal with this one. Kisei's here as well, the whole squad.
If they go blue, they'll get spotted.
I mean, the whole squad's rocked up, but Why Not has a bit of an inkling.
There's no heal. Looks like Why Not's going to scare them off.
Question is now, do you go as a 4-man squad to guarantee that Babbitt does at least get a blue buff in return?
Yeah, there is certainly a 4-man effort placed towards this one. The ward in the bush gets spotted, the control ward's taken out. Why not presses Q here, who is insane.
Whoa! Why not? It's crazy. Then he's forced to flash the other way. Daystar's going to be late to the party. Now Chiefs are running on down Glitterlance onto all 4 members. And there is the Scattered are weak, and they are weak. It's the first blood that's picked up by Benvi, but it's Team Bliss that get it done.
And I had no idea what Wino was doing with that Q, but somehow it works. Daystar coming back after basing, TPing, flashing forward, and finding the Scatter the Weak is going to end up in the first blood going towards Bliss.
It's just a bit of a Pokemon move. I think Chiefs hurt themselves in confusion. They were really... No one knows what Wynot was trying. I'm not sure Wynot knows himself, but the flash at least keeps him alive and keeps them entertained and very confused. And the distraction technique, you know, Daystar gets himself into the mix and actually kicks it off for them proper. Wave in a bit of a rough state down here, however. They didn't get to fix this one. Alidoric is... He's going to quickly head out. That is very unfortunate for the Chiefs.
For a second now, I'm thinking that's the dream. As a tank into a Enchanter matchup, you just get to pitch up in the bush and say, how do you ever play the lane? Then he's taking damage, you're thinking, okay, buddy, like you're staunching a little bit too hard. So yeah, there had to be something awry there. But yeah, what a state of games. I mean, really, the fact that it all looks so good initially for Chiefs, you know, going into that 4-man squad to guarantee the blue buff, but then the disengage afterwards, the response from Bliss was, yeah, pretty impeccable.
Certainly was. I mean, as well, beyond that, we've spoken about this series as a whole. Now we're in the 3rd game. A lot of it has swung quite heavily on how the bot lane performs, but I think first and foremost, mid-priority, Chiefs were looking for this 4-man dive, and you know, thinking back on it, it was the execution, the wave just didn't crash at the right time. Kisei spent, what, 10 seconds just sitting in a bush waiting for the wave. They couldn't quite time it perfectly, and that imperfection opened the window for Bliss to even be able to defend it in the first place. And the fact that the dive doesn't come through results in this really weird transaction of time and energy where Daystar just gets to clear mid, come over after he's done, and get the kill as well. Bliss are able to just kind of capitalize on the imperfection of the Chiefs' setup and execution on the plan. But with that in mind, I still love the plan. I love the fact that the early aggressive trades result in Babbitt being down there, Kisei forcing priority for that. They just couldn't quite find what they were after.
And when you look at Chiefs comp, they really excel when they're getting a cohesive engage onto someone. They have a lot of single target damage, and if a Naught Hook lands at this stage in the game, you follow it up with a Vi Q with all the damage that Varus provides, and it's basically a guaranteed kill. But after they got that blue buff, they really felt like they just wanted to run away, not wanting to turn at all. And then as they're running away, Daystar with a massive flash forwards to pick up that first blood.
Shouldn't be too long in getting ourselves back into the game here. We got confirmation just before that looks like an easy resolution, but I mean, what a start to the series. I mean, ultimately, I think, apart from a few of us thinking it would have been that perfect sweep, I think a lot of us deep down knew that this would really have a few games in it, right? They've been highly competitive against one another. They've been certainly displaying a number of different strategies. They've, or at least from my mind, caught us all off guard, really, the strength of Team Bliss, that growth from week 1 all the way to where we are now. And given the fact that you are looking at this and thinking, hey, we could actually become, you know, the #1 seed to represent the region abroad.
Oh, they've hooked.
It's certainly a bit of a big tell. In the bot lane now, Lemus does flash forward apparently, and he will now look for that second kill. Won't decide to chase any further though.
Very interesting little circumstance there. We don't get to see exactly how it resumed, but Alidoric, it seems like he chose to take the hook. He chose to make the play happen, and ultimately goes down for it. And Raze is forced to slink away with no HP or mana to his name. Nice little play from Bliss, I suppose.
And when you're a Nautilus, getting behind in the Zeri Lulu matchup feels horrible. As we see this play happen once again, Alidoric, yeah, you're right, he just goes for the hook. Benvi using the flash to dodge the piercing arrow, and after that, it's just a matter of getting ran down.
I don't know if Raze was ready for that one, honestly, right? Because you can time the arrow with the hook and make sure that once the auto attack stun comes through, you can hit it, but wasn't quite on the same page, it seems. Maybe it's a kill if that happens again and they replay that skirmish one more time, but those little errors and Azeri Lulu, they just run you down.
Yeah, definitely at that point, you don't have the sustained DPS to match that of Azeri, right? You're just waiting for cooldowns, waiting for more of those piercing arrows to charge on up, but Azeri will be right up in your face and not give you that opportunity.
Babu once again calling this bot lane home throughout this series is definitely how he's feeling. He's going to get his first reset off. Hopefully get his Mythic online a little bit sooner. This game would be nice to see, but as this game progresses, the level 6 mark is really where we can see the Chiefs bot lane turn this around. But keep in mind, the wave is pushing out and Why Not is here.
Yeah, really dangerous wave state. And Lemus, you can see being hyper-aggressive. At the very least, if a gank's not going to happen, he's going to make this trade work. Babip now in the area. Chiefs about to face check Why Not.
And Raze has no flash, right? Oh, Babip nearly gets him, but Why Not jumps at the same time.
Benvi?
Benvi, the hook's on cooldown.
Oh, Benvi's jumped on in, and Benvi's going to cop a ton of damage, forced to pop the Summoner Heal to try and get that movement speed to run away to safety, and is going to do so successfully. It is going to be that 3v3 in the bot lane. Why Not now is the focus. They switch it across. Raze is so far away, and Lemus does just drift across the wall and does really Zeri things. Now hunting a second kill. Babip scurries to the top side, and Raze is just going to get run down by a Sejuani.
This is certainly not what you want to see in the early game as a Chiefs fan. Lemus just finding the angle there, manages to separate Raze from the fight, chunks him out, and then just dashes straight over that wall. And once the hook is out, and once the Vi has used that Q, there's no real damage to actually come out onto that Zeri. She's just able to farm these kills already, seeing a 2-0-1. As we see this again.
And Benvi goes into basically melee range and gets auto-attacked, but he knows that Aladoric's hook was on cooldown, and then they just kind of accept the trade has happened, the wave gets pushed in, and you're thinking that's it. But then they go for another hook when that's back up onto Why Not, and then Zeri just repositions, jumps over the wall, and Aladoric's dead. He was already 0-2 prior to this, so he's extremely, extremely fragile. And then Lulu with the picks on top of a Sejuani moves a bit faster, does a bit more damage, and suddenly that tank has DPS and you're dead.
Can't help but think it's a confusing decision to go for that play, maybe feeling the pressure or the necessity to try and stabilize this lane, that you're scared that, you know, the Zeri Lulu is getting ahead and you need to try and prevent that from scaling out of Oblivion. But, you know, before 10 minutes, the Zeri's already got 2 kills, living in Wonderland.
I mean, that's it. A Chiefs the type of team that feel the pressure and make those mistakes, because I feel like that's shoe on the other foot in this conversation. You're expecting Bliss to be the rookie team that makes mistakes. Chiefs with years of tenure in competitive League of Legends probably aren't liable to making those errors. This one was for sure a mistake.
The question is now, how do you stabilize this game if you are the Chiefs, right? You know, lethality Varus from behind, certainly not what you want to be seeing, but it does hit its spikes sooner. That is something you can look forward towards, right? It spikes early on into the game, so there will be certain points where, despite the gold disparity, the strength is relatively even. So it's going to be on Chiefs bot lane to force plays like this Dragon and get back what they can.
Yeah, extremely cheap items for the Varus in comparison to Lemus, who has the scaling champion. But being 2-0-1 will, of course, get in towards that Mythic in relatively short order. You're expecting, which was nicely done by Chiefs to secure the Drake, you're expecting the bottom lane to get really involved in the action fast here from Team Bliss. So maybe it is a case of next objective spawns, you'll see them active.
Look at that mid-CS gap. I didn't even notice that until now as Lemus is going in.
He certainly is going in, receives the wild growth and just runs Raze down. They're going to find nearly a second, but Minion blocked this. Benvi jumps in and tries to hit him with the Glitter Lance. It wasn't enough. It's going to tie to the turret.
Oh, Benvi. Why do you have to go and do it like that? It was going so well. We're complimenting the bottom lane. Benvi finds a way where there's no way to die.
He's just that guy. He will go for those plays. For better or worse, he will go. But, you know, Lemus and Benvi, we say Bliss look good when they're doing well. And a 2v2 kill onto Raze as soon as they hit 6. Certainly something you want to see. And Daystar as well, handling Kisei very decisively in this mid lane matchup. Oh no.
Ooh. That was close. Ward was placed, Smite was used by Babip though, so at least he does secure the whole camp, and Aladoric going to sweep his way through, finds a stun, finds a Sedge ult.
Yeah, certainly does, and Aladoric's life goes maybe even a little bit more worse as he's forced to run away, thankfully. Kisei was there to offer him a bit of a helping hand. Kisei also does need a helping hand, because you mentioned before, right, there's a bit of a CS divide, 30 up. Really here in favor of Daystar.
I mean, that's huge, right? Especially for this stage in the game. It's 11 minutes. Daystar already at 10 CS per minute. And why not? Herald in hand. We've seen this so many times. You basically know that this Herald is going to go down towards this bot lane. And realistically, look at Babip's items. He's got a Kindle Gem. What is he going to do against this Zeri, against this Sejuani, besides sit there and watch as this Herald takes some plates?
That's exactly what he's going to do. He's just going to have to sit there and watch. He has no choice. Mid once again skirmishing. Daystar hyper aggressive with positioning even if these Qs miss, it's an even trade. And if he's going to be able to control what is one of the best farmers in our league by bodying him out of lane, you start to see limited options for the Chiefs in general. Kisei is kind of like the beating heart of this squad. They play around their bot lane, but always quietly achieving getting those MVPs in mid lane. Well, he's being handled.
Oh. I mean, look at the chunk. It's the all-in as well. Daystar's looking for it clean. I mean, whatever word can you use to describe it? Found the damage, had the shards, had the ultimate, and got it done.
Why not see
I don't
it?
think
Out
this
goes
works.
the depth charge. Why not? Is going to be immune to that one. So then they go for the suplex right on towards Venvi. He's going to fall on down. Limus in the backline with the lightning crash active. Flashes forward and wants to cleave everybody. He's hunting for the triple. Denied it as Babip jumps across the wall. Having received a Sejuani stun. Looking for another. Still denied.
Oh, they hooked him.
Unreal. How? 3 members were so low. They were so low.
The ultimate Sejuani ultimate's coming back up right now.
Whoa, man.
They also don't know whether Talia is off respawn. Sejol connects to Raze. KO'd. Good call on the
That's a
Sejol.
brain freeze. Oh, man.
This game's becoming a bit of a head scratcher. What happened to the Chiefs that are dominant? The Chiefs that we all said were going to be favorites in the face of Bliss. In the Brisbane Brawl, they are being handled easily.
They're crumbling all across the board, starting in that mid lane with that solo kill. Now 45 CS up in addition to that kill. And in the bot lane, sure, Chiefs get some gold back off the back of a nice hook. But still 2 kills going to Bliss. As we take a look at this one more time, the depth charge goes onto Limus. Benvi a bit caught out here, so they are able to turn that onto him straight away. But Limus just has so much consistent damage that he's able to go forward and provide such a threat.
Babip's ulting the Lulu and then queuing the Sejuani because he can't go on the Zeri. He knows that he's going to die for it. But if you don't go on the Zeri, who's going to deal damage? And lucky for them, Raze is able to get those procs off, get that DPS out, and another hook secures him. That could have just as easily been a triple
hilarious.
or 3-for-0 trade.
Catch!
Why not says you drop this, King. Just wallops him.
And it looked like Chiefs had done the great escape, right? 3 members scurrying, praying, wounded. And really hoping that Limus doesn't have one more reset of that dash away. And Aladoric says, I'll be the hero. You know, my KD is already in ruin. I'll get him under the turret, or at least get something. But yeah, the aftermath a little bit ugly.
And another thing we've seen, not for the first time in this series, is the top lane is coming down for these early dragons. Both of them saying, hey, we really think that this is our time to fight. If you are Chiefs, you see the Yomu's completed, you see the Caulfields. Raze is, in terms of relative strength compared to Limus, probably the most even he's going to get for the rest of this game. So looking to capitalize on that right now, but look at the positioning. Bliss onto Dragon already.
Yeah, Limus with an easy repositioning, right? Can attend to this wave first and foremost and jump across the water, enter into this fight. Kisei blocks it off with the Weaver's Wall. They go for the Dragon, they secure the Dragon. Second one going the way of Chiefs. Liv goes in with a flash stun onto Raze, but is handled. Channel Corruption is there, all out mode is used. Kisei! Can he do anything else to try and provide? No, protection is not there. Raze is dead, Barrett's flashed across the wall, and a Renekton has survived.
And amazingly, you talk about the repositioning of Limus, he wasn't even relevant. He didn't even exist in that fight. When all's said and done, Liv just comes into the party and shows up huge, just decimating the side of the Chiefs. They choose to take this fight because Zeri isn't there, and that's fair. But just look at the work that they're able to put in on the side of Bliss. Other than the Dragon being stolen, Liv putting in stocks with his DPS.
Just unable to be killed. The Croc in this pit doing so much. And as soon as you see a Renekton on top of your Varus in the middle of a team fight, you know that nothing good is going to come of that if you are the Chiefs. So the Dragon is going to be stolen from the side of Babip, which, you know, is a plus, stems that bleeding. Probably not going to be looking towards a soul win con for Bliss, but it's a 6k gold lead 15 minutes in.
Yeah, pretty big gold lead, and it all starts with Limus there, who's had a phenomenal game in that bot lane. 5-1 now, so no surprises. Daystar not too far behind with that monumental CS lead you've already mentioned, and that cheeky little solo kill found as well. And Liv now coming third, given he's gone for the Gore Drink as a Pocket Lula as well. So his sustain is through the roof when you're
Pocket
grouped up like
Lulu,
that.
500 gold above the Vi as well, is certainly struggling down there. But I will say, Babbitt, for all intents and purposes, is full build because he's reliant on his team doing physical damage while he just tries to butter them up. It is certainly going to be one of those games where he just tries to buy as much time as he possibly can from here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tanky build.
And speaking of damage, taking a look at the build right now, we see Talia just completing her Crown of the Shattered Queen. This is a 0 damage Talia build, right? She's already so far behind. She is not offering anything. So you start looking at people like Lived and Why Not, and you really do wonder how they actually die in these games, you know, barring a huge mistake where Chiefs can slam all this CC on top of them at once as Babbitt.
Does Why Not even care?
I don't think he cares.
He's just got cancelled with the
blast
stun,
cone.
wow.
There's the ultimate, what are you doing? You get shoved on back, but there's not enough damage for him to really concern himself, right? He can just walk in your face and say, have at it.
I think this is the third time now we've seen from Bliss versus Chiefs in their matchup where Why Not's been a tank. Varisolt's found Benvi here.
Yeah, trying to go for the cheeky kill, and in comes Kiste saying maybe I can get something, a stealth cast of the ultimate, and a knock-up, multiple, layered onto Why Not, but still they can't find that kill, and in their face, they summon the Herald. They will guarantee that mid-adder goes down, still chasing, and finally rewarded.
They do pick up that 1 kill, but look what it's traded for on the other side of the map. That is going to be the turret going down. Lived pushing in that bot lane. And like you said, Skimmy, it takes so much to get 1 kill. Crucially, you know, it's gold nonetheless, and Chiefs will take what they can get.
Yeah, that is the main point that I was going to make as well prior to that Varisolt. It feels like time and again we see Chiefs draft these compositions where the tanks of Bliss just exist and have a great time. They don't really mind. There was a Wukong game where it was all magic damage. It was something that Aladoric spoke about in his interview as well. They were unhappy with the drafting that they did. But it feels like we have another case of Varus forced into lethality because he's not going to be safe or protected. But a mid laner that's just losing 1v1 and is forced into a crown and stopwatch as his first 2 items when like almost as a Leandru's necessary type of game, if anyone's going to kill those tanks, becomes difficult.
Especially now you've got a Warmug's rush from Why Not, right? He knows he's receiving double harassment and he's walking in your face. He's going to continue to do that, maybe even tenfold now. Walks in, says hello, sees what's up, gets some vision, gets some ideas, and then walks away to regen it all back up.
Dragon in 1 minute. Main thing, looking towards probably the Baron as soon as it spawns. Realistically, anyone from Chiefs walking in, trying to look against this Sejuani, against this Syndra, can just be caught off. But it's looking like Bliss are wanting to play towards this bot lane. They do have Lived, who is so strong in this side lane, able to put pressure whenever he wants. And it's really Team Bliss's map to run.
There's a wide flank coming out from Biopanther right now, but the Sledge ults.
Yeah, double CC laid onto Babbitt. He's gone, he's in trouble, he's forced to flash away, but it's too little too late. Kiste comes in on a wide flank, but he's got no damage. That supported build, as you already mentioned. Lemus jumps in on his own, receives the Lulu ultimate and says, I can do no wrong. Biopanther now finally rocks up to the fight and tries to go all out. He's already hit the ghost, he can't find the angle, he can't use the ult. So I think Team Bliss have done enough to say that, yeah, we've kept you at bay. That dragon is ours for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, it should just be a free Drake for the side of Team Bliss. Not something that they put all of their efforts towards, however, because at the end of the day, it's just denying a soul that would be there for Chiefs. However, if the game protracts longer than you'd think, 4 Infernal Souls, kind of crazy.
Ooh, great buffer there on the hook away from Aladoric. Otherwise, could have been in a world of trouble, given that Daystar once again hit another great stun from Fog of War. But why not start up the dragon? The team are keeping Chiefs occupied in that mid lane. And now they can disengage away to safety. Now, this would be interesting. They can find a kill him to live.
Combo between the 2 of them.
He's just TP'd in, but as you say, there's just no damage.
I genuinely think, even if they bring up Vi and Nautilus as well, they don't kill him. If he sits there with an ultimate popped, with the Gore Drinker and the Q in the middle of 4 people. And this just speaks again to how hard it is for Chiefs to really come back in this, right? They are going to have to find a CC chain onto one of these squishy members. But how do you do that? Why Not's always there in front of them? And even if you do land it, you've got Benvi in the back there with that wild growth, with all the shielding to come through. So looking like Team Bliss are going to want to transition towards this Baron side vision, and what can Chiefs really do to contest them?
Well, that's the question. I mean, we have to play devil's advocate here because you're down 7k gold at only 21 minutes in. It's a monumental lead this early on, and given the sort of conditions we've already highlighted about the build differences, what really is the best case scenario for Chiefs right now? Are you just looking at Team Bliss overexerting themselves, getting a little bit too big for their boots, thinking I can, you know, take the 1v3s, 1v4s, or maybe a miraculous flip at the Baron, for instance?
I think you have to pray for someone to get a bit too confident. We've seen Benvy before, you know, definitely a player who is willing to sort of test the limits of his positioning. So potentially finding a pick onto him, what does that even mean, right? Even with him gone, still so much power in the tank for Team Bliss. As they're going to start at this Baron, they're going to call Chiefs bluff. They want to end this game as soon as possible.
Teleport comes through as well. The fight is happening on Vision. Talia Wall separates them.
It does. That means Benvy and Liv can't interact with this fight right now. And why not is the focus. Down goes the Rain of Arrows, looking to try and cut through that sustain. Liv flashing on forward, found a target in his sights. Biopan, but not the target they're after. And he's not gone all out right now, so he is still fairly tanky. And I think Chiefs are going to walk away with this one with a health advantage. Flash hook from Aladoric. They need some DPS to back it up for it to mean something. The shield is good. The damage is not there, but Liv jumps in and nearly clutches it with the Gore Drinker Q. Ultimately, they are going to trade favorably for Chiefs here, taking down 2 for just 1.
And almost a miracle fight, you have to say, for Chiefs. Kisei putting in so much work. They're able to crucially find the engage onto Daystar at the start of that fight, blowing him up. Even then, though, the fight looks so close. Lim is able to put out so much DPS, and hey, the play's not done. They're tipping back in. They want this Baron.
Yeah, the fact that Why Not doesn't die means he has the Warmog, so he's back to full HP, and they can consider the objective again, and that's the idea. Hit the Baron, you're always going to be able to disengage and sustain your way back up and just draw the Chiefs in. I mean, like you said, almost miracle fight from the Chiefs, but fantastic hooks from Aladoric, and a really nice wall from Kisei is what kicked that one off. And so close to getting a follow-up onto Limas, because if that second hook connected onto the carry of Bliss, they actually do get wiped there. But not going to happen.
Here we go again. We can see the start of the play, and like you said, Rusty, that Weaver's wall, so big in terms of separating Benvy. Daystar just gets caught by so much CC and his one-shot with that Talia W. Kisei, the MVP of this fight, in addition to Eldoric, in my opinion, finding so much damage off to the side here. But the kite back from Limas, so potent. And the flash hook. If Lived isn't the hero there could even be a world where that hitbox bugs, like we've seen happen so many times with Nautilus Q, and Limas gets hooked. But at the end of the day, Chiefs will walk away with just slivers of health on all 4 members.
Liv seeing blood in the water, but dashing over a Talia E to try and engage, stuns himself in melee range. So a little bit of a tragedy there as a wall comes through from Kisei to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, very scary, isn't it, to try and play these side lanes right now. So solo laners of the Chiefs show so much respect with Team Bliss constantly hovering around this Baron.
The really important thing here for the side of the Chiefs is between that last fight and now, the Muramana is now upgraded for Raze. The Seraph's Embrace is done as well for Kisei, so they have damage.
Oh, we
Where
are
you
a Vi on a 1v5, jumped in on their Lonesome, flashed you across the wall, and now between 2 turrets.
Poltron
cosplay, where the Hex Gates. Well, here's a Blast Cone, and we are on the run.
Too.
We are running. Oh no, still stunned. You hoped for a second, but it wasn't to be the case.
But that's a Jungler dead, Skimmy. That's no smite for 30 seconds available, so very limited still opportunity. Sure, there still is the Varus Q, but Team Bliss definitely happy to turn on towards this Baron.
Bio just hitting them.
This would require something pretty special. Lived 1v3, jumps in, hits the ultimate, slicing and dicing away to safety. Bio in the Baron pit, trying to 1v1. Limas is going to die, removes him. Ultimate was enough to try and keep himself sustained. Kisei now decides to have a crack at it, 1v4. Everybody going in, trying to create a montage in a game 3 situation. Lived handles him. Daystar is the bodyguard. He is the gatekeeper, waiting at the front door saying you're not allowed in, and the Baron is easily picked up.
Chiefs, they want to contest that Baron, but they're so separated in their approach. One by one they go in, and one by one they are taken out. That is going to be the Baron. Sure, it's a long, complicated dance, but as we see it again, Biopanther just leagues ahead of his team, who are busy dealing with Liv towards his bot side, so no one able to help him. Even though he does get Limas low, it doesn't matter.
I mean, it's exactly what we spoke about before, right? Both top laners will tank for the rest of their team, but only one team has enough damage to deal with them. Lived is able to just walk away, get the support from his team. Benvy comes in with the shields and will polymorph Kisei, who just gets Syndra ulted and taken out of the game completely. Raze, unfortunately, missing those cooldowns, but very nicely done by Daystar to actually push back the Nautilus, knowing that was really the only kill threat that would have been.
Oh my god, we've gone out of the replay from the Baron, and Babip has been miraculous. He's stolen away the Dragon and given them a chance now to actually get a soul point win con.
To be honest, that is by far and above the best thing he can be doing with his life at this stage in the game as a Vice, stealing that objective. Like you said, I really doubt this game gets to the next soul. I think Bliss certainly have the tools in their toolbox to be able to close this game out, but we will have to wait and see, as this Baron buff just makes it so much more potent into the Varus, into the Talia, really limits what Chiefs can do.
I mean, that's a pretty rough wall because the wave was already cleared. You could have potentially used it on the next wave to buy some time. That is the goal right now, is to buy time. Your jungler is dead. You're dealing with a Baron buff. It was a 4v5, but Babip is back up and alive now as Team Bliss push.
He's here now. Lemus has double summoners, and there is the heal and the wild growth as well. Going to be so hard to try and remove Lemus, let alone Daystar with a flash of his own. They're going to be so hyper aware of where they decide to go, and we've already seen Babip go for those ultimates and get taken right out back.
Okay, Babip, back to base.
Into the fountain for sure, and this base, it is going to start falling.
He's got Tabis as well, which is interesting. Not wanting to go the Mercs versus the Syndra Sejuani, offering a lot of CC in that mid lane duo. But once again, how do you really answer this? Daystar alone is able to put so much pressure on the mid lane that Bliss are just going to walk towards this, and you really feel like this is Chiefs' final stand.
They have to engage. Chiefs have no choice. They're being bottlenecked into making a bad decision by Bliss. You can see the wraparound from the Bliss squad using mid lane, big Syndra stuns and just pressure. And Chiefs eventually, I mean, they're going to have to pull out a Miracle Diamond under this pressure or they are doomed in game number 3.
Holding on for dear life, their final stand, if you will, here by that bot tower. Hoping that Bliss are unable to crack open another. The supers are now starting to go towards that mid lane. They're starting to look to try and remove these Nexus turrets. Finally, that turret does fall on down. Second inhibitor on the menu by Pemper with the all-out mode. Looking to try and run away, but still entertaining the idea of taking down Liv 1v1. Babip has actually found Daystar, who didn't get a chance to hit the flash. Liv jumps in. His job's complete. He's removed Raze. That's all that was ever meant to be. And now an exposed Nexus turret, 2 in fact, which are taking damage not only from Bliss, but from minions as well. Have Bliss bitten off more than they can chew? They're looking as if they want to go for the end. But with a fragile attempt, with a very weak defense, Chiefs are still holding on for dear life.
A bit botched on the execution there, you have to feel, from Team Bliss. Daystar getting caught out towards that top side. He goes down. Lived, on the other hand, the largest crocodile you've ever seen. The wild growth plus the dominance on top of that. Standing absolutely huge, but somehow Chiefs managed to hold on. And, you know, every minute they can buy is a minute closer to this Infernal Soul potential that they could secure.
I mean, we'll see this again. Quite simply, Daystar hits the 2-man stun, gets Varus ulted at the same time, and manages to dodge out on all of that damage, but it's a simple Talia flick afterwards. And now he is low, but Biopanther gets to live, and that's where they'll find the one pick that they needed. But every single time we've seen these skirmishes break out, yes, they have put all of this effort, and it's a lot of effort from the Chiefs, to secure the mid laner of Bliss. But meanwhile, just a cheeky Zeri running around, just zapping everyone, is completely free to do as she would like, as Lemus, now 7-1-7, has completed a Zhonya's Hourglass.
That's like the ARAM tech that we usually play around with, isn't it? When you have that particular champion in mind, you think denied at all costs.
No one can kill him now. Vi presses R, you just turn gold and say, what's up?
We don't care about Guardian Angels. We want the old school AP Zeri, if you will, which is a bit of a throwback when it was played in the mid lane, but far out, this is
I love the Zhonya's purchase, to be honest. I think more AD champions should consider Zhonya as a pick, especially into certain champs where it's just invaluable. Why not slam a Rengar? Suddenly, Rengar does 0 damage if you have a Zhonya's.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, there's just so many choreographed forms of CC coming out from Chiefs, right? Like that depth charge, like a Vi ultimate, really negating both of those abilities really well. And 40 seconds on Baron, 30 seconds on Dragon. Looks like Bliss just want to make sure these waves are shoved so they can fall back to these objectives. Now, what the Chiefs contest, because if Babip does go for a potential steal onto this Dragon, that means he is certainly dead for Baron.
I think Bliss have 2 options, right? They can just take the Infernal away, deny the soul, but if you're Bliss, you want to give Chiefs neither. You don't want to give them a chance. If you're Chiefs, you'd settle for a consolation prize of a Baron buff. any day of the week because that gives you 5 more minutes in the game. But realistically, you can see how difficult it is for the Chiefs to get into the area even if they have vision. They can't 5v5. So they're going to try and move towards the Baron Pit. We'll see what they can do beyond just placing a couple of wards down that maybe a teleport can go to.
And always our concern was they would have very low Baron DPS. It's not possible for them to try and sneak this one in, especially not at a deficit like this.
They're just going to get bodied out here as well. Bliss, if they can cut off the recall from Chiefs, it's over.
Looking like they want to. Marching down the mid lane here. They popped the Shirelles. They might just be going for the end, Skimmy.
They certainly are looking for the end. One Nexus turret and a Dream and an end and a GG condition. A TP on a minion to try and keep that minion wave alive. There goes the Zonia's burnt by Lemus. There is the flick onto Why Not. There is Liv saying, I've got one job and one job only. Hit this Nexus and sustain. He's got 4 members around him, and with a wild growth, he's an unmovable object. They will look to end this game. They have their sights set on match point, and they will claim it. Going 2-1 now.
Who would have thought, huh? That we'd be sitting here saying Bliss are up 2-1 in this series, and they look like the better team right now. Game number 3, the perfect example of it. Game 1 was all Chiefs. They looked dominant, they looked in control, and there was never really any doubt. You're worried that we were just going to get a 3-0, wrap it up. Chiefs were too good on the day. We come into the second game, Bliss reinvent themselves, and it's a full reset, what feels like in the third game, right? Draft is different, the setup, the plan is different. But Bliss still looking like they are the better team right now.
Oh, off to a fantastic start at the early game, right? Like, they finally weren't on the back foot, weren't having to try to force these fights from bloody everywhere. And they were the ones that were making all the moves. I was a little worried when Why Not was on the sedge. I was like, that's not a Why Not champion. That's, when you think Why Not, that's the last thing you bloody think about. So I was worried. All right, but it worked out. It worked out pretty damn well as well. Of course, him being a big tanky boy, able to just stand wherever he bloody wanted as well. Look, Benvi trying to 1vx the turret, that was a fun affair, but look, Limas as well, you couldn't fault him down in that bot lane. And even with Babip, you know, always there, always hovering, this time on the Vi instead, he doesn't have a very good track record on the Vi. You know, I think it's a very low percentage win rate at the moment. I was going to say 0, but I think that they've definitely won 1 game with it.
It is one of those champions, though, that is very feast or famine, right? You're either ahead and you're engaging as Vi with champions that can dive with you, and it looks really good.
Yeah.
Or in this game, you're just engaging, you're miles away from your team, and you get picked off and die in isolation. So I think for me, the biggest thing here is just the way that both junglers are working around their bot lanes. And to me, really, Why Not is having the better of that matchup, right? He is finding value in his skirmishes. He is there at the right time, and I think that this is something we've really pointed out a lot in this series, but Babip just tends to be standing around bot lane due to the threat of something happen as opposed to him actually making something happen himself. So really going to be looking at Babip, this all-star player from OS who has done so much in the region to really level it up if Chiefs want to maintain their stay in this series.
I got some stats from production as well. Before this series, he had a 50% win rate on Vi, so in Stage 2, so not including the round robin stage at the start of the split. By the way, have a look at that damage. You got Raze, who is almost turbo smurfing on the team at the moment, just poking, pumping, and making it work. But as you mentioned, like, look at the other side. Lived 1v90. There was fights where his health bar was so low, he was within an inch of dying. Just hits one bloody, what's the spinny called? It's the opposite of the slice and dice, isn't it? It's bloody
Cole the Meek.
Yeah, that one. Bam. That little bit of a gore drinker in there, man, is just straight back to full HP, or at least half HP, and looking big while doing it. But yeah, macro-wise, Bliss, their game plan, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. It seems to be much more simple. It's like team fight, go and hit things, take turrets, right? And that's all they're really thinking about. The macro game just seems to be working a lot better for Bliss right now than it is for Chiefs.
I think Bliss's biggest strength this entire split, when you look statistically, is they have been exceptional at claiming plates per game. I think double that of the majority of the teams in this region. So if they get a lead, if they get a moment, be it synced up waves or understood timings of recalls, they can then go in, cheeky bit of gold here, bit of gold there. And it's a big reason why when you look at their stats for like gold difference at 15, it tends to be so much higher than everybody else. I think the big thing for me was sort of answering the question of would we see Chiefs try and play for a more dominant laning phase as opposed to a team fight? That was the answer with the Varus and the Nautilus. Obviously, it fell behind and you're terrified, right? Because you're always going into a Zeri. Zeri survives laning phase, is guaranteed to then win the team fights.
I was trying to think of a segue, but I don't have one for the first time ever. From the fans, we got a couple more submissions to have a quick look at. Skimmy, you really didn't help me out with the way you ended that sentence. Now look, my gut stays. Need to get my eyes checked as well. Everything's going wrong right now. Stickman saying, my gut says King Lima should take this. Man's doing damage. He really is. He really, really is down in the bot lane. I feel like this is one that I can get behind. Of course, it is a bias opinion. I see Bliss in the name there.
Flashback to the time we said he should be safe in mid. He has QSS purchased and then immediately dies.
The caster curse.
Flashback.
Yeah.
If Lemus isn't going to get MVP, it's our fault because we've cursed him how many times now?
All right, yep, true. We've got to start cursing more.
Sorry,
in these
Lemus.
games.
When was that one?
Round robin.
Oh, okay. Right back.
It's probably
Jeez.
game 3.
Back on the Ezreal, I
Before
want
the
to say.
break.
Week 2, day 1. I'm going to say that.
Start of the year at this
I don't
point.
know.
Feels like years ago. We've got a few
It's
more
like
to have a
3
look
weeks.
at. We'll jump on into the next one. Reef Fury
Wrong.
coming through with the milk. He's not even playing Reef Fury. You're not even playing. Where'd Reef Fury go?
I think he got so tilted when I stole his penta the other day that he just never returned.
Oh.
I just wanted to remind him that I did steal that penta intentionally. That's all.
Where did we... I saw Reef Fury casting. Where was that? Was that at the...
It was the
Scouting?
Chief Scouting
Chief
Grounds.
Scouting Grounds, yeah.
He was doing a good job up there, wasn't
My man's loved it. It was a good time.
Yeah.
he? Maybe get him on this
It was
couch.
play-by-playing.
It was a
Maybe.
caster in the making.
Oof, look at him go. We got one more to have a quick look at as well. Thank you for the inaccurate submission, Reef Fury. You got some,
Aw.
me? I'm not playing either.
A big if true, give the man a medal.
So what we now need
You're a
is a
player.
show match.
You're a player.
And we need you to play in it, Mac. And then you need to absolutely Goomba Omega Smith.
The last show match did not go very well from memory.
Hey.
That makes you
Well,
eligible.
maybe if I don't get all of my champs banned going into the game, that'll
That's
probably
true.
help.
I can't believe they did
Happened
that.
in both show matches, which is why I ended up on the Rammus and had the incorrect keybinds, mind you, which tilted me to no extent if you couldn't tell from the post-match interview. But let's not talk about that because I'll lose my job. Either way, it is time to jump into another break to go to what could be the final game of the series if Bliss play out of their minds.
Out goes the depth charge. Why not is going to be immune to that one. So then they go for the suplex right on towards Venvi. He's going to fall on down. Lemus in the backline with the lightning crash active. Flashes forward and wants to cleave everybody. He's hunting for the triple. Denied it as Babip jumps across the wall. Having received a Sejuani, he's done looking for another. Still denied.
Oh, they hooked him.
Unreal. How? 3 members were so low. They were so
The
low.
ultimate Sejuani ultimate's coming back up right now.
Oh, man.
They also don't know where the Talia is off respawn. Sejol connects to raise. KO. going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCO. Just doing my stretches. Sorry, you caught me off guard. Just limbering up. We're getting real deep in the series. Getting real deep in the series, aren't we?
Get away!
You weren't going to help me?
All right, go on.
Yeah,
Help me.
I'll
Help
spot
me.
you, champ.
Right up. Oh, the deep hamstring burn.
This was his idea.
Oh!
This was his
Next to me,
idea.
he's like, I'm cramping.
No cramping. Not today, not today. Look, either way, I hope everyone is feeling real loose, real all stretched up, warmed up, tight, thick, pumped, because we got a fourth game to get into. And of course, you guys, I hope you're going to be at DreamHack, because if you are at DreamHack, you get to talk about the Dare MVP with me. Wow.
That's good.
I felt like I traced it because I obviously have a lot of like reference material just around the
I
studio.
want you guys to know that Mac was behind me for about 4 minutes, like kneeling, just staring at the Dare fridge.
Your next
To
challenge,
get that
Mac.
correct.
I didn't look when I was drawing actually. I was just
Your
staring.
next
at
challenge,
the
Mac, is to trace this. Right?
Ooh, can you take it off right now and I'll do it while the game's on?
That'd be a bit TOS, wouldn't it? We're still waiting for this old bloke to do
As far
this
as
on
you
camera
know,
as well.
the buttons are off. You just can't see because of a laptop.
You can buy those if you do go to DreamHack. !DreamHack, get those tickets. I'm pretty sure there are some of those shirts remaining.
This is limited edition.
Mm.
You could be down in LCO history.
You can get it down at DreamHack. Of course, the whatever LCO capacity is there, it is going to be on the Saturday, which is the 29th of April. So you got a bit over a month to get those tickets. But just look, like they announced yesterday with the BYOC that there's going to be, you know, 4 big competitions all around, like 10K prize pool as well. So if you're there, if you're from Melbourne already, you know, looking at you, hey, take
It's
your PC, you can stay there playing some bloody competitions, win some cold hard cash, and, you know, obviously just have a sick land. That's what DreamHack's all about. But LCO is going to be there as well. LCO, some other tournaments, some big competitions. And look, I'm going to be there too. So is him. So is he.
So is him.
So is that guy.
So is him.
Yep.
Him
So
is.
is him. By the way, look, let's have a quick look back at the draft before we start moving this conversation back on track. Of course, all 3 games that we've seen so far, the band's finally changing up for that 3rd game. I think for me, where I noticed things started to change is actually that Heimer band coming out from the Chiefs. That's when we started to see that shift in what was going down, and 2 brand new ADCs locked for this series.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it was that shake-up, and I'm really curious going forward now because Chiefs will get another chance to decide which side they want to play on. Do you want to go for that second coming of the reset where you say, it's do or die now, boys, right? Obviously, there's still a chance in that lower bracket in another best of 5, but if we want to bring this one back into at Game 5, do we need to go red side? Do we need to try and save that counter pick for somebody like Kisei? Because Rusty and I were mentioning before, like, you know, as it stands so far, it seems a little bit pre-worked out. You know, these 2 top laners are going to lock in some bruises. They're going to lock in some tanks, just have a bit of fun up there. But it feels like Kisei, as good as he is and as standout as he was, at least in the round robin, is being put on a bit of an island. He's receiving a ton of pressure, and we've seen what happens when it goes that way.
Question.
What? Well, yes, that guy.
Why is everyone banning Cade and Ashe against Bliss regardless of the side of the map they're on? Are they that good at it? Because I recall them losing with it. That's my question. Does no one have an
That's
answer?
the question. I'm
That's the
looking
Can anyone
around.
help me
Because
out?
it's annoying.
I'm
It's a
looking for an
30-second
answer.
ult.
I don't get it. Is it insecure
Forget about it.
to ban Caitlyn Ashe on blue side? Is it insecure?
Maybe. Maybe it's their game plan. Maybe there's something we don't know,
It's the
Rusty.
second team that's done it.
Maybe
If
it's
you
the
don't want to
gods.
play, you
Second team
ban
that's
it, I
losing.
guess.
Look, to answer your previous question, one of your previous questions, we get to look at who's on what side. Chiefs choose this time because they copped the L in the last game, and they've finally selected to go to red. So this is going to be game 4. Things swap around. They get the counter pick. And do you think they're going to save that for Kisei?
I certainly hope so.
Yeah.
I think Kisei is their pillar of strength in the mid lane. He's certainly someone who I think of as the heart and soul of this Chiefs roster. And if he's behind, and he hasn't been just getting behind, like he's been getting pretty handled by Daystar, right? It was down 40-something CS, solo kills as well in that previous game. So I really think they need to secure a good matchup for him. He's shown that if he gets something like an Akali, like a Silas in a good spot, he can take over the game. So I really think that they need to change up this whole draft plan and give him something to perform on.
Well,
Well,
it's not the Dare MVP time, but it is the Dare fan vote time, so I'll just cover up the MVP But look, get them in. Twitch points. You've probably got a lot of them, everyone that's gone on for Bliss from the last 2 games. So I want to see them all put on here. And I want to see the percentages of both those sides of their fan vote when it comes up. During the game, look, Bliss favoured.
I feel like it's stayed pretty even still, like throughout the entire series. Like I want to say never more than like 60-40 at least.
Maybe people just know how close the series is, so
Based
they're
off the
not putting
last
their
game,
Twitch points on.
I'm calling it 70% Bliss. That's my...
Think fair.
Yeah.
Think fair.
I mean, that's probably what I would say for chances to win the series based off the last 2 games.
Well, red side though, for Chiefs, I feel like we haven't seen the Chiefs execute. Near how we saw Chiefs 2 days ago play out of their minds. Like, out of their minds. We're not getting that. That's not the Chiefs we have today. So, and there's not much time left. Like, they might have to focus on tomorrow at this point because Bliss are in the driver's seat and they've got a lot of momentum.
I think you don't really... I definitely don't think they should be thinking about tomorrow right away. I think, okay, we're getting told to hurry up. I will say my one thing. I need Babip, I need Aladoric to work together better. They've been in the same area, but the plays that they've been making just haven't seemed cohesive enough. They haven't been getting the bot lane and Raze involved enough in the plays, and when they have, it's just been so disjointed that it hasn't worked out. So that's my piece before we head into Champ Select.
Well, we are going into Champ Select. I don't even have time to throw it anymore.
Just throw it back off camera, Mac. You'll be fine. It's getting a Champ Select.
Bam, done. There you have it. Team Bliss will get...
Actually, I respect he did. I'm glad that was off camera.
I'm certainly glad that was off camera, far out. Well, for the first time in this entire series, Gragas has not been banned. It's been let through, and Team Bliss will say that is a first pick worthy champion, and they're going to do just that. Chiefs are going to respond right away and say it's the Xayah, it's the Wukong. It is that reimagining of what things can look like if we play on red side.
Yeah, I really like the Gragas for Bliss because one is one of the junglers who not only is willing to play it, but is certainly proficient on the champion as well. And an immediate answer as well, so Bliss certainly showing that, you know, even though they have been very comfortable on red side from what it seems, they have these blue side drafts prepared. They are willing to go with the Annie. And we know that that pick is just so strong in the current meta.
And that is like, when you think about the previous games in this series, right? Every single game that Bliss has been on red side, they have banned the Annie and the Rakan. They're going to keep the Rakan banned, but Gragas was banned by the Chiefs. So now on blue side, they get both Gragas and Annie because the Chiefs still ban Caitlyn Ashe, and they will ban the Varus with it. So we find ourselves in a very interesting game where I think Bliss draft so far is just 3 really highly rated champions, and Chiefs are the ones bucking the trend.
Definitely seems that way. The Aladoric Leona is certainly a staple of his. We know that he is able to find so many good engages on this champion. He's shown it before. But the real question to me is, you know, we've seen Engage before drafted into the Bliss bot lane and it really hasn't seemed to work, right? He'll just go in, the jungler will engage and they'll get picked off. So the question is to me, you know, can these engages be decisive? Can these engages be clean enough that they're not giving anything back over to Bliss? Because Annie is certainly a champion that has the potential to turn around plays much like the Heimerdinger. So going to be a lot of attention paid to this bot lane early game.
Certainly is. Jackson Fresh being the bans in the second half of this pick and ban phase by the Chiefs, whereas the Akali is denied once again. Imagine Team Bliss will continue that trend and ban another champion towards Kisei, as I'm sure they're kind of aligned with us thinking that it would be saved for him.
Orianna.
What do the Chiefs go for now with that Orianna ban?
That makes me think it's an Annie mid because Orianna is one of the hardest matchups for Annie. You're always playing into her range, so removing that, definitely creating space for that Annie mid as, come on, Bio.
They did ban the Jax on the Chiefs side, which makes you think that the team of Bliss were looking for Gragas and Jax as their team comp, right? Because Gragas is the traditional counter, so they got rid of that as a possibility and maybe in part bottlenecked the Annie towards mid, and that's where the Ori response comes from. But the Chiefs here will just go for that Ornn 4th pick, limiting the champion pool just a little bit more. But at the same time, don't forget Bliss, that Gragas can still go jungle. They can still have an aggressive AD top lane champion if they wanted to. Annie can still go support, and they could have a Yasuo mid, right? Like, there are these flexibility choices here for them.
And there we go.
And only now we get to find out where it goes.
The Braum going to be the lock-in, providing so much value, not only against Leona in terms of compositionally being able to kite back the engage, but against the Ornn specifically being able to block that ultimate. So key in a lot of these team fights. As we do wonder what the last pick will be, like you mentioned, it is going to be a Trundle.
That's a lived champion.
Yeah.
That is a lived top lane champion into the Ornn. That's not just a jungle champion for why not.
Definitely still flexible around this top jungle, as we will have to see the matchup. Trundle in the jungle definitely has some issues in terms of clear speed. Sylas to me is interesting here because you look at Team Bliss's comp and you don't really see huge Sylas value, right? Sure, you do have some good ultimates, the explosive cask and the Tibbers, but this is very much signaling to me this is a Kisei champion. This is something he knows he is good at, and he trusts himself to perform in a do-or-die match.
I agree, and I think he's going to have his work cut out for him, though, between, you know, the Frozen Pillar, the concussive blows, all the CC and stuns from the double AP threats of Team Bliss as well. So I think he's been in this position before against this very team, where there has been a lot of CC and it's made it very difficult to pilot the Sylas, but that 5th pick was saved, as we predicted, as we had hoped. And it's certainly going to be looking to try and find, you know, a bit of ease on a comfortable champion to bring them into that Game 5. What is your take on this, Rusty? Do you think they've done enough here on red side?
I mean, I think first and foremost that the Braum pick is just extremely clutch for Bliss. I think they just got a really easy 4-5 Braum and Trundle option. The Trundle being flexible is obviously really nice to have, but Xayah, first and foremost, can have the feathers, the pullback cancelled by the Braum door. Leona is a target whenever they go in first because Braum can kite backwards. And like Max mentioned before as well, the Ornn ultimate can be completely denied from existing. So I think in terms of overall comps, have Chiefs done things that I would say are better because they're on red side? My answer is no, because I think what they've done is gone on red side and picked comfort champions. So there wasn't like that 5th pick counter, you're looking at some kind of crazy Akali angle for Kisei where like, that's the one.
Yeah.
Like they've done it. I think they've actually just gone Leona and Sylas because it's much more comfortable for them. And now they have to deal with a couple of good answers already there on the other side. Leona goes in, Braum puts up a door, Trundle gets rid of the resistances. What do you do?
Yeah, this is a rough game. There is so much disengage from the side of Bliss with the Gragas as well, on top of all of that you previously mentioned. So if Aladoric goes in, isn't supported by his teammates, it is just going to be that Leona getting one shot. But we are loading onto the Rift for what could be the final game of this best-of-5 series between Team Bliss and the Chiefs.
That it certainly could be. There, Max says Team Bliss have 2 wins so far in a best-of-5. The very first, kicking off really what is 2 days' worth of it to conclude the very opening split here for 2023. Chiefs will be looking to almost emulate, I guess in a way, kind of like what Kanga did, play some of those comfortable champions, feel a sense of ease, feel a way back into this series and say we hold ourselves to a much higher standard.
Daystar actually going to get face checked here, actually flashes at level 1 and does have a point in that E. So that's a tragedy from Daystar. I think he was actually trying to group up with the rest of his squad who might have been considering a late invade. May still be considering such. But before that point, I just want to very quickly reiterate here, Skimmy. The stakes in this game, if Bliss win this, they get to go to the PCS playoffs. It is a do-or-die moment for the Chiefs if they want to be our first seed from the LCO. They have to win this game. But it's Bliss being the aggressors.
Good read by Aladoric.
Yeah, very important vision there. Places a ward down afterwards as well to completely have eyes in the sky as to what Why Not is doing. Whereas they won't exactly know what Babib is up to. Instead, the ward is there for the Raptor tracking.
Which, mind you, if you think back to how this series and the past weeks have played for the Chiefs, Babib wants to be bot side. It is his strong preference. So even if they know that Why Not is there, can they stop a vertical jungle? That is the question. And look at the Wukong right now. Red buff straight to the Gromp.
Yeah, going to find Trundle here, Skimmy.
Certainly is, and Why Not does have a flash, and Aladoric's looking for it, so he flashes into it. Everybody's using it! And it's Raze that finds that first blood. Now looking for the second. They want to make sure he'll get it, and he certainly does. That's a Xayah with a double and a blue buff too.
We said this bot lane has to go better for Chiefs, and it is only 2 minutes in the game. Raze already has 2 kills off the back of a nice read by Chiefs. That level 1 ward.
Look at mid.
And it's not done. He's got no flash.
Yeah, Kisei's hunting for it, flashing in with the chains. Kingslayer swing it around, and Babib is saying, I will be the difference. And the 2 keys, the 2 big carries. Chiefs have got the kills.
Where has this Chiefs been? This first 3 minutes feels like a completely different team to what we've been watching all series. How proactive Babib has been in terms of not only answering that play at the Gromp, but going towards the mid lane after, recognizing that no flash, creates a window for a gank, and already Chiefs 3 kills up. 1.5k ahead at 3 minutes in the game.
I mean, they just find their stride in the war of information. They just make the better decisions. Chiefs have always been a clutch team, filled with clutch players as well. But this is a much improved start to the game for sure. It's fighting again bottom. Nothing should really amount from this one, but still look at the goal difference already. We're 3 minutes in.
Yeah, it's kind of egregious, really, isn't it? That far ahead this early on feels, you don't want to say doomed because it is far too early. We know just how adept Bliss are at the early stages, but the gold is in all the right places. And it's a bounty already at 3 minutes, which is the most crazy thing of all.
Certainly is. Ray's definitely feeling a fair bit better about this lane than his previous one. Xayah is certainly a champion, unlike the Lethality Varus that really continues scaling to almost no end as the game continues. Babip, I'm loving these cheeky pathing that he is attempting in this game as Bliss's wave just trying to get a reset here.
Yeah, they know the wave's coming back towards them if they just play patiently and don't make any mistakes. So they can afford to get themselves a recall off here. And if it's boots and a longsword, that's still worthwhile. Just quickly as well, while we are looking at it, lived on your screen, 0 mana, but fairly solid Gragas performances so far, particularly through the LCO playoffs is the one that comes to my mind immediately. And it's not so much him winning lane, because he has been prone to dying in lane sometimes trying to crash waves. It's his roaming where he really shines the brightest.
Absolutely, and team fights as well, just proving invaluable in terms of the disengage he provides. Even if you look at the isolated matchup 1v1, there's so much a Gragas can do to interrupt an Ornn's ultimate, even if the Braum shield is used before, right? There's so many avenues he has to make Ornn's life a living hell. Wukong, if he's trying to go for an engage. So top lane, you know, obviously not too much action in the early game, but like you said, those mid-game fights are going to really be where these top laners can shine, as why not?
Just at a Teva range was there, Kisei, hunting for the Trundle. To remind them that the jungle, even at this very early moment, is going to belong to the Chiefs. And with the Dragon having just spawned, certainly if they've found a kill like that, what about a shoe-in to go for it?
And a really obvious sweeper here actually though by Benvi, then you Why Not was obviously nearby, so he sweeps to secure vision. Why Not just going to place a control ward, which is basically about keeping them safe, not about going for those kills. Clear out the ward. In the Drake pit, we'll find a Wukong watching him, however, as mid is constantly fighting.
Yeah, he's going to be very delayed on his return to try and make things happen here. Frozen Domain goes out to try and buy some distance, but Kisei's already gone, carving towards topside. As both mid laners bear the brunt of some fairly extensive trading.
And with all the disengage that Team Bliss have, that sort of has the negative side effect of providing them not that much engage, right? If you look at this team comp, how are you realistically starting fights off the back of maybe a Gragas flank and Annie flash Tibbers, something like that? But we saw just there in the mid lane, there's no realistic way for them to get on top of Kisei unless he is overcommitting really far forward. As that being said, the Bliss bot lane looking for a 2v2.
Let's see what we can find with this one. The door goes up, instantly saying you're not going to be able to feather recall that easily. Gravitum is active and they're looking for the activation whenever they do so desire. Someone here who has to be used, and the Ignite comes out afterwards. That's the key difference. No lethal found just yet. Babip is here just to make sure.
Really nice trade though by Bliss. I think Chiefs just recognizing, one, flashless Xayah needed to be careful and use the heal to keep distance, but two, they did not know where Why Not was. And so the second they played hyper-aggressive, they just assumed a Trundle was nearby. And they were correct in that assumption if they took the 2v2 and went for it, at risk of dying.
Bliss bot lane. Looking for something a bit cheeky potentially. You do wonder if Chiefs will stay around to push this wave out.
1-for-1s are worth it. Remember, Xayah has 150 gold shutdown, so it's a kill and a half.
There it is, looking for onto Raze. Raze does have that flash. It goes in with the Feather Recall, and that was one turret shot, and that's Aladoric flashing forward again. We know Leona can do a fair bit of damage, but maybe not enough to try and snipe two. Babip is doing the Baron, or rather the Dragon, not Baron at this early moment, but Raze finds the kill. Phenomenal.
You can see the idea there, but the execution, Chiefs just react too quickly. Lemus walking out of the bush, not able to get that auto attack onto Raze. By the time Benvi flashes forward, Raze has already responded with his. The AD carry's not in range, as meanwhile Kisei is getting engaged upon.
What a flash away. Nearly got hit by the Tibbers stun, but just times it beautifully. I mean, yeah, still Bliss unable to find their first kill in this fourth game, rather.
I mean, the tragedy there for Bliss is they could have killed Aladoric. If they really wanted to, the Leona was face checking. It was free real estate to Q auto, lock down the stun combo. And you'll see this here again. genuinely is a free opportunity, but they'll go past it. Limus will walk out of the bush before Benvi, and they'll just flash forwards and not get the kill that they were hoping towards. And then Aladoric gets to be an absolute raid boss putting out damage. Raze just comes through to basically secure it, knowing that everything was on cooldown. Easy, easy kill for Raze. We're fighting again.
Straight back into the action, this time by the Herald Pit, and Kislei's found his second of the game. Make it a double. And they just look completely rejuvenated. I mean, the 10 minutes between what we just saw and what we're seeing now, I mean, this is flawless.
Two members you want kills on if you are the Chiefs is Kisei and Raze, and both of them sitting very pretty with three apiece. Nothing much going to happen onto Lived here, but we can't escape the action, and not only can we not escape it, but it's all Chiefs favored, Skimmy.
Yeah, 6 kills to 0 and a Dragon to boot as well, and potentially
No
Limus in
cleanse.
trouble. Aladoric is going to go for it. Starts it up with the Solar Flare. There is the Feather Recall with the ultimate, and just 2 ults laid on your head. You've got no summonage. You've got no business being there.
And in game number 1, we said a very dominant Chiefs roster showed up to play. And in game number 4, we're seeing that exact same dominance assert itself. We'll get the replay one more time for what happens at this Rift Herald. They go for why not. They focus the kills. They don't look at the objective as much. And then Kisei gets to come in, use the Braum ultimate to kill Braum with it. 2 more kills into the pockets of the mid lane, and now Chiefs dominant.
It was right as you would have predicted there, Rusty. You were close to it, right? 70% of
Yeah,
you.
it was actually very close.
Yeah, thinking 70% would have gone for a Team Bliss victory to close it out with a 3-1 scoreline.
How do you predict LCO games, Skimmy? How do you predict LCO
you cannot.
games?
You flip a coin and see what it lands on. I will say, though, silver lining is one. It does have that Herald. That'll be something that they'll be hoping to try and find a little bit of success with before this gold lead snowballs far too out of control.
Already looking at the items, the Catalyst coming through for Kisei. This Rod of Ages Silence build is just so annoying because it just becomes so sustainable in lane. Annie not really able to do much to pressure him out of it. And we know how Kisei is once he gets to these mid-game team fights. We saw even at that Rift Herald skirmish, sitting at about 400 HP, still able to pick up the double kill off the back of it. So really going to come down to what Team Bliss can do with this Herald, like you mentioned, Skimmy, because as this game goes on, the Trundle finds less and less value beyond just being an ultimate bot for the Leona or Ornn.
No cleanse still and no flash. It's perfect timing. Solar Flare barely wide, but perfect timing again. Now it's up. He wishes he had it. There's the double. And Babbitt with a roam to bot lane, and this time it's flourishing. He's got 2.
And it's just so easy. Again, Bliss not feeling safe in their bot lane 2v2. They live or die by the success of their bottom lane, and suddenly they can't find vision control. They can't stop Babbitt from getting in, and kill after kill come down. Why not? He's going to place the Rift Herald in mid. Daystar is still ready to go with his Tibbers back. But Kisei has the Tibbers of his own right now, and could use it to potentially even clear the wave if he wants to, and just keep them from getting plates.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to try and keep them interested right now as Aladoric's going to walk up to mid lane as well. I have to ask the question to you boys. I mean, Max, do you think it's as simple as really saying if bot lane wins, your team wins the game?
I mean, hey, looking at the games that we've played so far, you'd have to be leaning towards yes. It feels like that Herald there from Why Not is just an opportunistic one. He realizes that Chiefs, after getting those kills, are going to be off map for a little bit, so it's probably going to be the best chance they get to pick up 2 plates, but 3k gold ahead, 11 minutes in. This Chiefs just completely night and day different from what we've seen in the previous 2 games.
And it's about momentum as well, right? Consider that this is the best of 5 series that the Chiefs have lost 2 games in a row with. Back-to-back losses. They come into the 4th game, it's now 9-0, 12 minutes in. If that's not a momentum swing, I don't know what is. A full reinvigoration of the roster. Shows once again the mental fortitude of the players in the squad.
It goes back to the point you mentioned before, right? This is the squad with all the years of experience, having played, having won championships, having gone to international events up against Team Bliss with the rookies, with the imports, with the rising stars, hoping to impress, and they certainly have. They are still just 1 game away from becoming the 1st seed and the 1st team qualified to go to those PCS playoffs.
Do you remember the Pensinet vs Chiefs series from last year where it felt like we were getting this banger 5-game series of backdoors and Nexus kills, and then we went into game 5? And the Chiefs bot lane just 2v2'd them at level 2 and it was over.
Complete shutout, yeah.
I'm getting that vibe again. Like, you thought you had a chance and then the door just immediately slams on Bliss. But this is to send us to a game 5. So if the Chiefs do win this one with how it's going, it seems difficult not to. Bliss would get a chance to reassess it and rebalance. the standings anyway. Of course, it's very early to be saying that, 13 minutes, but
Even taking a look at the 80 carries items, I think you can certainly think that Lemus would be feeling quite rough at the moment, sitting on only the Noon Quiver compared to a completed Gale Force here from Raze. And this mid lane, they've looked at it so many times, the side of Team Bliss, but never really finding any value. Kisei just too tanky, too mobile.
why not just ward clearing bot? Just a hoover for control wards. That was 3 on the way through mid.
Even Liv running down from top to try and access and make it a 3v1 gank. It's never happening. Benvi's jumped in, now jumping away to safety. Soliflare once again, not a stun, but just a slow Feathercall and just an auto to add insult to injury as Why Not is now hit. There it is! Flash forward! Oh, Race is gonna die! It's immaculate! And Lemus has managed to find that first kill. A beautiful shutdown.
That was so well played. I want to shout out Why Not there for the flash Q to slow down Raze and preventing him getting the kill, but the Bliss bot lane just getting way too big for their boots there. Stepping forward was Benvi trying to find a stun onto Raze, but ultimately just gets taken down. The Braum shield does not matter one bit, and meanwhile, in the mid lane, Daystar does fall. So across the map, you know, they do find their first kill onto Raze, but realistically, you are happy with that. As we get a look at the mid lane play once again.
I'm wondering how he does die, because Daystar dies with flash up. Kisei uses his in this play. I mean, first and foremost, their abilities are simply connecting. It's just that simple, huh?
Wow.
Daystar chooses to turn and burn instead of flashing himself to safety, and unfortunately, the Annie that is itemized into heal cut still gets 1v1'd.
That is just, this is a scoreboard you really don't want to be pressing tab on if you are the side of Bliss when you're in game. That is just going to do nothing but tilt you. As we see, the Herald has spawned here. You do wonder if Bliss are just going to Hail Mary this and say, hey, you know what? This game isn't getting any better as we go on. We're going to have to do something now.
Raze is running up, but he's going to be here a little bit late, so Chiefs are going to try and use their presence alone to buy enough time to force what is looking like our first 5v5. Oh, look at that! The blast cone denied, the flash right in, and there's Zenith Blade to lock you down. Daystar bought a stopwatch, and he'll use it right away, but that's not going to stop Kisei from becoming unstoppable. That's not going to stop the carries of Chiefs flaunting their wealth and doing damage.
Turn it off. Turn it off. This should not be allowed on broadcast. The Chiefs are just absolutely demolishing Team Bliss here. They can't do anything. We see the initial engage onto Daystar. The blast cone gets interrupted. As we take a look once again, Daystar just out of position here, not respecting the Chiefs have the inside track. And look at the blast cone interrupt there. So well timed from Kisei there with the E. And after that, what can Lemus do? He's not even in the fight. It's just a slaughter.
Yeah, absolutely. Super one-sided affair once again. Chiefs favored. Objective falls into their hands as well. The Rift Herald belongs to Babip right now. And 15-1 in kills with a Herald in pocket means towers soon to fall. Benvi fighting for a control ward here. Even that's dangerous at this stage.
Do you know what I love? The fact that the score's 1-15, but both top laners are still 0-0-0.
Oh,
Neither of them have done anything.
Look at Liv, he wants to do something.
Oh,
He's done it.
He's done it.
It's the most he can do.
He's hit the ult. And Raze is like, not today, buddy.
Liv is just going to ping the Xayah ult and walk back top. And I'll see you guys
Job
in 5
done.
minutes.
I tried, guys.
It's a top laner's life for him.
But realistically, having been a pro player yourself there, Max, I mean, at what point do you actually have to look at that scoreboard and go, guys, I mean, look, it's 16 kills to 1. Like, where do we go to in this series? Because there are still all those merits, like the door for the Braum, to deny the Orn ult and so on.
I mean, you've probably mentally checked out from this game.
Yep.
If I'm being completely honest, I think you just have to take as many fights as you can and pray that something happens. As Drax is doing a little funky dance, which is cool to watch. Definitely a lot cooler than the dragon fight that's going to be happening in 40 seconds.
Lived on that mental reset vibe.
Aladoric
Lemus on that I'm dead again vibe.
tries to go for the Hex Flash in. Soliflare on Lemus' head, instantly cleansed on out. Benvi completely separated from the rest of his team. So Babip jumps across the wall, hits the two-man Cyclone, and there is Biopen for saying, but my ultimate, that one will hit. Dragon is there, but we'll summon the Herald first. We'll get that first turret, and then we'll put ourselves on soul points.
Oh no!
Benzi? Okay.
Hey, he cleared the wave. He cleared the wave. Now the Herald does still take the turret lift as the risk of dying.
Yeah, I think Raze runs him down.
Oh, there's one.
He's looking for it. Teva recall isn't enough to find lethal. Raze might
The
be in
stun
trouble.
onto Raze, he dies. One more auto.
Ooh, Well, the heal was just enough there. Now summoning onto Shelly, keeping her alive a little bit longer as Kisei comes in.
I mean, that was close. At first thought, you're thinking, okay, Kisei and Raze are just fighting to have the most kills in this game because this is becoming a clear shutout. But suddenly they get themselves just a little bit of extra money. I don't think it's going to amount to anything too great, unfortunately, for the side of Bliss. But they are fighting their way through this game. Win or lose, they are fighting.
That's what I've always loved about Bliss, is that they will go to the very end of the game taking these fights. And I think that, you know, when you are this far behind at 18 minutes in the game, you really do just need to create scenarios where your opponents can misplay, right? If you just let the game unfold, you don't do anything, they will just naturally win.
Observers are getting excited about the 1v1 with the Drake. They just keep zooming in closer and closer.
Look at the Navori quick blades, the uptime, the damage.
Can't even get a turret on the opposite side of the map because Biopanther just TPs in his 2 tankiers. Engage onto Why Not.
Yeah, Why Not? All great flash away from the Sun CC layering. Biopanther would have locked him down for a little bit longer there.
Can't call the Forge got in just yet, though. Biopanther was about 5 seconds off that cooldown, so wasn't able to follow through. Otherwise, high chance Why Not does die. He's able to get a very nice flash off to get himself to safety. Both top laners as well have just smashed a Radiant Virtue first item. They are looking to group up with their squads and just press the R button.
They want some KP.
And Bliss face check. They're not sure where they are. They have to fight for every ward that they get. Such a dicey position to be in.
Lived pushing on the bottom side, but once he reaches that turret, what's next is the engage is big Skimmy.
Oh, there it is. There's the link up. That's what you want to see, Max. It's Alador and really Babip getting it done for the squad right now. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Babip will die for making that play happen. And Raze gets bonked right back from the explosive cast, but then a massive headbutt from Neon against the wall will guarantee that Lived will fall on down. And I mean, really, it is a case of, hey, 20 minutes in, we've got an 8K gold lead.
Certainly is, mate. It's also a case of pick comfort, play comfort, and just don't let Bliss get to play the same game of League of Legends as you. There's also a point in this series where you might even consider just making them suffer. Remember, it's a best of. Don't be afraid to just get those kills and make them really think about their life for a second. I'm sure we've all done that in a series before, Max.
They're close to a kill a minute here as we see a replay of the fight. Like you mentioned, Skimmy, just the layering. Aladoric getting onto Why Not, followed up by Babip. Babip does put himself in harm's way because he uses that decoy to get into the fight. Originally does go down, but at the end of the fight, Lived is just in no man's land. Gets caught in the middle of 4 and taken down. No HP bar, crucially on Raze to go towards that Baron, but as the objective is up now, Xayah with Navori quick blades absolutely shreds it. So any potential slip up now, Chiefs are definitely indexing towards this objective.
We're looking at a steal from Why Not. I think realistically, they don't get to go toe-to-toe. They don't get to front-to-back against the Chiefs right now. The whole team is involved in getting vision down, though, to be sure. Biopants are going to shut the door on them, and Lemus is separated from them. So the narrow corridor that Team Bliss were trying to work with is completely removed. But the Chiefs aren't doing the Baron just yet. And it really does come down to can Why Not get to the pit and have a go. That's all they can bank on when it comes to this Baron right now.
And the question is as well, if you're the Chiefs, you're just happy to wait until Soul spawns, right? Realistically, in the next 2 minutes, it's not like Team Bliss are going to become massively online and they're all going to hit these massive spikes. You know, maybe the IE coming out as Aladoric's in once again.
Well, he's just relentless in his pursuit of more kills. He wants to send that statement, wants to make a message. We are bringing it back into that game 5. They'll find another 2.
Never mind.
They're not going to wait 2 minutes, Max. They're going for Baron.
Yep, and it's as simple as that, right? The corridor is always dark, so you're going to have to send someone from Bliss to try to check. Lived potentially looking for something. I mean, he may as well at this point, but that is going to be the Baron. They are going to be able to reset. The Soul's up in a minute and a half as well. Everything is going right for the Chiefs at only 22 minutes in.
Yeah, 22 minutes and a 10,000 gold lead at that. 3-21 in these kills. You'll see how the deaths happen one more time. And you can see how difficult it is just to get into the area. Ward gets placed. The second the ward's placed, Aladoric buys as much time as he can for the Chiefs squad to actually collapse before he goes. And then very easily followed up by the side of Raze and Babip. Baron in hand, you're expecting these turrets to just drop like flies.
You ever wonder in these situations, like if you took T1 and put them on Team Bliss's computers right now, would they be able to win the game?
I always wonder if there's like an art form to losing gracefully. and finding ways to make your opponents make those mistakes, but 10k down, I think I've only ever seen it happen with the full wombo combo comps, things like your mouth fights and so on.
Because I don't think it would. That's the point I'm trying to make here right now, is I think that the gold lead, and especially right now, they have to go and fight this Soul, right? The game doesn't get any better. They're going to have to Hail Mary it. But realistically, how do you approach these fights, right? You're going to have to get a Daystar engage maybe, but his flash isn't up.
Oh, he's looking for it, tried to hit the tippers, but it's a bit of a delayed one at that. Raze already burnt the Featherstorm. Kisly's already gone in. He's legendary. He was for a long time now. It is still about the 2 stars of the show. These carries from the very get-go in this game have been having a competition to get the most kills, and now Raze has double digits.
Yeah, just another team fight goes the way of the Chiefs. They've got a Baron buff. They've got a Tibbers tank in the turret for them as well. So at the very minimum, an inhibitor can fall here for free. Got a Drake to go back towards at any time that they would like, and that's going to be the Ocean Soul. So you're expecting to see the Chiefs just disengage towards that one after the inhibitor's taken. Bot being pushed at the same time, and the shutout continues as Why Not's angry about his 1v1 with Tibbers. He will eventually win that one. And I think to answer your question, Max, Spy Panther surely does not die.
He's just getting a back scratch.
Yeah, he's just getting a couple of tickles. I think to answer your question, there's no scaling in Team Bliss's comp, so even T1.
Cool. Oh, have they found Raze? They have. Phenomenal. He had no Featherstorm. A Gale Force was not enough to survive, and just caught by trying to be maybe perhaps a little bit too greedy. Sieging it up. Babip's not there. The Soul has been confirmed. Team Bliss will certainly not go quietly out of this series. They'll find another one. The bot lane of Chiefs is gone. And Benvi has single-digit HP, eventually falls on down. Kisei wants to try and show that, hey, you remove one, but we are like a Hydra, multiple heads and multiple threats. Double kill now. And with the Ocean Soul, infinite sustain with the Baron to still keep pressing forward.
Yeah, they find Raze, but that does not matter. Kisei says, I am 10-0-5. I am the force to be reckoned with here. They've got the HP bars, they've got the minion waves. Going to take the second inhibitor and potentially looking towards the Nexus turret. However, it is looking like they are going to back off. So once again, you work your way. You put so many resources into killing Raze. And Kisei is standing there untouched at the back end of the fight.
How tough it is to kill Raze, who has overextended by himself, right? The resources go into this, and you know there's no time like the present to go for this fight. You've got Braum passives, you've got Lemus that can follow through, but he's going to Gale Force and Flash to get the stun onto a support, who even if you kill, is not the one dealing damage. And meanwhile, Kisei, with a tanky build, who is so far ahead that he's still going to deal damage, just gets to stand and hit the closest target. However you want to play, that's how he's going to play.
Rod of Age's Silas, when you're ahead, just feels so unfair to play against, because not only are you incredibly tanky, but you do so much damage, like you said. Now with the death cap completed as well, so if that wasn't a worry before, it certainly is tenfold now. There's only one turret remaining. Looking like, to steal your quote, Rusty, they are going for the tutorial ending here.
Kisei with a hijack Braum ult will have so much uptime right now. Viper goes in with a flash headbutt, guaranteeing that charge is going to connect. They knock them all up. It's a bouncy castle on one that Team Bliss are not happy to be on. They found 2, and a 1-7 Aphelios now becomes 1-8. It has been a bot lane div. It feels like that is what this series is entirely built around. And it does feel like we are hitting that game 5.
Teleport comes through from Daystar,
The feathers.
Just playing with them a little bit. You can tell that the game's over. The Chiefs know that the game's over. And the inevitable occurs.
But it certainly does. Crushing victory here. And is that the momentum swinger, having just lost 2 games in a row? Is that the experience coming out from Chiefs? So there's more in the tank. And we will close this out in a game 5.
Looking nothing like the Chiefs we'd previously seen. Completely reborn in this game 4 here. Not a good game for Team Bliss's KDAs. I think they knew as well as us that that game was over at about 15 minutes in. As Chiefs really just looked like they had control all over the board.
Yeah, look, if anyone didn't know that the game was over at about 15 minutes, you'd be really huffing on some copium there. I was sitting at the back and I was just zoned out. I was like, wow, that is just a Chiefs blitzing. But this is the Chiefs that you kind of expected to turn up today, right? Babip doing a lot. Babip finally changing it up, going on the Wukong, and was just everywhere, getting that first blood, getting that second blood, and just, you know, tracking the sums, helping out more lanes than just bot, seem to be the key. So as long as this happens again for Chiefs, who are arguably probably going to be back on blue side next game, because Bliss should go back to red. You know, it's been working for him. Yeah, I lost my point. But look, either way, it's going to be potentially a Chiefs game if they have found their feet at the right moment.
Now, I have two things I want to say quickly about the draft for Bliss and why I think that played a big role in their loss. I think, firstly, why not on Trundle? Bliss just looked 20 times better when he's on a champion that can engage and play make, right? Trundle, you know, basically a walking stat stick. That's what he is he's able to fight if you're fighting into him, but not very good at, you know, initiating plays and being very explosive, right? And also the Braum for Benvi. I know compositionally it was good in terms of being able to kite back, but he just looks so much better on those enchanters, those ranged picks where he can really, you know, play with Lemus to win that lane 2v2.
Well, what was, look, we'll get it up at the end. The draft after this replay is going to be played out. But what were the bans? Because did they ban supports? They were targeting Benvi.
There was 3 ADC bans from Chiefs in their first 3. It was the Varus, Caitlyn, and Ashe that they took away. But I don't think, like, again, I agree that, like, it didn't feel like normal Bliss, but you also have to consider how they lost the game on the Rift. And a lot of that was, like, the level 1 strategy that the Chiefs read, that they countered really nicely with Babip going red to blue, and that they, like, triple flash to secure, right? So, like, they gave themselves this really nice lead and just, like, opened the map up for Babip to play his brand of League of Legends.
And on top of that, I think it was just summoner abuse. How many times did they go into lanes where there were no flashes, were no cleanses? Pixel perfect at times. I mean, that fight that we just saw in the bot lane, cleanse or flash was up in about 5 seconds there for Lemus. So the tracking, the timing was phenomenal. And they really punished Bliss as a result. And obviously this fight here as well, the flash, the Zenith Blade to connect with it, then Kisse jumps in to deny the blast. Going to be mechanically sound.
Yeah, everything is going well this game. That being said, it felt like it was one of the games where Daystar didn't get ahead because Kisse was allowed to play those champs that he can farm on, and he did just that on the Sylas. As well with Raze there on the Xayah. What was he at the end? Like 18-2 or something? He had some ridiculous scoreline. But here we go. So looking at these drafts, we got Bliss still the only real target ban onto Ali there is making sure he can't play that Rakan. But then on the other side, you got Chiefs getting rid of... Oh, no, there was nothing. So Benvi could have played really anything, but went for the Braum.
And the gold graph looks pretty chill, right? Until you realize that the bottom axis is 17k down at 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I was looking at that, I was thinking, hey, wasn't the game much more one-sided? But then no, they were actually just stomping them the entire game.
Yeah, so when you get to that 10-minute mark, it doesn't look like it's too Chiefs' favored, but that's probably about 5k, maybe a little bit over as well. And then, yeah, objectives-wise as well, this is the first game where Bliss hasn't, you know, super evenly traded them. You know, in the other games, they were always getting a Drake here or there, or, you know, at least, you know, having Herald dominance, but they didn't even get a bloody tower. Not a single one.
And this is one of those games, though, like, and I know I just spoke about it before, but the reality is it felt like Bliss didn't know how to execute their strategy as effectively as they planned to do so.
Yeah.
Because it's the little things for me. Like Daystar, who did the most damage on the team, was the only one that could really do damage when their comp was behind, flashed at level 1. Because he was just walking in river towards bot where they were considering a late invade. It just makes you wonder if that was a half-cooked strategy from Bliss that they went for last minute reacting to the map, or like if that was planned. Those are mistakes you can't afford to do in a series like this against a team like the Chiefs.
Well, look, we've been through the best of 5. We've been through the best of 3. Now we're back to best of 1 territory because it's anyone's game and we only have 1 game remaining. But before we go to a break, we do have a few more from the fans to have a look at because you guys have sent in a whole bunch of entries of submissions for this one. And it was which player is your Split 1 MVP. Mr. Whynot is a standout player in the dance category. That's true.
I don't think anyone's arguing with that one.
No. And if they... Has anyone else moved? I feel like everyone else is just a statue.
Has anyone else moved?
Yeah, everyone else is just a statue. You know, stuck to their chair like, oh, we won. Yeah, good job, guys.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't
We
think
need
anyone else is...
Winterer and Rogue back together.
Yep.
Back in the
Back in the kitchen.
Back in the kitchen, cooking up some bangers.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's definitely been a while. We do have a few more to have a look at. We've got Toxic Creates. Sanctum Chaz has been consistent as F. That is very true. Every game you watch of Direwolves, he's making impact. Or trying to 1v9.
Yeah.
You know, there has been, on the Direwolves bad games, Chaz is playing good. On Direwolves good games, Chaz is playing good.
Again, comes back to what you define as an MVP, because there's Violet for Pentanet, there is Chaz for Direwolves, two of the most valuable people that exist right now in the LCO. So they could absolutely make their own cases and should be high in the votes for split one MVPs.
Or make their own team, huh? Look, we got a second split. Could be a couple of roster swaps moving around, huh? Just pick the good ones from here. We'll pick that guy. Oh, he had a really good ultimate that game.
Playing God with all of the MVPs.
Just playing chess, yeah. Well, ooh, the possibilities, they're endless. But this game has to come to an end. And that's coming up just after the break. Game 5 of the best of 5. One team is going to Taiwan. Let's see who it is after this.
You're going to have to get a Daystar engage maybe, but his flash isn't up.
Oh, he's looking for it, tried to hit the tippers, but it's a bit of a delayed one at that raise when he burnt the Featherstorm. Kisly's already gone in, he's legendary, he was for a long time now. It is still about the 2 stars of the show. These carries from the very get-go in this game have been having a competition to get the most kills, and now Raze has double digits.
Yeah, just another team.
I've got 1 ticket to paradise. Wait, no, that's not the ticket. 1 ticket to paradise. It's probably a ticket.
down.
Just 1 ticket to paradise. Third time's the charm.
We got it.
Huh? This is
We've got so
pretend
many
there's a plane
tickets.
ticket on the back
None
of
of
this.
them to
We're going to
paradise.
be giving it away to 1 team today, and that might be Bliss. That might be Chiefs. Who knows? Because each game we're seeing a whole different iteration of these bloody teams, these drafts, execution-wise. Chiefs just flipping it on their head when they finally got to play a little bit of red side. But now, I don't know what we're going to get. We don't have side select ready yet, but we do have a discussion around what's gone down in the draft, what we want to see Bliss revisit, because what they just brought in, woof, woof.
I
Wolf indeed.
think from a general overview, you raised a really, really good point about the sort of Chiefs PG comparison of last year, where we had the phenomenal base races, the insane dances, all the chaos, and then into a Game 5 fizzle where it just felt like all the adrenaline, the high-octane gaming that's sustained for what feels like, you know, a good 3-4 hours now. You've got to play at peak performance with all the pressure of knowing what is on the line. That is certainly when you can rely upon, you know, the team with the experience. So I'm curious to see if it is going to fizzle out in a Game 5, very much like what we just saw, or if there is more left.
Can Bliss go the distance?
Exactly that, right? Because you look at this and you just think, you know, red side,
Ooh.
in isolation, it looks like Bliss have got a really good draft, but
How many of these players
Chiefs comfort.
from Bliss at the moment have actually played a best of 5 previously? Is it
Lived.
just Lived?
Lived for sure.
Yeah.
Benvi on Kanga, so Lemus on Kanga, so the coach on Kanga.
Yeah.
Who else? Daystar we don't know
No.
previously.
And why not? Definitely
And
not.
why not for sure no?
OCS was best of...
OCS finals would have probably been best of 5.
He would have won it with Die Cubs, best of
Yeah.
5, yep, so maybe 1 from memory. I'd have to check.
And then you look at everyone on the Chiefs that have been playing
Billion.
best of 5s for the last,
2016
like,
champion Rays, 2017, 2018 BioPanther. It just kind of the list just goes on with years of tenure that they've all had here on the Chiefs side. And without a doubt, if the question is can they go the distance in a 5-game series, we've seen it from the Chiefs.
Yeah.
We know very well what they're capable of. Bliss are definitely the ones we have to put a microscope on and say, can you keep up with the pace of this series?
What would you like to see change from Bliss there? Because you obviously said the Trundle, you don't want to see him on that, understandable. The Gragas, we were saying the best Gragas player that we've seen from these two teams was Lived, and he kind of didn't get to do anything with Gragas this game. So maybe throw him back on something else, change that whole top side. Even the mid, you know, Daystar playing the Annie, it just didn't feel like a bit of a Daystar champ compared to everything else he was playing before that.
I think, honestly, you could almost be a little bit creative and say Maokai and Elise are still there. They are still being played around the world despite the nerfs that were targeted towards them on this patch. It's looked very good for Why Not in particular. He's had some really creative pathing on the Elise, on the Maokai, also a very hard engaged champion. I think, yeah, just much to Max's point, right? Give him some form of engage, give him some ability to be a nuisance as opposed to chuck up the pillar, hit the subjugate, and pray that your team can win.
If we do see a little bit of ASOL coming back for Daystar, is there a world like where you allow that pick to come through and not ban Silas? And do you allow Kisei to play Silas again? Because imagine the ASOL ult coming through from the Silas.
I don't think I see ASOL being picked on blue side. I think from discussions I've had with certain players, they prefer it as a counter pick because it still can be shut down in lane and jungle.
Okay.
From what I've heard, and this is from Calvin, the coach of Bliss, he's told me that he likes ASOL in spots where, you know, there's a particularly kind of weak mid and the jungle isn't too strong at ganking, right? Because the main thing you want to avoid with ASOL is just getting destroyed early game, much like a Caston or a Kayle, right? So I would assume that if we are going to see an ASOL, it probably will be a 5P again.
Okay. Well, speaking of side select time, let's see where Bliss are going. Coming out on the loss means they get to choose and they're going back to the red side so they can save that 5P for Daystar again. You know, I feel like that is where a lot of this potential has been coming from. That being said, that means like Lived isn't going to get a counter pick. It means bot
no.
lane's going to be little.
It's going to blind a tank, man.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's happening
Fifth
again.
pick Sion,
Oh,
lock
no.
it in, champ.
Come on.
The thing I
Well, look.
will say, though, is coming back to the red side for Bliss, I think is really important because they struggled to keep up with all of the adaptations that took place when they were on blue. The changes in the bans from the Chiefs being 3 ADs on red side means that they picked a lot of the things that they were banning from the Chiefs when they were on red side themselves in Bliss.
Yeah.
So maybe going back to red, they've won this by being able to beat the Chiefs in a game where they chose side select, right? So they've earned the opportunity to go back to red and try and close it out in the 5th game. And so I think they'll just go back there, pick comfort, ban what they were picking in that last game, and just go back to a draft that they understand.
Well, what are you comfortable with? Are you comfortable with your Twitch points?
Am I?
Yeah.
I probably have none because I'm
So
usually here.
Does that make you feel more or less comfortable?
It means I can't lose them.
That's true. But for the 1 points or no points you have, you could put them on the Dare fan vote. Up there. Almost.
Bang.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Sync-wise, chemistry. We've got a little bit of chemistry on the couch for room for improvement.
Done some stretches earlier. I might
Did
need
some
some more.
stretches.
That's some
limit
great
up.
chemistry on that couch, I'll tell you that much.
Hey, yep.
Put your Twitch points in.
Yeah, that's
Put your
what.
Twitch
That's
points
the
in.
point. That's
Put
like
your
the
Twitch points
point
And
of
if
the
you have enough
message.
Twitch points, you can slap his knee, you can stretch out Mac, and
You're stretching me out on stage at DreamHack? Well,
Yes,
maybe
mate.
that's another bloody
Wow,
incentive.
that's
at the moment.
interesting.
Whole different
Well,
ball game there.
Yeah, wow. Anyway, I'm going to go do my stretches and limber up for the post-match because there's only one game remaining and Champ Select's happening right now.
that's right, Mac. It's the conclusion of an epic battle between these two heavyweights fighting out of Brisbane. The newcomers in Bliss up against the reigning champions and Chiefs, who are back to blue side and are seemingly looking to lock in the Wukong, which gave Babip so much success in that dominating performance in Game 4.
Interesting 380 carries banned from the side of Chiefs on this blue side, not wanting to give any of those lane dominant 80 carries over to Bliss, but that's going to leave open this Xayah for Limus, who has looked so good on this pick. Why not on the Sejuani?
Here's the question, Max.
Mm-hmm.
Is it an Aphelios Thresh? Do we go back to what worked and also didn't work and open the floor to something like the Heimerdinger one more time?
I think it has to be Aphelios, right? I'm trying to think of what other 80 carries is.
Tsunami.
Yep.
It's certainly possible, and I mean, at the same time,
Wow.
I think it's certainly dangerous to go for that. I like the idea, and I like the aggressive decision to go for it, but on the other side, Bliss, when they have a Sejuani, they could pick, if they wanted to, they could pick a melee support and just take the battle to them, play towards the bot side of the map. The alternative is the tried and true, the tested Benvi ranged champions that he does know and love. This one's a bit more risky, however, I feel like in this draft, because a Lucian army isn't melee champions that you're able to just hard counter. They can kill you.
Definitely. Heimerdinger, I've seen this matchup multiple times where he basically just gets one shot on repeat once this Lucian army gets ahead. That being said, however, there is the opportunity for Heimerdinger to capitalize when the Lucian dashes in, perhaps into turret range, able to do enough damage to really kill him before he actually can be taken down himself. So definitely a high risk strategy from Bliss, but I think that in a game 5, opting towards comfort, opting towards something he's already played today multiple times could be the factor that caused them to pick this.
Akali actually banned by Team Bliss
Oh,
here, which is something
yes.
that the Chiefs were banning away from Daystar as well on the blue side with their 5th ban. Does open the floor. I like the volatility being removed here as well of the Pantheon. Just get rid of it. Don't let them bring it out in Game 5
Saw
and just
it
get the
once.
shock factor.
Yeah, it was so good in that game, wasn't it? Side lanes were pretty much impossible. Will definitely dissuade the idea of going for the Aurelion Sol, right? Given that they've not gone for the ban of it just so far, instead of banning away the Silas. So you're really wondering what Kiss they would lock in as a strong pairing with the Wukong, then to even further cement the idea that hey, that 5th pick, which is going to be safe for you, we don't want it to be that.
By Panther, I mean, he's going to have an answer to everything. You name a champion, he's going to name 5 potential counters or comp options for them. As it stands, he's got 2 very low mobility enemy bot laners to deal with. Renekton, however, has a Sejuani, so you tend to be a weak-sided pick like the Scion, etc. In the tank role, just to persevere through that lane and disincentivize them ganking you by being the tank. Because if you go 0-5, you're still going to be fine. Whereas if you go for the Jace in that pick, they camp you lose the game.
Definitely a very Chief-style draft, right, where you are putting, you know, Raze and Aldoric in a position to succeed. You've got that mobility assassin for Kisei available. And it's now up to Bliss to see what they want to pick. You mentioned before that Aurelion Sol not really going to have the best time into something like an Ahri, so could be looking towards a Veigar here from Team Bliss to round out the composition. Another good pick I want to add versus the Lucian. If Lucian dashes in and gets in range, we know the Veigar one-shot threshold is insanely high, so you come with that with any type of damage, can really punish that Lucian going in.
And the big thing here as well is they're not playing towards a Fiora side lane on the Chiefs, right? They're not playing towards a win condition in a side lane. They're going to put the Lucian Nami mid, but they need the Lucian and Nami to be strong. If that's not the case, that Ahri has to be fed so they can play towards a side lane somehow, right? So the Chiefs, I think, put themselves with a front-to-back 5v5 team fight composition. But the Veigar response now has 3 champions that you could lock down if they're looking for those engages. A 4th if the Lucian overextends himself. And they've got a Xayah to kite back, a Heimerdinger to kite back. It does feel like we're just going to be getting those 5v5s.
The thing that really screams out to me from what Chiefs have put together here is it's a pick comp, right? So much potential just for you know, your typical Gale Force mandate in as a Lucian to one-shot you from a million miles away. If you make one misstep, you've obviously got then the Ahri to dash around, a Wukong to jump at a Fog of War. Almost feels like they want to try and prey on the vulnerability or perhaps your mentality, your nerves. You know, game 5, hang on a minute, you know, we just got absolutely crushed. We just won 2 games in a row. What on earth is happening here, right? As opposed to when you see really the side of Bliss, you need that Renekton to try and hit its stride, right? Because as you mentioned already, Rusty, in 05 Ornn, sounds pretty bad, but still going to find those ornaments, still going to be relevant, still going to make sure that if your bot lane or your mid lane, which is on fire based on that last game, is going to continue to become stronger and stronger. So I'm leaning towards Chiefs based on the ease of execution, at least. But, I mean, from your side, Max, what sort of merits really jump to mind apart from this Veigar from Bliss?
I see pros and cons to both. I do, and I hate that I'm saying this again because we're saying it every single game, but it is more so than ever. I think bot lane, because it's an Enchanter versus Enchanter matchup, whoever is ahead is just going to roll the game, right? Lucian Nami from behind looks terrible, like absolutely horrible. Xayah can definitely still play front to back to an extent, and the Heimerdinger will always have value. But once again, you know, 2 very even compositions in my opinion in terms of what they want to achieve, and it is going to come down to a matter of execution, which is exactly what you want to see in a game 5 like this.
100%. Of course, hopping into the game, a little bit of early movement from the Chiefs. They were grouped up pretty aggressively against the Heimerdingers. Once again, you're expecting the turrets to be placed in bottom lane themselves. And Renekton was able to get a ward at the blue buff just to see if they can sniff out where BABIP is going to be starting on this Wukong. But like Max just highlighted, bot lane going to be the focal point. Without a shadow of a doubt, junglers should be putting some emphasis towards that side of the map. The one exception right now is BABIP hiding his start, going for the red solo. We'll have to smite that one. Still going to be 3 camps on the bot side of the map, but won't be able to stay down there for long if he can't get an invade off.
Checking in with bot lane. In these matchups, the level 1 is so important in terms of dictating who really gets to control the entire flow of the lane. Looking right now like Lemus and Benvi are going to be having the better end of it with those turrets set up earlier on, like you mentioned.
The thing is, Heimerdinger against Enchanters is so easy to play. Nami's one of those champions that doesn't have an effect on the minion wave because she starts W and just tries to trade your health. But as a Heimerdinger, you get to place a turret in the bush, stop the Nami from interacting with you, but at the same time hit the minion wave by having those turrets placed. And so there should be no conceivable way that a Lucian Nami gets level 2 first before the Heimerdinger can, with the Xayah there, of course. So that means they have a lot more freedom to play aggressively in this lane. And at least at the first couple of minutes, they'll have control until the level 2 wave crashes and bounces, and we find ourselves with a couple more abilities on the Chiefs side.
Certainly even more so now because they just spotted BABIP out topside taking his own blue buff, so they can afford to continue to play at this fairly aggressive pace as we jump into a pause. So wait and see what that one is all about. Only 2.5 minutes into this 5th and final game. But I'm curious to see really where that first move stems from, because generally speaking, you're looking at like level 3, the full kit is unlocked then for the Lucian Nami, the full cycling then of the amplified damage then to try and get a little bit aggressive and say, Benvi, you're getting a little bit too big for those boots. You try and step up and hit us with a turret or a rocket, you're going to cop a lot of damage back in return.
Even looking at the bot lane wave state, considering how it is and Wynot's positioning, you know, there always is the potential that Wynot continues to clear his bot side camp, goes towards his Scuttle Crab, and then you look for something on the bounce. But Wynot instead looking towards this mid lane, a nice little Q over the wall is going to make sure he dodges the vision for now.
Yeah, actually finds the Raptors available, also has the Krugs down. We'll see BABIP as he crosses through. Keep tabs on the cooldowns though of this Sejuani. Q is back up now, but his health is lacking a little bit much. If the Wukong jumps on him, probably wants to disengage. So just going to contest the jungle camp. Both junglers now will see each other. And that is the real takeaway from this. All of the information is now present on Summoner's Rift for both teams.
Why not just a little bit quicker? Great bubble there from Aladoric. Instant exhaust on Deraze, who dashes away in defense. It is still to be the Chiefs that come ahead with a health advantage. Double heal being used. But overall, Chiefs still with the Summoner's advantage.
Nice bubble at basically the exact window you two mentioned, that level 3 and the wave bounce after it crashes into that turret. So able to trade both Summoners on the side of Bliss for only the heal on Aladoric. So, you know, a minor lead, but a lead nonetheless. so far in what has been quite a conservative early game compared to the one we previously saw.
And those are the bubbles that probably shouldn't connect, because Alidoric doesn't really get to play in bushes against the Heimerdinger, so it's just in plain sight that they get thrown. And in plain sight, they connect. Stun not found, but Exhaust missing.
Limus in a bit of trouble right now. Support fights support, and AD carries go up against one another as well, but still Chiefs with the health advantage. The Nami sustain, whilst that mana pool was starting to run low, is still there to allow them to play at this pace. And Babib's managed to sneak himself in, but may just be going for the recall, just hovering more than anything, making sure that Why Not is not lurking in the wings.
Yeah, absolutely. Just ensuring that they're able to get this wave in nice and safely, as Limus will take this opportunity to get a base.
Yeah.
Benvi, you know, he will happily take some solo XP and solo gold. Heimerdinger, one of the better support champions to be getting that gold on in the early game.
I'm sure Benvi was saying, get to base, it's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
no,
I got you, man.
it's
Just go, it's safe.
Rylai's early?
Took a cannon immediately. You know, Mans knows what he's about, but you're right, it is one of the better champions to secure that.
That ward has been so frustrating all game long, really has found infinite value for what it's provided. Complete tracking on Babbitt. As Liv backs off, Bio TP's back in. And we start to hit level 6s now.
The thing is as well, no matter how well you track Babip, you still need stable lanes. And that was the part that went a little bit missing just through those previous skirmishes. You know, a wave and a half maybe an advantage for Raze. The difference is, though, if you quickly take stock of just the CS differences between these junglers, Why Not's been pretty much hard farming the entire time. Takes a second to place a ward for bot lane, then disappears back into his own jungle. So, talk about 6 for solo laners. He's going to get it pretty quickly as the jungler as well, in comparison to someone like Babip, who spends a lot of his time just hovering bottom.
I want to shout out Lived here for going an incredibly based build. At least that's what I think he's going for. He's going to be the Blade of the Ruined King first into the Prowler's Claw. This just makes it so that even versus those champions like the Ahri, like the Lucian, he's going to be able to find backline access. And with that build, you really genuinely do one-shot these champions at certain points in the mid-game once you have those items completed. So looking to be a bit less tanky than the typical Gore Drinker build, but certainly providing a lot more explosive damage in these fights.
I respect it, because from the point we mentioned once again, comparing what the Renekton provides in comparison to the Ornn, you need to win early. And if you don't win early, then what's really gone on, right? You're just sort of running around with the Gore Drinker saying, hey guys, I'm here. You know, I found that stun. So if you can get that one shot and try to mirror what the Lucian power spike's going to look like, then certainly we've already seen him do just that on the Renekton into that Varus earlier on.
Lived off again, no stranger to a journey towards the Gromp ward. It's the 3rd time this game that he's placed it.
Yep.
So off cooldown has had just the one control ward placed in the river, but as permanent priority and push in top lane. The big thing for me is Drake is conceded by Bliss. They will secure that Drake easily on the side of the Chiefs, but the trade-off is Why Not gets 3 camps and looks for a potential blue buff invade with the next Veigar reset if they want to consider that. It should be a level 6 Sejuani to a level 5 at most for the Wukong. So an opportunity, albeit a small one, will be there if they want to do something proactive.
Not too many major CS discrepancies besides that bot lane. Raze sitting up a nice 15 CS as Limus catches the rest of this wave, as we have basically even predictions heading into Game 5 from Twitch chat with 2.5 million points.
Everybody's here for the decider, aren't they?
Absolutely are.
This is the game to tune in if you've missed them all. Really has gone down from 70% back to an even state. And very much is where the game is at right now, as First Dragon was picked up there by the Chiefs. Whereas Why Not has his sights set on the Herald, which really, to Team Bliss's credit, has been their main focus all split long. All series long, I should really say. Raze in a bit of trouble, as he's going to really find himself using the culling to try and disengage away not only from the damage, but also from those turrets.
Yeah. Cull's 3 turrets almost. Fight happening here at the Rift Herald as well. But as they go to blows, Liv gets here first by far. Biopanther potentially Cull, but flashed.
Oh, Liv has tried to find something there. The Event Horizon is just the smallest of gaps to get on through, and the Dominus is not enough. Kisse has found the reset, and Babip has found the first blood.
Rare mistake from Lived, flashing forwards there, not able to find the Empower W, and that is going to result in his eventual death. Wynot will pick up the Herald as a consolation prize, however, so ultimately not feeling too bad in the gold department, but you know, I was looking at that 3v3 topside and you see a Renekton, and you see a Sejuani with the Veigar there as well, and you think, hey, they've got so much damage to blow up this one target. But Babip just doing a good job of playing his range, using that clone to make sure he's never really in danger of getting one shot.
Just clearing the wave bottom lane. If nothing else, the Herald being secured though by Bliss is still a win for the potential gold that they can earn. But first blood gold is kind of equal to the plates that would be taken, so ultimately it's still favorable for the Chiefs, you would have to say, as they can afford themselves a pretty free reset here as well. Kisei can go back to base if he would like. The one trade-off that we did see was Benvi has been controlling Aladoric, and I feel like this is one of those situations where the Heimerdinger has been, in comparison to the previous 2 games we saw it, unleashed on the map, has had a free lane, has had free farm as well at times, and is going to have a lot of money. Liv finds Babip looking for a reset.
Yeah, he's trying to go back to base, but Babip says, well, if you're going to come at me, then let's fight like men. Let's go for it. 1v1 me. He realizes, I'm not interested anymore. I just want to place my ward down like I've done all day long.
The same ward.
Yeah.
Is that number 4? Looking to dive in mid, Sejol.
Yeah, Kisei in trouble, in a lot of trouble at that. So much CC. 3 members come together and they don't miss it this time. And they'll even out the scoreboard.
I'm surprised Kisei didn't flash that, to be honest. Kisei is certainly a player who, you know, normally when you think about a mechanical outplay that could happen is someone who executes, but in a game 5 like this, perhaps not reacting fast enough as...
Instant dash away, instant ult as a response, why not? It's just gonna die to it! You think you've caught me, but no. It really is the meme of call an ambulance, but not for me.
And that's a bit odd from the side of Team Bliss. Liv fighting top lane as well is going to use his ultimate. Seems like Biopanther's getting the better end of that skirmish. Fight that happens at the red buff. I didn't think Sejuani was going to have 200 HP when the fog toggled back towards Chief seeing him. But Raze just gets the turn and burn with the culling, and Aladoric just puts a tidal wave down and separates the reinforcements. Team Bliss perhaps just overexert themselves and they give Chiefs an in once again.
Yeah, it was an original good play on towards that mid lane, getting Daystar the kill. You see the second CC spell lands onto the Ahri with no cleanse. It is just going to be a kill, simple as that. But here we go again, like you said, Rusty. Sejuani incredibly low to start this play off, and once Raze reacts, that flash from Wynot just instantly answered, and the culling providing so much damage on the back end.
Yeah, super straightforward stuff. And again, the game plan is the stun connects, and then you can go for the play, but I think Wynot trying to preempt the stun hitting wasn't prepared for the reaction time of Raze. As Kisei has been Event Horizon once again.
Yeah, twice it's happened now and been unable to react with that flash away. So Daystar's been able to find it in also to keep the Bliss flange cheering along as they will now find themselves 2k up and soon to be a little bit more.
That's actually huge because you look at the ultimates available for the side of Chiefs. They have the Ornn ultimate up in comparison to Livs, who didn't actually have his own ultimate available. And at this stage in the game, that Ornn ult is just going to be able to provide so much work. But the fact that Kisei ends up going down means that Bliss are definitely going to be able to drop the Herald in the mid lane and, you know, potentially look towards this Dragon as well. Kisei is coming from base skimmy and he does have the ultimate.
And he certainly does. So Rage jumps in, instantly cleanses out of the Glacial Prison. The culling is interrupted though, and that's the big thing. Babip looking to try and steal this one away and is not going to steal it. It's 1-for-1. And now they need to try and fight themselves out of the pit. They flashed into a 2-man Event Horizon, but Babip's still alive. And Babip is running away. He's found that kill. He's found his target. He's removed Lemurs. And now he's removed their bot lane. He's found that double kill. Maybe hunting for the triple. And Daystar, untouched, is just sniping from before.
Daystar flashes forwards as well and gets another one. He's chasing Biopanther, but the bubble should just be the disengage on the skirmish. And suffice to say, when all's said and done, this Veigar pick is clutching out of its absolute mind. Every single stun is connecting, and time after time, these skirmishes result in something advantageous for the mid laner of Team Bliss.
It's an absolute menace as we see Raze going forward to the culling, but Sejuani, Wynot realizing straight away, going out with the ultimate, cancelling it. Crucially, Wynot gets the smite, but like you said, Rusty, look at Daystar's positioning. Kisei using the ultimate, using the flash to try to get into this fight straight into the Veigar cage, and Daystar, much like that Aurelion Soul game, is just in his backline, remaining untouched, farming these kills. And sure, Team Bliss are down in kills, but they get the Dragon and they get kills crucially onto Daystar here at the end.
Those
Good
two
little
cages.
flash there as well, yeah.
Unreal, phenomenal, game-changing.
Exactly. And it just so happens that it's a Veigar 5th pick on red side into those champions. And look at it clutching out those team fights. That's what the 5th pick can be for.
It's everything you could certainly want in that game 5, a very close game. Not too much separating them at the moment, but it is Team Bliss still with that 2K lead to talk about. Let's check in then to see where it all lays. And, well, no surprise then, it is Daystar that finds himself with a fairly impressive lead over Kisei. That really is the 2K difference.
Yeah, and very worrying if you are a Chiefs player with all these champions that want to be dashing into Veigar's effective range. The stronger he is, the scarier it becomes to do that. You're going to need to be finding flanks now with the Wukong, maybe with an Ornn ultimate over the top, so he has to approach from multiple angles. Because realistically, if he gets to play a clean front to back, it's so easy for him to just chuck that E down, throw all those spells in front of him, and have a field day in those team fights.
A little bit dicey here if Liv chooses to go to lane, but Rift Herald should be the priority target anyway, and Liv is just going to recall. Rift Herald will be secured by Team Bliss. So the cheese does not pan out yet for the Chiefs, but now it is Daystar's turn to see if he can walk top lane. And that is a primed target.
They have to know. They haven't shown on the map for about
Yeah, I mean, they're pinging question marks on the bushes. Something's up.
It's
Chiefs.
just free real estate then for Team Bliss to siege. Like, if you're trying to cheese the kill, then we just take free structures.
Yeah, that's the first turret.
Another example of Chiefs just overstaying, hoping that a play will happen when really there's none to result. And like you said, that's going to result in the free mid-turret dropping. Daystar still showing respect. You can see him even now hesitant until Why Not walks up to hit the wave.
Because it's been on, as far as Bliss are concerned, it's been almost 2 minutes not seeing 3 members of the Chiefs. And where there is a Raze and an Aladoric, there is a Babip.
Most certainly.
Something smelled a little bit fishy. What they didn't know, of course, is that the reset finally came through from them all. They'll see them now. And so very easy to push the wave out immediately and get the recall off for the side of Bliss. 320 ability power was the last check-in with Daystar before he completed the second needlessly large rod into a death cap. That is going to be an unreasonably fed Veigar if he continues on this trajectory and gets the death cap in short order.
Already at 10 CS per minute, 4 takedowns contributing towards that ability power passive. Like you mentioned, once that death cap comes through, it's going to be a terrifying prospect. Meanwhile, everyone else on Bliss sitting pretty happy on their completed first items. Gale Force going to be the option for Xayah as the root lands onto Raze. These AD carries just love going at each other this series.
Yeah, just really waiting for Aladoric to find that Imperial Mandate spike it in. Things certainly will become a little bit more favored towards the Lucian. Level 13 not too far away, and that's when the ornaments start to come online as well, and we start to really navigate our way into that mid to late game.
And how different does this feel as well? We spoke about this in draft early on. Like, the Lucian Nami are kind of the pivot point for the Chiefs. There will be a point in the game, like you're seeing now, where they're just going to plant themselves in mid lane, and this is where the game revolves around as Kisei teleports mid, potentially looking for something. But with that said, Why Not is protecting the President and Daystar. So he has been hovering the mid laner of the team, and the heart and soul of their squad right now is this 2-0-2 Veigar. With the Drake up as we speak, it seems like these teams will come to blows.
Oh, the clone's been stunned. Level will get a little bit of healing, but a lot of damage goes his way. Tidal Wave is going to try and separate them, but it's been burnt too early. Lived on the flank right now, has to be answered by Biopanther with Aladoric still. Work cut out for him. Who do I protect and who do I keep up with sustain?
Yeah, interesting Herald drop there, going to be towards the ball lane is Daystar.
He's just outplayed him. He's just hit him with the ult. Point and click ultimate. You can flash away, but for no good reason.
Hits him with the play safe. Just flashes one, taps him.
Yeah.
Health punish. I mean, it was Daystar's stun originally that found the damage. And now it's Daystar that gets the 3rd kill. And I can't help but imagine that he's going to get the Drake with his team, go back to base. Herald going to get a successful charge off as well, being protected by Liv and Benvi. And again, I can't help but feel like that death cap is just a stone's throw away, and suddenly it's not just a Wukong that gets one hit, it is everybody with QWs.
Yeah, absolutely looking to be the case as the reset will come through now. Meanwhile, Liam is getting caught on the mid-wave.
Can Raze find it? Flashing, needs a few more, is going to find it. The double tap passive doing its justice. The Imperial Mandate is now there. And the 1v1 in mid lane, as is characteristic of Illusion Nami, is starting to pay off for the Chiefs.
Bit greedy there as Babip potentially finding onto Daystar. No flash, going to get revenge for the previous play.
If they can find this one, this would be massive. This would be a huge pickup. Daystar barely surviving, but then the shutdown goes the way. In jumps Liv. Massive call to the Forge God. That peel was perfect from BioPanther.
Really important fight from the Chiefs on so many different fronts. They get the shutdown. The death cap's only done now, but he's dead. The Chiefs get so many different back-to-back picks, gold, and just an influx of momentum going their way. And why not trying to defend the structure with Benvi here? We feel the tides turn just a little bit.
Oh, why not jumping in? And he gets raised and sees so many low members, and you're thinking, it's just a Sejuani, it's just a Heimerdinger. But they're running as 2 against 4.
Almost feels like a chain reaction of errors from the side of Bliss. Lemus dying on that mid-wave, falling to Lucian Nami, then Daystar wants to catch the wave in response, not going through with his reset, ends up going down as well. And that is a huge swing of gold, basically breaking the mid lane turret as well as Babip.
I'll be looking for this one. Benvi jumps across the wall into Kisei, who's not interested, doesn't have an ultimate, and quite honestly is very lucky to be alive.
Very surprising flash from Benvi in terms of direction as well. I don't think anyone, including Kisei, was expecting him to be in melee range throwing grenades at him. But gets himself out perfectly fine in the end. Looking to move towards top lane. We'll see what happens in mid. Lemus, I mean, let's be honest, he thinks he has a support that's recalling nearby, but he forgets that the enemy duo is Illusion Nami, and you cannot be that extended in mid lane against them. The Chiefs will not hesitate to punish you. And the fight continues. Daystar wants to protect a control ward. This is twice, by the way, that in both of these little picks, Bliss have played on Chiefs' vision.
TP comes through as well, and you can see the empowered W from Lived is about half a second away from coming through, right? If he just had the tiniest bit more fury, that would have come out and would have resulted in Raze going down, but ultimately not going to be the case, and he will trade his life in return. So what was once Bliss running away with this game, and they still have a 3k gold lead, is certainly looking a lot more even as Raze onto Lemus.
He's looking for the one shot onto Lemus. Kisei now jumps on in, misses the charm, misses the orb, looking for the reset with that Spirit Rush. Now the fight continues in the mid as Liv jumps in again, but this time won't be denied his justice. He will take down Raze. Kisei finally removes Lemus. Baron is there, and I mean, what do you do now? Do you start to wander over?
I mean, they're going to look at it. Babip moving up from the bot side of the map as well. Chiefs are going to face check. They've got BioPanther nearby. Liv looks like he's on a flank, and he's going to be spotted as we speak. Bliss looking at turn.
Infinite CC, just tapped, gone, deleted.
Welcome to the Daystar show. That's a tank that has just been picked apart. Blade of the Ruined King, Renekton as well. Baron now more seriously in contention, and they chase out Babip.
Yeah, Raze has respawned, but there's no chance he's going to make it over here in time. The DPS from the Heimerdinger and the Veigar burning down this Baron. There is a TP from Kisei. No ult though.
It's a bit of a rush. Tidal Wave goes out, but the Baron is already gone. The charm onto Lived. The bubble, the disengage. How many of these Baron buffs can they remove? How many members of Team Bliss can survive? The culling just out of range of Benvi, who's able to live.
And that is going to be the Baron in the hands of Team Bliss, as we see off the back of what was an original engage from the side of the Chiefs onto Lemus. This time not going as well for them. You can see Kisei hesitating. He doesn't think he has the damage to finish off Lemus there, and Lived, and why not? This 2v2 Sejuani Renekton. We haven't seen them link up that often, but they do very effectively here. The pincer maneuver onto Lemus, onto Raze rather, and that's just the Baron.
Yeah, very nicely done by Bliss. This time around, the reinforcements are there to protect the AD carry of the team. He can gale force towards reinforcements, and it's a different skirmish in the end, something that is very favorable for Bliss. Game 5 of this series, winner goes to the PCS playoffs. And a bit of a momentum swing for the Chiefs is completely undone as Bliss bounce back.
Close to a 4k lead now for Team Bliss with this Baron in hand. Let's see what they can try and achieve with it, because they got 3 structures, 2-1. Prowler's Claw now complete for that Renekton at the 2-item spike. So strong. And it's had always one target in mind: delete this Lucian at all costs.
Yeah, you can see him now posturing for a flank, wrapping around this Dragon Pit wall. Chiefs always going to have to send one member to respond to him, and if that's one member that's doing that, it's one less member that's available to engage, as we see. Jostling for mid-pro, the all-out's going to come out, but you have to imagine Lim is just ulted. Doesn't even have to.
Doesn't even have to, he just misses
there
it. Viper flashes across, two-man head by Aggo's the way, braces fan Benvi, Liv jumps in, Prowler's looking to try to assassinate, fantastic Aqua Prison! And the Renekton's not being able to do its job, but it does! Somehow, some way! In the front of 3 people, he can just walk right back to top lane. Unless Kisei has something to say, but he's got no ultimate. He's terrified to run at him.
Yeah, he doesn't know where to go. Liv needs to try and escape, but even if he doesn't, they've teleported in to secure the Drake. So Liv is here for time and time alone.
No W.
They can't kill him yet. Kisei doesn't have the charm right now, and he's got the slice and the dice.
They're just so scared.
And he's got the blast code.
He's gone. Unreal.
Everything goes the way of Bliss.
He's pulled off the great heist.
And my question to you, would that be possible if he had Gore Drinker?
No.
Absolutely not. He finds the perfect angle onto Aladoric, who manages to disengage, but then Raze steps 1 pixel too close, as we've seen in this replay here. The initial engage looks good from the side of Chiefs, distracting them with that Ornn ultimate perhaps. But as we see, not able to actually follow through because Lived is engaging onto the back line.
And they just don't have enough damage to kill Daystar here as well, right? Babip's used both of his Cyclones, and it's an Ornn that just gets kited out. So the fact that Liv kills carries, and on the flip side, the carries of Bliss don't die, I mean, that's everything for the result of the skirmish.
You just think they've done enough with the Nami bubble, but that stun CC window was enough uptime for Liv to really just get it done with this hyper-aggressive Renekton build. And it's still such a relevant factor in this game. The level 14's come across now, so the Gale Force gets upgraded. And that'll try to make sure that this game is a little bit closer, as Team Bliss are now fighting for that soul point.
Also, I'm pretty sure Wynot has dedicated himself entirely to the support of his team. It looks like we're going to get a Radiant Virtue into what seems to be a Redemption as a second item. So he is pure support for the team. I mean, there is damage everywhere. Even the support of Bliss has damage, so someone has to do it. It's just going to be the engage tool for them. If the game plan is keep Daystar alive, he's got 2 very good tools to do so.
Absolutely does. I love Wynot, especially as a player who is always willing to really critically think about the builds, not just go what the majority would go. As a potential engage, but the culling, I mean, even the back end almost one-shots Benvi there, so always got to respect that Lucian Nami damage, even when they are slightly behind.
Yeah, with the Tyquiller's Blessing, it is absolutely terrifying, but...
And the Typhoon.
Oh, with that too. Kisei here with the Unsealed Spellbook, not the Electrocute variant of the Ahri. He's running now with the Ludens, as well as the Horizon Focus, an item that we don't really see too often. But it's certainly going to be looking to try and snipe members from afar, try and keep his distance, more importantly, from this Daystar Veigar.
Also on the damage application, right, from hitting a charm, from hitting hard crowd control, so it's nice for having that one-hit Ahri build, and it's going to be really important to be one-hitting someone in this game, because if you are not one-hitting Daystar, he's going to one-hit 3 of you back in return. Same thing can be said for Lemus. If you don't kill him in the combo where the charm connects, he's going to use the ult and Gale Force, and he's gone, and he's going to pull those feathers back, and then you're gone. It's all about that one punch from the Chiefs, it feels like.
And walking into this Baron area as it spawns in the next minute becomes such a hard task for the Chiefs. Realistically, you want to be having Babip on a flank. You want to have him pressuring these carries so they don't just, so they're not able to just linearly, oh, that is a tough word to pronounce. There we go, thank you.
Tongue twister, isn't it?
It is a tongue twister. But it's so hard when you have all this vision denied. You don't really have the access and the luxury to be able to find those creative angles. Meanwhile, Lived in no man's land almost, looking for a very deep flank.
Absolutely is. Secret agent hiding behind enemy lines, waiting for his time to strike. In with Babip, jumps across the wall. It's a Chemtech map. The blast cone takes you so far away. Has he done too much? And he goes to call on Forge God. Doesn't hit anybody, but Benvi is dead. Featherstorm burnt. And Lived was forced to TP to reposition.
Yeah, I mean, a big capitalization from the Chiefs on what is an initial misposition from Babip. Ray's just using the entire culling, not even buffed up by Nami, and just takes out Benvi. the Chiefs, they might even go for a Hail Mary Baron.
Baron.
Baron number 2.
They clump themselves up in the pit if they commit to this, and I don't think that's something that they realistically want to do. They need to find Bliss, and they found Liv.
They found Liv. Aubrey's been knocked away. A Cyclone knocks him up. Dominus Flash. Disengage away. Charm, Prowler's Claw. Can I kill Kisleigh? That is the question. Maybe go for Babip instead. It was close, but no cigar.
Just not quite able to do anything. And a smart call from the Chiefs, right? They hit the Baron. They keep Bliss keen. And now, why not turn to face check, see where they are? We'll get a bit of a recall cancel in response, but nothing more. Drake in 20 seconds. Bliss don't want to make any mistakes from now till then. They've got no teleport on their top laner, however.
Yeah. So if you're Chiefs, you have to absolutely bootleg it over towards this Dragon, capitalize on the fact that you know Lived has no TP, and there will be about a 15 to 20 second window where he just won't be there for the fight. But Babip,
In they go, and Daystar's terrifying. He has 900 AP. I mean, he's one-shotting people at this point of the game. You didn't go for the Baron. We held you off there. Now we will look to claim our soul.
And look, Babip may be 5-2, but if he has 0 HP, he's not a champion. He's lucky he's got the mutated map with all of the extra honey fruit lying around. Kisleigh on a potential flank here as well. They do have the 4v5 if they take it.
Tidal Wave goes out. There is the Event Horizon. Charging in goes Bipanther, stunned up completely.
Oh,
Flash! Charge! Gets exhausted! He tries to hit the brittle proc. Damage is being applied, but it's all to zone them back to guarantee that Chiefs will deny that soul being claimed, and they found their second.
a bit of a dance there from Team Bliss, wondering whether they wanted to go towards that Dragon, whether Why Not wanted to sell himself to be able to get that soul point, but at the best it would have been a 50-50, so opting instead to kite back. These fights are looking closer from the side of Chiefs, so they are fighting back. They are showing signs of life in this game.
The exhaust was used by Benvi onto an Ornn, which means it is not going to be available for the next fight that happens. And there is a lot of melee champions that can pick you apart.
Kisleigh. Got the ult.
Sejuani standing on top of his carries though. He knows who he needs to protect.
They all...
He nearly got him, Daystar.
Yeah.
He nearly read him like a book. Benvi, lucky to be alive, somehow has survived. The Radiant Virtue is just enough to try and keep him alive for the meantime. Liv, active, ready to try and jump in and gets knocked up by the bubble. Is being protected and peeled by the rest of his team. And Chiefs are forced to run up into the river, whilst TB
control.
march straight down mid.
They're pushing down mid lane right now. Daystar flash ulted Raze at full HP, took him down to about 30%, but then really regretted doing so because he might have been able to kill Kisleigh straight afterwards. However, it does mean that they have control. They will be able to at least start this Baron, and Liv has found Raze.
He has. He's just going to one-shot him. He's got to run away, but it's gone. Prowler's Claw. Why has that happened? A face check, which Liv is ever so happy about, and a Baron that they've claimed. And Team Bliss will say this gold lead. It was close for a second, but it's now up by 5k.
That's a moment as Raze you are going to remember for a while. Face checking into the Renekton, getting one shot there. It's going to be a Baron in the hands of Team Bliss, their second. And now you look at the items in the inventory, you look at this Veigar, going to be sitting on 1,000 AP very soon, if not already, thanks to this Baron buff. And now just a matter of sieging, just a matter of walking up to these turrets, letting the Veigar do his work. And realistically, Chiefs are going to have to find the fight of their lives if they want to remain in this game.
Yeah, it needs to be something special now from the Chiefs squad. They are going to have to lift to stay in this one. The infinite scaling of a Veigar becomes just too much of an issue. It's so difficult to kill the carries of Bliss as well. And they are a short-range composition that is relying on getting some resets into the hands of Ahri. Babip has a lot of the kills in terms of gold as well, and he's going to have a very tough go of it.
Babip hunting, he's gone for the clone, Cyclone jump in, knock up, wombo combo. This is Chiefs trying to have to fight their life. He's still alive. That is the summoner heal used to try and keep him intact for the meantime. They've been unable to find that kill that they so desperately needed. Kisleigh jumps in, gets stunned. Still nobody dead. But eventually Limus finds it, and Why Not is just like, you can't catch me, you can't kill me. Unreal.
Hail Mary engaged from Babip. He knows he has to try to find something, but crucially, Raze, if you look at his position throughout that entire fight, just getting zoned off, Liv doing such a good job. He knows, Raze knows what's going to happen if he gets within Liv's range. And now with a member down, Bliss can walk in and take this inhibitor.
And Daystar hits the stun that finds Kiss, and Daystar once again forces the Gale Force out of Raze to keep him alive.
They're going for more.
They're just zoning and pressuring, they're threatening. They're giving Chiefs no good options.
2 inhibitors gone. 1 Nexus turret in a lot of trouble right now. Down comes the damage. It's just unreal, unbelievable, unsustainable. Tidal Wave is there to try and hit up members and try and trim this way, but 1 Nexus turret goes down. Pepper Storm goes out. Liv flashes in, misses the target. Raze instantly dishes and dashes out of harm's way. They're on towards the Nexus. Forget about the team fight. Chiefs fighting for their life. Trying to wipe them at the base. The base is down to 70%.
The Chiefs have wiped them.
But they've got the ace.
But they've actually just completely wiped them. The question is, what can they get from this? They're staring with an open Nexus and no HP on it. Straight down mid lane, super minions to go through. They can deny a soul at most.
There's 30-second timers. I don't think they can go for the end, but what a fight from the Chiefs to be able to repel that final assault. I mean, I certainly thought it was over, but Kisei respawns just in time. The ultimate for Babip coming off cooldown as well. And like you said, Rusty, it is potentially going to be this soul denial coming through as we take a look at it once again.
I mean, first and foremost in this fight, Liv goes to flash Prowler's Claw, and that's the one hit and the game ends. But he flashes, doesn't have the distance. It's that close to the game being over, which means Liv is dead. The culling zones them all away, pushes them back, and means that Raze gets that first kill. Meanwhile, the engage is just cleanly done from the side of the Chiefs elsewhere. But you can't help but feel like they were 100 units away, a teamo away, Bliss, from winning the game right then and there.
And for having a Nexus open, the gold lead is still under 3,000 gold. You look at these 80 carries items, the Lucian in particular sitting on 4 completed. He is certainly no slouch as Benvi.
Oh my god,
Oh my
Benji's
God.
health.
Raze just turns around and says, how dare you step up against me like that? Angered, furious, and really now 3 very crucial minutes where you've got to defend your base with its life because it's completely bare.
Yeah, it is, but as this game goes longer, Skimmy, you look at this gold lead and you realize that, hey, the Ornn items are coming out too, so realistically, this gold lead isn't even a gold lead at all. This game is basically dead even. 3 dragons apiece as well. And besides for the structural advantages for Bliss, we are sitting at basically a dead even game state.
We are, if not slightly ahead for the Chiefs, when all is said and done, about 1,000 gold value per item, so they are about 1 or 2k ahead. The thing is, the positional advantage, the map advantage for Bliss means a single mistake from the Chiefs and they just walk in and end in their face. No Nexus turrets standing, 2 open inhibitors, and plenty of choices for Bliss. 2 teleports as well, so you could have Why Not in the back.
Look at Babip.
Babip undetected, whereas Liv has been found, jumps in and says that's not the play. We can't overextend because they can run it straight down mid.
Push them back into their base as well here, Skimmy. Remember, a single mistake from the Chiefs and it is over. Ornn horn sounded.
In we go, they found the charm. Out goes the tidal wave. Why Not goes gold and says that's the stopwatch timing I need. Liv looking to try and find his in across the wall. Why Not is about to die, but Babip is in trouble. It's the clone. Forget that for a second because he's just got himself out. Very, very close to being the first kill in that fight.
A game of inches there. The buffers on the Veigar cage, able to get Biopanther out of harm's way there. But you do really feel like the tiniest misclick of one button, the tiniest mouse click in the wrong direction is going to result in a kill. And as soon as that first kill happens, it will just be a tidal wave. But 20 seconds on this Baron, I don't know what Chiefs can do to contest. If they leave their base, like you said, Rusty, there always is the potential for a backdoor.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Why Not the type of play to actually put a dash over the wall, place a ward, and 2 teleports come in and they just go for the Nexus. But in Game 5, that's a big decision to make. That's a big call to make. And Bliss are a rookie squad. And we'll see if they have that in them, or if they are just going to play towards the Baron. Players 5, look for the engage, look for the team fight. Raze.
Oh, Raze, he's found it. Absolutely one-shot. Daystar jumps in and hits him with the primordial burst and one-shots him back. The knock-up, the cyclone, the kill.
Daystar's dead.
And Daystar can't survive. He's gone. But it means that Limus is still alive. They still have 80 carry damage. They've just jumped in onto Biopaver, trying to take that 1v1 in the team fight at 38 minutes. But Bio's forced to run away. He has to recall back to base.
They have to walk mid. He's going to teleport back to the base. It seems like Team Bliss, they with Lemus and with Liv, they have more than enough damage to end the game here and now. Chiefs have to stand in front of it and stop them somehow.
20 seconds, inhibitors are back up. This is do or die. Can they defend their base one more time? 20 seconds and Raze is alive. They found 2. They're going to find more. They're going to find the Nexus. And Team Bliss are going to win it in Game 5. And the Rising Stars are your #1 seed going to the PCS playoffs.
And really, the heroes of the moment is Bliss. The whole squad of Bliss has managed to get more than one person into it as well. Must be the rule for being able to win. And the first seeds of the LCO going over to the PCS playoffs in Taiwan is Team Bliss. The team perhaps no one here expected.
And what's phenomenal for me is the fact that you've beaten the reigning champions of Oceania, and now you're going to be going overseas to PCS to verse the 3rd seed, which is the reigning champions of PCS. Can you be the Kingslayers twice? The rookies that are getting it done and defying every expectation and making Mac look like the prophet.
Mate, look, I don't want to tout any horns here, but look, I'm pretty happy with that power ranking. You know, at least the top half of it. Bottom half, don't think about it. But look, that game, oh my! That when Chiefs stopped that base from going down, when they just defended the Nexus, I was like, oh my lord! Like this game couldn't be closer. And then you were talking about maybe a backdoor coming through from Why Not, and I was thinking back. Remember when Pabu did it? Yep. That's what I was just like instantly thinking about. Crazy series of events, but Team Bliss is going to be the first team in the grand final, but also the first team going over to the PCS playoffs. And their opponent is going to be Impunity. So, Skimmy, you're the only one here that's really seen Impunity play. Thoughts?
Impunity are very strong. Mission is their mid laner. He's, I would say, very akin to Chaz in a way that he farms up all the MVPs. Does like to play a lot of scaling champions. Will look to try and do very much like, you know, the Rise, the Aurelion Sol, and the rest. So I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup. One that should certainly showcase a little bit of aggression. I mean, their bot lane loves to play Lucianami. They played, I think, like 9 games in a row. So they've just beaten it here. So what's to say they can't beat it again? Insane.
When I saw the draft as well, I was just thinking, ooh, like, I don't actually really like that for Bliss. I thought, you know, it was maybe a little bit too immobile. But then there were points as well where, as you mentioned, during the cast, Prowler's Claw on the Renekton, able to just instantly jump in on the back line, cause so much damage. Lived having so much influence in a lot of those fights, even enabling that, wouldn't have been the last Baron, but the last Baron taken, where he just sat in the bush, Raze face checked him, Raze made a crucial mistake, and that pretty much cracked open the base. That being said though, it was a long game, there was a lot of kills. It was a very slow start, but when they started fighting, boy, they were fighting.
Yeah, when the action broke out, it was unrelenting, it was constant, but it was also extremely exciting at all times. This is the first skirmish that you thought was very Chiefs favored before Daystar hit back-to-back stuns and actually turned the fight around. And for me, this is one of those games as well. You could look at Lemus and say has quietly performed by simply not dying as much as he possibly can, did his job for the team. Because meanwhile, this Veigar was putting in so much work, Liv was putting in so much work as well, threatening the carries. And that's what it came down to. The tanks of Bliss just had kill threat.
Kill threat indeed. Now, not only did Liv have a huge amount of influence in winning the game, but also in the player cams, I can't help but feel bad for him. He's the only one that's not at the Bliss facility. So he was there, and you know everyone's jumping off comms, celebrating, doing whatever the hell that dance was. Look at it again.
Which was like that Homer Simpson gif where, yeah, he's doing the groove.
Oh, look at that graph, huh? It was always Bliss favored, but it was almost not always Bliss favored after a couple of those big team fights won by the
Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Had shutdowns towards the end of the game.
No one got soul. Raze, almost 40k damage, the most damage in the game here. Oh, insane. And look, Why Not? He didn't have the most damage, but he still did a lot. And you were talking about his itemization as well, which was very crucial in those last couple of team fights.
Look, the most terrifying thing about the itemization for me is that Raze is already running the cleanse as a summoner. Now he's got the QSS evolution as well, the scimitar for another cleanse. Right? Then you got the Mikhails on top of that. Then you got the Banshee's Veil. You're just basically saying, please, Daystar, I want to be 20 million miles away from you because we can't deal with you. I mean, he doesn't even need to run the zone use. He had the stopwatch, sold up more damage. Daystar was just an absolute menace in this game.
And look, people from the start of the split were all saying Daystar is an absolute monster. It was a bit of a slow start, but he definitely evolved. Towards the end, how much did you have a count of how much AP he had? Was he over 1k?
Would have been over 1k.
He was over 1k.
Easily.
Yeah.
Oof. Insane scenes. Absolutely insane scenes here. But look, that is insane.
Insane?
That's done.
Insane scenes are insane.
Scenes are insane.
Who else
Can you
is-
imagine the scenes at the Brisbane party with the Chiefs and
Well, do you want to see the scenes
Bliss
at the
owners?
Brisbane party?
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. We got Wynot on the line. Mate, how's the party going? Are you happy? I'm surprised you even came to the interview. I thought you'd be bloody off with everyone else in the other room.
No, I'm absolutely ecstatic, Mac. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. I don't know anything about partying right now. I think I just have to let it sink in. Holy fuck. I'm getting fined. I don't care, man. What a series, man. 5 games, and I don't know. I think we gave the viewers a banger, and the boys earned it, man.
Look,
It's
first
unreal.
off, from me, congratulations. Your first split in the LCO as a starter, and you're here. You've made it to the playoffs to potentially make it to MSI, but you've still got a long way to go. Have you been keeping an eye on the PCS at all, or have you not thought about that because it's just these games?
I think definitely like PCS is such a strong region over the years. I've watched them a lot. In terms of this split, I've kind of kept an eye on drafts and this kind of thing. Having an idea of what's being played there, what the meta is there, both for us going there and also so we actually know what to do against PGG in case their scrims are completely different. So I actually have kept up a decent amount. And I see the management's coming up here and fucking celebrating right now. Oh, okay, I need to stop swearing. I'm sorry, guys. But, dude, it's unreal. I'm sorry.
I think you've definitely earned a couple swear words. And I know you said you were speechless, but this is your rookie season in the LCO, and you are coming out and you're taking a team. You guys are a very young team. First split for this org to an international event. Maybe not MSI, but at least you're going to the PCS. What does that mean to you?
It means the world. And I think I definitely want to take this moment to not focus on, I don't know, whatever achievements I did in my rookie split. I want to take this time to actually look at the team that we have. Everyone, man. We have you know, Livs, Tristan top lane, man. That guy is incredible. He deserves all the amount of praise in the world. We've relegated him to these, you know, tanks a lot of the time, but when he gets put on these carries, when he gets put on these champions where he needs to make an impact, he just does it. You know, Daystar, you know, Jim Yong, him taking the kind of risk, you know, to come all the way to Oceania as an import to a team that could be terrible. You know, we could have been a 6th, 7th place team as far as he's concerned, you know. But he takes the risk, and he came here and he's performed, and it's been absolutely incredible getting to play alongside him. And then the bot lane, man, Lemurs and Benvi, they have grown so much throughout the split. You know, they were a duo briefly last year in Kanga, and they've just put in so much work. And outside the team as well, I really want to thank the Bliss management. They've been incredible. There's too many to name, you know, person by person, but facilitating us as much as we possibly can. We actually have a performance coach as well, and he even flew to Brisbane, and we had a few days with him, and that's Kinchi and GameAware. So I really want to give both personally and for the team, because he's helped me so much. Just such a massive thank you, and so much props, man. They're just incredible.
Now look, not only that, they're facilitating you, they're giving you big sloppy kisses for wins on broadcast. Like, you couldn't ask for too much more. Why not, mate? Look, I'm going to let you go because I feel bad. I know everyone's out there celebrating at the moment. So, you know, congratulations one more time. We'll hopefully see you in the grand final, but we'll definitely see you over at
Last
PCS.
thing will be just best of luck to Chiefs and Direwolves, right? One of these teams will be joining us in PCS playoffs, and may the better team win. Both teams are absolutely incredible, and Chiefs fought a really hard 5-game series and made us work for it.
Good sportsmanship. Great sportsmanship. Why not?
Congrats, bro.
We'll enjoy you
Why not,
again at some point. But look, we can pretty much close the show. See you later, bro.
See ya.
Yeah, he pretty much ended the show with that statement.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He stole the lines right out
Well,
of my mouth.
he ended it by saying, why not 10,
He hit
to
it,
be
he's like,
fair.
by the
Why
way,
not, why not 10?
if you want to be a winner.
Yeah. Why not 10 at the Bliss
I
shop?
love
Look,
how humble he was.
yeah.
Like, he really was just thankful for people. And I think the cool thing about Why Not, for anyone who doesn't know as well, is he's been not only a substitute for years, but not being picked up by rosters as a main player for as many years. So consider that he has been waiting in the wings for maybe 3 years of the LCO. He gets one split where a team puts faith in him, and he's the best team in the region for now, going to PCS playoffs as the first seed.
Well, that's it. I mean, Legacy sub after winning the OCS, the Challenger Series for Die Cups, having like the perfect series. I think it was like 10-0 back in the day when you were playing in the OCS as well. Maybe some fond memories back then as well. But yeah, Legacy sub, then play for PGG as a sub. And yeah, as you say, you know, first year playing as a starter, and you just win it like that. It's crazy.
And always consistently putting out content. Coached Udisoft to a bloody challenger spot. Now bloody looks like Udisoft might have had a little hand in getting, why not, here, where he is. But look, it is time for, this is what I prepared this for, the Dare MVP, as voted by you guys in Twitch chat. Let's see who the Dare MVP is for the upper bracket final. It was Daystar, man in mid, doing a lot of the damage. 29% over the course of 5 games is pretty damn good.
I think you'd say that I agree with this, and I think that's because off the back of the Rally and Soul game, I think there's no disputing there, and I also think the Veigar game, he was by far and above the most important member. I think, especially in a lot of these games, he just pulls up to a random team fight, gets a bunch of kills, and then suddenly the game feels like it's over, right? He's certainly a player who knows how to play with the lead. We've talked about this all split long. If Daystar is looking good, the whole team is looking good, and today was certainly no exception.
No exception indeed, but this man playing exceptional. And I got to watch it all backstage on my own. Thanks, guys. You know, for the peace and quiet, although I could hear Skimmy from a mile away. Man was popping off on the big plays. But that, of course, brings us to the play of the day. There was a lot of plays made today.
Was it in the last game?
Let's be honest, probably the base defense at this point, but then...
Yeah.
I did run in and say, if Chiefs win this, that was the play of the day. But there are a few possibilities. Do you think anything from the last game was better than a little old Lambo just doing drifts around the river?
The Lambo pulls up again.
There was also the Aurelion Soul one from Daystar where he got the quad that does stick out.
That's
to
the
me.
That's the Lambo, you know,
That's the
drifting
Lambo?
around the river. Yeah, well,
right.
there we go.
Lambo's his
That is
actual flight.
it's the play of the day. It is the play of the day. Let's run it. We'll have a quick look.
That's what I said. He's in the Lambo.
See?
He
See?
gets out.
Ready? He's not in the Lambo yet. You'll see it.
Stays in the
Wow,
car
he's
the whole
ages away.
time.
Yeah, where? Oh, is he his top?
Yeah, it's
So-
a slow Lambo, bro. Is this his
So
play
wait,
of the
he's
day?
in the Prius at the moment. It's
My
about to
guy's
turn
in
into
a
a
bus.
Lambo.
All right, ready?
He's
A couple
coming.
stops on the way.
Lambo
Everyone, hold on.
activated.
Hold on.
And
Is
all
it-
you
is
see
it-
is 5 Chiefs on the
what?
screen.
Ah, there he is.
And you're about to see only 1 Chief remaining
All right,
on the
so
screen.
he got out of the Lambo.
Ah, he just rolled the window down for Raze.
Yep.
Rolled the
Lambo.
window down, gave him the
Oh,
smirk.
drifting, handbrake, reverse, bloody put the turbo on.
That range is insane on that.
Yep. Bit of petrol back
Oh,
in the tank. And
slow-mo on the Scion.
look at it go, huh? Look at those
Wow.
sick
Wow, what a
drifts.
Daystar highlight featuring 15 seconds of his team winning a team fight. That's
And
crazy.
him pressing Q.
That sums up Bliss really well, actually. Daystar can have his highlights, but his team was playing well.
Yeah, his team just survived for long enough, bought the time for him to come. Like that was it, start of the replay. We're like, where the hell's Daystar? He's up in top lane. It's like, yeah, he'll get down here eventually. Just flying across. Either way, that brings us one step closer to the final day of playoffs. Let's have a quick look at the bracket to see where all the teams are, because it's almost all filled out now. Direwolves, of course, yesterday with that 2-0 win over PGG, put them in this lower bracket final. And Chiefs were so close, so close at a little comeback at the end there to put them as the first team to PCS playoffs, but it was not to be. So now we get to see a rematch for Direwolves and Chiefs. And the last time these teams went head-to-head, Direwolves did not look like they were playing their A game, and Chiefs stomped them. But we saw a different Direwolves yesterday, so that begs the question, what the bloody hell are we going to be getting tomorrow from these teams?
Well, what we have noted with the Direwolves is that the longer the week goes, the better they look. The later the games go, the better they look. And tomorrow is a best of 5. So there is more opportunities for Praedyth, the vampire, alleged vampire, sorry.
Don't bring garlic on set.
The alleged vampire to wake up and bring his best to the series. I'm very excited for this one because the old PGG team against what is the Chiefs could be very good.
And you just couldn't ask for a better conclusion almost to, you know, in the modern era, send another team through to the PCS playoffs, because Chiefs and Direwolves are just so successful in their history, right? They've had so many battles, like nearly 100 battles across all the years since, you know, Oceanic League of Legends began. So an exciting time, really exciting time to see, you know, if Chiefs will do the classic angry gaming, as we call it, our first full best of 5, or if Direwolves have said, look, you know, we're going to upset the apple cart. We were the first seed. We're going to go through as well.
Well, look, if there is anything I would say for the Chiefs going in tomorrow, it would be more Wukong from Babbitt, you know, because every time he was on the Sedge, it felt like he didn't have a huge amount of impact, but the Wukong impact he was bringing into those final couple of games was immense. I want to see much more of that from Chiefs tomorrow. More roaming, less of this bloody camping bot lane business. That game we just saw is what all the games should be. Just poof, mayhem. A little bit of mayhem.
Oh man, if only that base defense when they got the wipe, there was something on the map for them to take, right? Like the Baron or a Dragon or something. It just felt so defeated for them to run down mid and be like, they've respawned. You know, and then at that point, it basically is that checkmate situation. But phenomenal game, really. Game 5, I mean, you just couldn't ask for better.
Are you hungry?
Always.
Good. Well, Menu Log Mealtime's coming right up after this break. We'll be back in a short minute to get... I'm going to let it cook for a second. I wanted the shoulder rubs. I didn't get the shoulder rubs. Skimmy came over and stole my shoulder rubs. Either way.
I came over to the winner's couch because I went Chiefs.
Oh, damn, you're right.
Oh,
You went
yeah.
Chiefs?
It's
I
the
went-
Al.
You're the Bliss
I
gang.
guess. Well, we both got Bliss.
Yeah.
3-2.
No,
No,
they were
one
Chiefs
went 3-2.
predictions.
Did Kitty go 3-2 or was Kitty Chiefs? Kitty was Chiefs.
Kitty was
No one
Chiefs
actually
3-0.
got the 3. Mel.
Yeah. And
Mel
Mel got
the
it.
3-2.
Mel got it.
Did you say 3-2 or 3-1?
He said 3-2.
He said 3-2. Yeah, he
He
said
said
3-2.
3-2.
He knows too much.
So
He
good.
does.
By the way,
Knows so
it's
much.
Menu Log Mealtime. If you couldn't tell,
I'm going to just stay here. And you
I'm
can't,
just sitting here all
you
day.
can't move.
Menu Pogs in the chat if you want to win yourself a $40 voucher. You go in the draw. Hopefully, you can get yourself the $40 voucher. Get yourself something yummy, scrum diddly umptious for din diddly ins. And that'll be really yum for you guys.
Like a school kid.
I'm sitting here like, it's almost like mat time
He's
at
got his
kindergarten.
legs crossed,
like,
his arms neatly folded. He's just like,
I wanted
yes,
to go
Matt.
I've got a question.
Menu
This.
I'll
Pog
tell
in
you what,
chat.
school
Menu Pog.
kids love a couple of little snackies, right?
They do.
Well, do you reckon they've got at least $20 to spend on Menu Log?
Probably not, mate.
Oh, well, hopefully their parents do. If your parents could buy you a couple of snacks on Menu Log, you know, your grocery stores, your petrol stations, all the little snack shops, spend at least $20 and you get yourself $10 off at the moment between 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. And I believe it's lasting for another like half a month or so. I could be wrong, but I'm sure all the info's out there if you want to go look. And yeah, go buy yourself some snacks. Anyway,
Should I head back?
No, you're right there. You're right there. It is not like he's on his own because he is actually the celebrity head. Max,
Yes. Do I get to pick this
you
time?
get to pick because
yes.
you went through hell last time.
I don't. Oh,
Is
actually.
this going to fall off?
Okay, I have a question.
It's got to be a snack.
I'm just going to sit in the middle now.
It's got to be a
Yeah.
snack.
But the thing is there's a regional difference that
No one
may
can see me.
may throw this one off.
But
I'm happy to be thrown off. I can't predict snacks anyway. So we'll
Wait, I'm actually going to get up to put this on your head, aren't I?
yeah, you are.
Oh,
Just putting this in there. Yeah,
I'm tangled
Is there
in
an apostrophe?
cables. Lost in the source.
Yeah. Sure.
All right, we'll go with this. Wait, who's
I
picking?
don't know about regional difference.
I thought
It's
Skimmy was.
yeah.
I thought Skimmy was doing it.
No.
I don't
Skimmy's
like
going to
this-
be
this
applying the
discussion on
card
nuance before.
to the head
No, you're fine. You're fine,
Rusty.
Zach. Actually, that actually gives you a hint if you listen to what I said.
No, I wasn't listening at all.
Okay, good.
Wow. What a terrible talent.
I'm already lost.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Not
thinking.
involved in the
I
conversation.
have no idea what that is.
That's
You
what
don't- what do you
that's what I
mean?
was thinking.
What?
You will by the end of
I
this
will? Okay.
conversation. No,
Yeah.
that's
Well, I'm
all right.
learning. I'm back at school again.
All right.
Rusty, show the camera. You're turning away from it, mate. Come on.
Which camera?
The one without the light on. The one without the light on. Yeah, up there. So for everyone at home, you can see what it is. Either way, time to start asking the
Lean
questions.
it forwards more. Is that better?
Yeah,
that better?
Sure.
Okay.
Production, you know what these are,
so-
right? I know what these are. Everyone knows what these are except
Yeah.
for Skimmy. Skimmy, sorry.
So this is a snack.
Yes,
Yes.
Just to be
snack.
clear.
It's a snack.
And is this a snack?
Like
that-
a snack.
Like that's what I was gonna ask. Is this like a cheeseburger
No,
snack, or
it's
is this
an
a
actual
snack?
snack.
No, it's like a snack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I eat this at school?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Was it a primary school staple?
Yes.
100%.
Is it a muesli-based snack?
No.
Is it savory?
No.
No. Like, no. None of them
No.
are. No. They have multiple flavors. Sorry.
Well, I mean,
Oh.
Oof.
I'd love to say that these little hints that I'm getting would help me, but it does nothing for you when you don't know what you're talking about.
These little hints, huh?
They're pretty little.
Yeah.
Are they? So there's lots of them.
Oh no, I was just saying that as like a joke to Mac.
Do they come in
Oh,
packs?
fair.
They do
Yes.
come in packs, yeah.
Multiple in a pack?
Yes.
Yes.
Lots in a pack? Or
A number, yeah.
oh yeah, so
Yeah.
so in the pack there is a
The
number
the
of
packs
them.
can
There's
vary
definitely
in
multiple
sizes.
in the pack.
I
Yeah.
emphasize lots.
You could, like they come
Oh,
in packs.
what are we saying?
in
Lots?
the
Like, give me-
individual snack,
Mm.
are there lots of them or is it one snack?
No,
There's
there's
lots.
multiple
Multiple.
in the packet.
Yeah. There's lots.
Okay.
Perfect.
Perfect.
That helped.
Yep.
Okay, so it's a school snack. It's not savory?
No.
No.
Are they sour?
No.
No.
Are they they're sweet?
Yes.
They're sweet. I wish that helped me. I was more prepared for sour or savory. Um,
Think where you go. You got a sweet thing.
Is there
Comes in
cream?
a packet. There's multiple. No.
No, there's no cream.
there's no cream?
No.
It's tough. What snacks have... Is there chocolate?
Yes. There is a
Yes.
flavor.
Can be.
One of the flavors is chocolate.
Well, it can't be M&M's then, can it? If one of the
No.
flavors is.
No, it can't. Is that a guess?
Well,
No, that's actually a quote.
Sorry, that was a quote, not a
That
question.
statement, actually.
That was a quote,
Yeah.
not a question. Should know the difference by now. I am stumped though.
I can't help
Roll
you.
through some stuff.
School snacks that can be chocolate.
Ask like how they're made,
Well, they're processed.
What was that?
They're processed in a way, right?
I feel like saying snacks and knowing it's snacks is like a really good helper, but at the same time, as if I remember what I had in primary school.
See, really? Do we have them here?
Yeah, they're in the kitchen.
We have them here.
Hello.
Oh
so
yeah.
there you go.
I need to try after.
Oh yeah. LCMs.
No. Multiple in a pack.
I
So
actually
we
don't
used to
them
have
in
them.
the
We're
office
currently
anymore.
out.
Is this
of
the
them.
hardest one
Yeah.
we've had yet?
I didn't think this would be that hard.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that hard.
I don't know.
Is there also vanilla flavor?
Yes.
Yes.
So there's vanilla and chocolate. Is there also strawberry?
No.
No, not that I'm aware
Are there
of.
other flavors than just vanilla and chocolate?
Yes.
Can you just say what they are? Or is that
There's
give it
a-
away?
There's choc chip. There's
There's a
a
hundreds
honey
and
one.
thousands one. Honey is the most popular.
There's honey.
flavor.
There's choc chip, like little choc chip. They
Choc
look-
chip
look
ones are
freckly.
great.
And not muesli bars?
And they've got chocolate
I have no
flavors.
idea.
You don't know.
I don't even know.
They had a picnic.
Yeah, okay, that's got to be.
Tiny teddies?
Yes!
There you
Tiny
go.
teddies?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is honey the most popular?
Yeah.
I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
I loved honey.
Oh, I just said choc chip. I would have.
I always ate honey. Honey was
Wow.
my go-to.
Tiny teddies, eh?
Yeah. That's why I was
That
saying
is a good
I
one.
didn't think
That is
Is
a
this
good
an
one.
Australian primary school thing?
Yep.
I
Yeah,
just
they
think they're
are.
like
They're
honest.
That's
they're
why
a
I have no idea.
staple,
I
Yeah.
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
they were in the kitchen
Okay.
for like ages. Have you never had one of those packets? You open it, there's like little bears. They're like little cookies, kind of.
No, no.
Tiny
Never.
Teddy's goated. It was a good choice.
So
it was a good choice.
Bro. I just want to eat them now.
And look,
Might get me
we
some
won't do
vanilla.
another one because you took bloody years. I thought you'd nail that like quick smart.
No.
As soon as you were like, would I have them in the schoolyard?
Yeah,
I was
well,
like,
I got
oh,
to the
he's
genre.
like,
We got to the genre
knows.
quick, but not the subset of it.
Well, that was like me yesterday, right? As soon
Yeah.
as Kitty was like, it's caffeinated, I'm like, oh, it's got to be something coffee related. But, you know,
It's the
I'm
first
just like,
specific one.
dare
we've
iced
had too.
coffee, you know.
That was the first actual branded one, or like named one, because the rest have been like a burger, pie. You know?
Sorry, we branded the burger the cheeseburger. Either way,
Oh, sorry.
that is
burger
it.
with cheese?
Cheese
Burger
with your
cheese.
wine.
Not with meat, not with
And my
wait,
salami.
not with beef, not with chicken. What else? What other kind of burgers are there?
Maybe something
True.
No
cheesy.
idea.
True, no.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. That is it for Menu Log Mealtime and the LCO for today. Hopefully, you won your bloody Menu Log codes, but we all won by watching some quality League of Legends, and there's one more game in the playoffs remaining for the moment. We're putting one more team on a plane tomorrow. Make sure you're there, because I'm going to be.
Raze is the one who's caught.
Why not? Is the focus. He needs a lantern. He's going to find that lantern. The fight continues as Babbitt is there to zone. Bio's going to be here for the fight late, but why not? He's dead. Moonlight Vigil misses, and the cleanses held. That chance from Ari just was not enough. All out mode onto Daystar. Double kill for Kizday. And Ray says, I was the pick target, but I will pick you. That one, but the fight's already gone.
Daystar with a collapse here though, uses the ult.
Yeah, Falling Star does come on down, and Ray steps to the execution, so he dies by his own merit. Aladoric also gets laser beamed down, and a different fight, a different build, a different way to try and play this one. And the Aurelian Soul has bailed Bliss out. There is the reset. There we are, jumping across walls. And something about this pick in LCO, it just farms quadra kills and wants to cleave everybody. He's hunting for the triple, denied it as Babbitt jumps across the wall, having received the Sejuani star, looking for another, still denied.
Oh, they hooked him.
Unreal! How? Three members were so low, they were so
The
low.
ultimate Sejuani ultimate is coming back up right now.
Oh,
They also don't know where the Talia is off respawn. Sedol connects to Raze.
That Raze when he burnt the Featherstorm, Kiss has already gone in, he's legendary, he was for a long time now. It is still about the two stars of the show. These carries from the very get-go in this game have been having a competition to get the most kills, and now Raze has double digits. This way, but one Nexus turret goes down, Featherstorm goes out, Liv flashes in, misses the target, Raze instantly dishes and dashes out of harm's way. They're on towards the Nexus, forget about the team fight, Chiefs fighting for their life, trying to wipe them at the base. The base is down to 70%,
The Chiefs have wiped them.
but they've got the end.
With the back.